72. What do you know about Aether racial evolution progress? You have met the requirements to ascend racial hierarchy. Your core has been touched by the infernal planes, and where some would crumble, you have thrived. New options unlocked. Please select one option to evolve. Current. Wendigo, normal, creation of the forest father to dominate nature as the apex predator of the forest. Evolution 1. Nature's wrath greater. Your core is one that is malleable and fluid. It can twist and bend without breaking. It can resist the corruptions of the higher planes. You have felt the power of that which is higher and resisted its corrupting properties. Nature's wrath will purge this power from you, and in return grant you a progenitor's boon. You shall ascend as the sorceress of domination, consumer of the weak. Your blood will carry this power to all who come from your lineage. Gain the following to your current stats: Vitality, plus 20 Restoration, plus 20 Constitution, plus 10 Willpower, plus 75 Strength, plus 15 Dexterity, plus 15 Stamina, plus 10 Maya, Excise Magic, plus 300 Magic Regeneration, plus 400 all current magic abilities replaced with Domination Sorcery, all current Maya abilities excised. Evolution 2. Hunter Greater. You have welcomed the Maya into your very core and altered your connection to this dimension and that of the infernal planes. Surrender what remains of your core to the Maya and forsake this realm's grasp on you. Become the predator amongst prey and destroy those who threaten you. Hunter will turn you into an instrument of passion and power, drawing from the depths of the infernal planes. Gain the following to your current stats: Vitality, plus 25 Restoration, plus 50 Constitution, plus 50 Willpower, plus 10 Strength, plus 35 Dexterity, plus 20 Stamina, plus 15 Maya, plus 660 Magic. Excised Magic Regeneration. Excised all current magic abilities. Excised all current Maya abilities. Strengthens with emotions. Please assign racial hierarchy within 2 days or evolutions will be lost. Evolve into nature's wrath greater Wendigo. Yes/no. Evolve into Hunter greater Wendigo. Yes/no. Tanisha couldn't believe what she was looking at for a moment. The explanation of her potential evolutions were counter to one another. One would make her into a progenitor of a sorcery bloodline, one of domination, which meant she had the potential to start the only other sorcery bloodline aside from the royal family of Yuhia. That fact alone would mean she could found a new Wendigo kingdom or legitimately contest the current royal family for the right to rule. She wasn't strong enough now to do either, and most likely wouldn't be for a century or two. Something even more tangible was the dream of any Wendigo, to assure her family was powerful and that her bloodline would forever be that way. Tanisha was a Wendigo. She loved the idea of power like any other of her species, and guaranteed generations of power was a dream come true. She almost chose the option for that alone. She couldn't help but think that if she had been powerful to begin with, none of this would have happened. She would have been accepted by her family, raised to be nobility, and loved. She could have helped her older sister in the war, and perhaps Helga would still be alive. So much would have changed, but then Tanisha wouldn't have met Tyr, Joha, Helena, Owen, or anyone else. In fact, she might have been the one sent to kill them with Thyra and Loki as her allies. The idea soured her excitement as she thought about it longer. It would also remove Maya from her body. She would no longer be able to use the enigmatic energy. Not to mention that being a sorceress would mean that she would no longer be able to use any other magic but those granted by her sorcery. Domination was ambiguous as to what she would be able to do. Sorcery didn't follow the typical rules of magic. It became inherent to the person, as much a part of them as a hand or leg, but didn't allow one to use mana the same way as a mage. The description, consumption of the weak, was also concerning. During the time of the first king, Wendigo did consume the bodies of enemies who were killed in combat. Would becoming nature's wrath require that she does the same? Wendigo no longer ate the flesh of the other sentient races, and hadn't done so in 2,000 years. She liked to believe that the Wendigo, and especially herself, were above stooping to those more barbaric times. On the other hand, the Hunter would remove her entirely from the grace of the Forest Father. Maya had no place in the great forest which lies beyond death for the Wendigo. She would deny rest and the afterlife to herself and all others of her kind. She knew nothing of the afterlife for demons, but she had felt the dark power of their home and did not wish to go where that power originated. She was already a demonic entity, but that may just be because she was a sage of the infernal. She still believed her soul was hers. She had not sold it to the infernal planes. Evolving did mean more power now, but what would it mean for her as a sage? The path of the sage allowed her to grow stronger than any sorceress or mage or arcanist. Sorcerers were legends, but their arcane art was so limited. Sages were myths who changed the fundamental understandings of magic. If she continued down the path she'd been on, and if the myths of sages were true, she could make a new discipline. She could give herself the abilities of a sorceress or arcanist. Wait, could she do that now? She could already change spell forms. What was the ability to evolve but a new spell? Could she change them with her sage abilities? She found herself having more and more circular questions which of course had no answers. The girl then realized that she was muttering to herself when Yuhia and Bjorn were waiting for her explanation. The embarrassed girl looked up to them. Apparently embarrassment was one of the few emotions she still had while she let the Maya take away all of her other negative feelings. The two had been quietly waiting for her to finish her thoughts. She explained the prompts to them and her thoughts on what each meant to her. They were all quiet for a moment after she finished speaking. Yuhia had to process what she'd told him, and he looked conflicted. "This is good to know," Yuhia finally said. "I would refrain from making a decision based on the situation we are in right now. We do not know what the evolution will do to you while it takes place. Bjorn evolved or grew or something when he was inundated with Maya, and he was unconscious for days during that process. I cannot imagine a fundamental change as unbelievably drastic as removing all of your Maya permanently or excising your mana core would be pleasant." Bjorn agreed with a deep grumble and nodded his head. "It's just something I wanted to talk to you about." "I only have 2 days to decide," Tanisha said. "That is not very long," Yuhia said with a contemplative expression. "Do you also have more points for your level?" Tanisha gasped. She'd been so worried about the evolution, she hadn't even considered her level. She quickly opened her unassigned cultivation menu. Unassigned cultivation points distribution. You have leveled up 7 times before assigning your UCP. You have 70 UCP. Please assign all UCP within 12 hours, or UCP will be automatically assigned. Assign. Yes/no. She was surprised she'd leveled up so much. She then realized that she had killed several people and 2 magic constructs. It didn't add up, though, so she assumed it was from the familiar bond. Bjorn must have killed several people, too. She didn't think about it too much. She had points to assign and a plan to enact. Status menu name. Tanisha is Scalebound species. Wendigo level. 22 vitality. 16 plus 10 is equal to 26 restoration. 11 plus 9 is equal to 20 constitution. 26 plus 20 is equal to 46 willpower. 19 plus 1 is equal to 20 strength. 18 plus 2 is equal to 20 dexterity. 27 plus 8 is equal to 35 stamina. 18 plus 2 is equal to 20 Maya. 10 plus 6 is equal to 16. Magic. 28 plus 12 is equal to 40 magic regeneration. 35 plus 100 from bond, page 1 of 3. Okay, I have everything assigned, Tanisha said. Good. I imagine we will be heading out as soon as the scouts return, Yuhia responded. In the meantime, we need to recover as much of the Maya as we can. He motioned Tanisha to sit down. Follow my breathing technique. Yuhia led a short but intense Maya recovery breathing session that she had never done before. It felt more advanced than any of the standard breathing techniques she'd practiced so far. She could feel the Maya move almost like blood throughout her body. She could feel the connection it now had to her core, which was now also the heart of her connection to the infernal planes. The Maya veins in her body burned. It was painful, but nothing she couldn't handle. Soon it became a dull ache, then a soothing flow of heat and power. The sound of Yuhia's instruction faded into the background as she followed the ebb and flow of her Maya. Before, Maya had felt almost gaseous in her body, and she couldn't control it easily. Now it seemed, for lack of a better word, thicker, almost viscous as it moved along the veins and meridians. The Maya in her meridians was far easier to control, and she decided to help it flow along and circulate. As she did, over the course of an unknown amount of minutes, she found herself back at her core. The chaotic mess of mana that made up the majority was as unruly as ever. The only difference now was that the Maya seemed to radiate from it like a never-ceasing flame. She moved on to the small portion of her core that was usable. It was pure mana, controllable and malleable. She was getting ready to exit her core when she noticed something that, if she hadn't been spending the past few weeks learning magic, she would have missed. Her mana was odd. It looked as if it was changing into something else. Something totally different from mana or Maya. She followed the source of the change and traced it to her bond with Bjorn. It was something her core was picking up from him. "What is that?" Tanisha asked in a whisper. She examined it closer with her mind's eye and saw formulae within it. It was broken and incomplete, but definitely not mana or Maya. She couldn't parse the meaning of any of it, although something told her it was a new higher plane energy. It was odd to look at, like staring into a broken fractal that was also a math problem mixed with high elemental script for good measure. There was something missing, and something in the back of her mind told her she could figure it out. Sage spell form, crafter magic / Maya cost. Variable use mana and Maya to alter and twist existing spell forms connected to your core. She unintentionally activated her Sage spell form crafter, which allowed her to gain further insight into the strange addition to her core. It definitely used to be mana, but it was being altered to such a substantial degree that it wasn't anymore. She had a hard enough time wrapping her head around it when she decided to take a look at her Maya. There were codes within the Maya as well, but it was complete. And while foreign and strange, it felt familiar because she knew it instinctually. She may not have known the theory, but she did know them in practice the way of the Rakshasa. The lack of power was the main difference between the Maya and new symbols or maths or whatever they were. Maya had a deep eldritchness to it, magical wellspring, but this was lacking a connection. Tanisha said out loud. It's lacking a connection to the higher planes. Tanisha? Joa questioned. What are you talking about? Please focus. I think I just figured something out. Tanisha turned to Bjorn. I don't know what my core is copying from you, big man, but I think it's just missing the connection to the higher plane. That's why it's all broken up inside. Bjorn looked at her meaningfully for a long moment before nodding. Tanisha could feel his emotions shift from confusion to understanding, then shock as he realized what she was talking about. He then walked close to Tanisha and shocked her and Joha by spelling out something in the dirt with a long talon. Aether? Tanisha questioned, then shook her head as her eyes opened wide. Wow, wait, you can write? I know I've been reading to you, but I didn't know you could do this. Aether? Joha said, his voice a low rumble. What do you know about Aether? Before Joha could question further, an ISI warrior ran over to them. The man was in a rush, so it arrested all other conversation. We are ready to move. The scouts just got back, the man said in a hurry. We're going to the West Gatehouse before it's reinforced. The Patriarch wants to see you too before we head out. Got it, Tanisha said as she stood up. Bjorn, you ready? 73, do it, and we die. The plan was actually relatively simple. Joha, disguised as Tyr, would ride with Tanisha on Bjorn to draw attention away from the escaping ISI behind them. They would then meet up with Svan, who would take them underground to escape. Tyr was the primary target, so more resources would be used to take him down. If Joha got the attention of the hands, even better. The scouts reported the south and west gatehouses were closed, but the enchantments hadn't been fully activated yet. The other two were in the process of closing. The slow speed at which they were closing the north and east was obviously a trap, which of course would be avoided. The amount of magical effects on each gate was mesmerizing. The gatehouses may be closed, but lengthy rituals and specialists were required to ensure the effects didn't interfere with the thousands of other enchantments that made up the walls or even other parts of the gatehouse itself. Until all of them were active, they were vulnerable. Well, as vulnerable as thousands of tons of reinforced stone and steel could be. Tanisha, Bjorn, and Joha would be heading to the West Gatehouse. It would be all up to Bjorn to destroy the door and portcullis before the enchantments activated. That is the last of the children in the wagon, Tyr, the real one, said. We are in your debt again, guys. Tyr handed Joa his sword. There is no way I can ever repay you all for this. You have my thanks and my word that one day I will find a way. His eyes lingered on Tanisha for a while. Before anyone could respond, he was called off by one of the ISI warriors. Tyr had to wear a hood to cover his face, and Bjorn couldn't help but notice that for Wendigo headwear was unique. Their helmets had to be fashioned around their antlers. Hats were almost non-existent, though men and women did have accessories they would place in their antlers. The hood split on both sides of the face to allow the antlers through, then there were buttons to secure them. Bjorn shook the sudden fascination with Wendigo hats out of his mind. It felt like failsafe was rubbing off on him, and he needed to stay focused. Tanisha and Joha were on his back, ready to go. All they needed was the signal, and Bjorn would take off running. He had to stay ahead of the ISI, destroy the gate, and draw as much attention to himself as possible. Prepare yourself, Tanisha, Joha said in Tyr's voice. Right, Tanisha responded with a breath. Bjorn took the moment to talk with Failsafe, who was currently controlling the right head. He needed to make sure he could get Plague Fire to only come from the correct head if he wanted to destroy the gate. The problem was he wasn't sure how to do that. What if I just hold those mouths closed? Bjorn asked in his head. It will probably come out of our noses if you do that, Failsafe responded, bobbing the right head up and down. Or the energy will burn through our mouths until we release it. Why? If I close the mouths, then the energy will have only one place to go, so it should only escape through the correct one. It's a matter of controlling the power, not just closing your mouth. You have to direct it, Failsafe responded. Bjorn thought about it for a moment. Should I just let you do it then? I would have the same result as you. I can activate the ability if you let me, but I can't control your magic if you can't, Failsafe responded. It is your core after all. Yeah, I got it, Bjorn said dismissively. Bjorn, let's go, Tanisha said. Bjorn immediately took off running. Failsafe directed him. The magic construct had memorized the entirety of the city from a map Tyr had shown Tanisha. First, they had to leave the rather large forested area within the inner wall. Bjorn didn't know if it was a park or just undeveloped land that played into the Wendigo's need to dominate the nature around them. Over the past 2 weeks, Bjorn had become far more skilled with maneuvering his long body. At the speed he was moving, snaking around trees and over obstacles made him a green blur amongst the foliage. Once he finally broke into the streets, he only sped up. The streets were mostly empty, as martial law had gone into effect. As the density of buildings increased, soldiers and knights came into view further up the road at a newly erected checkpoint. Bjorn, go up! Tanisha yelled to get his attention over the sound of the wind. Bjorn turned right as the knights noticed him and began forming up with shields. He jumped onto an abandoned cart, then onto the side of a building. His long talons easily tore into stone and wood as he pulled himself up onto the roof. The knights, seeing this, immediately gave chase, some of them using earth magic to rocket themselves up on pillars of stone to follow along the rooftops. The ISI live on, Joha screamed in Tyr's voice and form. I, Patriarch of the ISI house, have bloodied the nose of the Salstar house. You try to kill us and fail. Bjorn dodged a few arrows shot from marksmen stationed on other rooftops. He could taste the magic effects coursing through them as they flew by. As he jumped across a gap, clearing nearly 30 feet, he saw Drake riders climb up nearby roofs. The creatures panicked as soon as they saw him and immediately jumped back down, all except one. That Drake had dark blue scales and was slightly larger than the others. It was definitely a familiar, not just a mount, as the knight gained control of it in an instant. That's the commander of the Valhade Drake Riders, Tanisha stated. Bjorn used Identify with one of his heads, while his other navigated and Failsafe watched for any oncoming attacks. Identify name, Sir Harold NAK race. Wendigo level. Vocation, War Mage Knight. Identify name, Asa AK species. Lesser Blue Drake level. Vocation, War Mount. Bjorn didn't slow down as he identified them, and in fact redoubled his efforts to run as fast as possible. His claws cut easily into the roof tiles, giving him excellent traction regardless of the material. The commander and his familiar also seemed to have no issue traveling along the rooftops. If anything, they had an easier time of it and were closing in quickly. Bjorn could see similarities between his anatomy and the drake's. He could understand why some people would mistake him as a chimera. The blue drake was obviously a more aquatic species, much like himself, but had a slender, powerful body mixed into its serpentine form. Where they differed was his longer necks and additional heads, and Bjorn's longer tail. Sir Harold was a monster of a Wendigo unto himself. He was an imposing figure, and Bjorn could taste in the air the tyrannical domination that seemed to be present in the most powerful of the Wendigo species. The emblem of the Salstar House was emblazoned on the interlocking plates of blue steel which clad every inch of his form. He was no wizard. He was a mage, and magic swirled around him like a typhoon. In his hand was a bow as grand as the man who wielded it, and he balanced it perfectly despite the gyration of the familiar beneath him. There was no hesitation in the man's actions. He was duty. He was precision in action. He was the embodiment of what it meant to be a Wendigo knight. He pulled back the naked string of his bow, and time seemed to slow as the world shook. Well, at least it felt that way to Bjorn. The outreach of the man's aura expanded for a moment before coalescing into a misty arrow. Some form of wind elemental magic compressed down into a single magical construct. Bjorn, the gate! Failsafe screamed. Bjorn was so focused on the head watching the night that he hadn't noticed they could finally see the gatehouse in front of them. They were being chased on all sides, however, and if he tried to drop down to the street, they would be surrounded in a moment. Tanisha and the disguised Joha were defending him from a hail of arrows that he couldn't dodge. He had moments to make a decision. It needed to be one that would allow him to ensure he destroyed the gatehouse. Bjorn, what are you doing? Failsafe questioned. You do that and we die, buddy. Hellmouth Maya cost. Your soul, seriously, if you use this we die. I really don't want to tell you what this is, because if you use it our heart is going to explode or something. I just know it. However, your middle head can exhale all the Maya stored in your body. This Maya can be breathed in by your other heads to use Maya-infused breath attacks. It can also enhance the durability of your scales and potency of your venom. It all happened at the same time. The arrow was released with a thrum that sounded more like a lightning strike. The black abyssal Maya escaped from Bjorn's middle head as his scales darkened from green to gray. His claws tore up roof tiles as he abruptly stopped, and his right head snapped the wind construct arrow from the sky. The arrow exploded, shooting debris and shards of roof into the air. Tanisha would have been blown off had Johan not protected her with his body and a thin, invisible sheet of Maya. Infernal Scale Armor Maya cost. 25 absorb Maya into your scales, making them more durable and resistant to physical and magical damage. Bjorn breathed in the black Maya, growing in size as the Maya was absorbed. Unlike the first time, he was in his right mind and could feel the Maya burning his insides. The Maya veins and meridians inside him ruptured one by one as his body refused the energy. Still, he pressed on through the pain. He knew he wouldn't be able to control the power of the plague fire breath without the Maya assisting him. He could only hope that the rehabilitation he'd been doing with Joha meant he wouldn't die. Bjorn, you idiot! Can you not read? Failsafe screamed. Plague fire breath magic cost. 6 stamina cost. 7 with your left head, you can breathe a plume of superheated toxin, which will ignite enemies and infect them with your neurotoxin. Flames retain toxicity until you release the spell. Plague fire will spread like normal fire. 2. Infernal fire breath. Maya cost. 20. Fire will spread over non-flammable material at a reduced rate. Bjorn called up the energy as a fusion of his mana and Maya to produce a black flame tsunami, which washed downward from the roof like the wrath of an angry god. The fire wave then focused more and more until it was a beam of infernal magic. The beam instantly melted non-enchanted stone and steel to slag and molten puddles. People caught in the initial wave retreated, their armor protecting them from the heat but not the toxin. Organs ruptured and their nervous systems shut down violently. The beam hit the gate, and the electrifying buzz of hundreds of emergency enchantments activated at the same time. Bjorn continued to condense the power more and more despite his vision becoming blurry and the pain increased tenfold. He was shut off from everything else. At some point, Yuhia and Tanisha got off his back, but with the pain that was all he knew for sure. Suddenly, he felt it, a release of power as the enchantments on the gatehouse failed. Then blackness took him. Finally, my son, I can see you, a voice rumbled in his fading mind. 74? I want you back. Bjorn woke up in a void, a dark blankness that somehow felt familiar, but he couldn't tell how he knew this place. His body had reverted to how it had been when he first hatched from his egg. He was tiny in comparison to what he'd been a moment ago. He felt dizzy, like he lacked depth perception now that he only had one head again. He'd never thought he would find it weird to only have one pair of eyes. He wasn't on the ground. He was floating, levitating. He also didn't know if there was a ground. He couldn't help but wonder if he was dead. Failsafe? You there, buddy? Bjorn asked. There was no response. Then a booming voice vibrated him to the core. There is only us here, my son, the voice said. Do not fear. From the void, massive eyes opened a great distance away. Their amber light shone like a dying star. Then even more eyes appeared. Each one shone like the thousands of stars in the sky. Then a pair fell from the heavens until a massive head much like his own appeared. The creature was a Hydra. Well, no. As soon as Bjorn saw her, he knew at an instinctive level this was not just any Hydra. This was the Lernean Hydra. This was the queen of 1,000 heads. I have finally found you. I have finally found my sweet little baby, the queen said. Her voice echoed 1,000 times over all at once. Mama is coming to gather you from that wretched lower world. Look at what they have done to you. The eyes of the queen looked all around him. Worry etched across her draconic face. I shall poison that reality for stealing you from me. She bared her teeth as she said the words. Bjorn yelled, then stopped. His voice startled him. Why could he speak all of a sudden? Do not destroy my world. The queen looked amused. Your world? Young one, that is not your world. You are mine. You are from somewhere far greater. Bjorn braced himself. He was not afraid of a true. I am from there. That is my dash. Ah, you mean from your previous life? The queen asked. Bjorn or Isen, it matters not where souls come from, and I know better than most that reincarnation has a funny sense of humor. All that matters is that you are returned to where you belong. You are no Nephilim, no king of chains. You are not the Sundaru of the angelic throng. You are Akial Hashemi, son of Poesoen. Bjorn was speechless for a moment as he processed what Poesoen said. She already knew who he was and that he was reincarnated. King of chains? Sundaru of the angelic throng? He had no idea what she was talking about. He needed to know more. What had he done to the angels? You know who I was? Bjorn asked. I would be a bad mother if I did not know my own son. There are no secrets that are not laid bare before the queen of 1,000 heads, Poesoen stated proudly. You are far from me, and you have been reaching out into the higher planes so desperately. I felt your cries, Akial, but I could not pull you to me. Now I see why. Your core yearns for home. You were displaced thrice over. Taken from me, deprived of the power of your birth realm. Born in a lower world. Forced you to use mana and alter your core, and your memories damaged what remained. What do you mean you try to pull me to you? Bjorn asked. Poesoen watched him closely as she spoke. When you connected to the infernal planes through that tramp who stole you from me, it was the first time I heard your cry. Bjorn thought back. She was referencing the moment Tanisha first exposed herself to the Maya. He was knocked out for days because of that, and when he woke up he was driven into a blood frenzy. That nearly killed me when it happened, Bjorn stated. I was hasty. I heard my child's voice from across the cosmos, and I wanted you back. I miss so much already. Your hatching, first step, and first words. Poesoen growled as her anger rose. The Maya is deadly to you. I see that now. Your core needs a connection to the chorus, so Aether can cleanse your body. I will give you that connection. You'll become a patron so that I'll have Aether? Bjorn asked. Patron? That is the term of demons and lesser beings. You are Hydra. You do not need a patron, Poesoen stated. You need a guide, not a leash. Why are you so willing to help me when you know I'm not really your child? Bjorn asked, although he didn't know what to expect. You apparently know who I was before I became this. Shouldn't that mean something? Reincarnated or not, you are my blood, my baby, and mine alone. Pos paused for a second. Well, your father's too, but he is not here right now. He's off winning the war. I will not have my child die on some rock on some lower world. It will take many years before I can reach you, but your cries echoed out for many to hear. Our enemies will come for you. Many will seek to consume you or use you against me. Bjorn suddenly grew in size and continued growing until he was the size he'd been before coming to this strange place. 3 heads now looked around the area as he was placed on what he assumed was the ground. A second head from Pos drew closer until it was as close as the first. The only lights in this void came from her eyes, so it was difficult to make out the distance. But from the size of her heads, it was apparent Pos was larger than a mountain. Pos continued, I will show you the way and guide your broken tether to the chorus. I will seal away your connection to the Maya until your body is ready for it. This will reduce your level and size, but your ether will return to you. Her second head opened its mouth and power washed out. A rainbow of etheric symbols, golden and platinum in coloration, surrounded him and branded themselves onto the underside of Bjorn's middle neck. This will hurt a little, but please bear it, Akiao. Bjorn vomited black abyssal Maya, which came out as a molten tar from his core. His body shuddered as more and more exited him, even faster. Then it stopped all at once. His body shrunk down until he was half the size he'd been before. His scales glimmered with etheric symbols, which chained across him in patterns of equations and geometric shapes. He felt his core shift and something in him awakened. It reached out and spilled from his mouth in the form of a metallic silver liquid. It slowly encased him by following the patterns etched across his body. Until I arrive in the lower worlds, protect yourself well. I will destroy those who dare slight me, Pos said from her first head. As a mother, I enjoy it when my children learn life lessons and grow. But I will warn you now, do be careful about those you open your soul to. Things like to latch onto reincarnators and claim to help. Some friends are not what they seem. Bjorn reawoke to find that no time had passed since he'd blacked out. He was still standing atop the roof, the flames having spread and the gate having been destroyed. The problem was that he was getting smaller with each passing moment. His scales glowed with the etheric power coated in shining silver. In mere moments, he was a quarter the size he'd been with infernal scale armor, down to Tanisha's shoulders in height. He was so small now that the possibility of using him as a mount vanished. Bjorn, what's going on? Failsafe wailed. What did you do? Later. Focus now. We have to go, Bjorn said. Bjorn, Tanisha said, shocked. Okay, Joe dear, we have to run. Joe looked back only for a second. His eyes widened. Then he shook himself and deflected an arrow with Tyr's sword. We still need to follow the plan and pull these people away from the gate, Joe said, then pointed to the distance. There it is, let's go. Bjorn, can you run? Tanisha asked as he pulled away the saddle, which was now too big. Bjorn nodded and followed behind the pair, finding his smaller frame was faster than his larger one. He still needed to get used to the change in size again. After so long in the larger body, he'd forgotten how agile he actually was. The escape was not clean, but the plan seemed to have worked. Those who weren't injured in the assault were giving chase. There was no sign of the hands, which was concerning but nothing they could do anything about at the moment. The Knight Commander, not letting them go so easily, shot more and more of his powerful arrows. Each arrow blazed through the air with the force of a cannon as wind and heat swirled around the air constructs. Sir Harold wasn't heartless. He never let an arrow hit a building directly. Most of them sailed past Bjorn and Tanisha into the wall of the city, which was unaffected by the attack, or they were redirected upward into the sky. If Tanisha and Bjorn had been alone, they would have been dead several times over, but Johha was always there in the nick of time to push or pull them out of the way. Johha could have deflected them, but Tyr wouldn't have been able to, so he had to avoid them to keep up the disguise. At one of the buildings, they jumped through a window. Inside, Svan was waiting for them. He was surprised at the large change in plan. "You were supposed to meet me out back," Svan said. Bjorn shrunk. "He can fit in the building now," Joa stated without hesitation. Svan looked at the three-headed creature. "That's unexpected, but we'll make this easier. Follow me." The building was a textile shop, one of several businesses owned by the Isi family. The second floor was the apartment of the shopkeeper. They'd unfortunately been killed in the raid on the Isi estate, and soon the shop would be annexed by the city. Before the group could run out of the room, the Knight Commander jumped through the window with his bow drawn. He landed with speed and grace, letting the arrow loose as soon as he locked onto his target. 75, Anomaly detected Knight Commander Harold barreled into the room. His familiar was too large to enter. His magic rose in wisps around him, and the air quivered under his influence. There was no hesitation in any motion as the man took a knee with his bow drawn. He had his orders, but at this moment he needed to take out the biggest threat, the monstrous familiar that had blown a hole through a gate of the inner fort. A feat so maddening, if he had not seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. He took aim, ready to put his all into killing the familiar before it became an even bigger threat to the Southstar domain. The world seemed to slow as everyone realized what was going on. The Knight Commander loosed his wind arrow, not aimed at Joha, who was still disguised as Tyr, but at Bjorn. Tanisha's eyes opened wide as she turned to get to Bjorn before the arrow reached him. She pushed everything she had into her movement, breaking through the Maya, clouding her emotions as fear and anger erupted. Bjorn wasn't far from her, just a step behind, but she couldn't turn fast enough. She couldn't stop her momentum or reach out and grab him. The arrow drew closer and closer, its power enough to rend stone. She screamed her defiance of her limitations, her failure to protect Bjorn even after she gained so much power. What would it all be for if, after all of that, she still couldn't protect him like he did her? Maya wrapped her form as mana flowed around her, and in an instant she was against the wall, several feet away with Bjorn in her arms. She'd done it. She finally used Blink again and saved him. There was an explosion as the arrow sailed past everyone and through the building. Joha immediately engaged the Knight Commander as Tanisha tried to stand, only to throw up blood. Shortly after exiting her, it disappeared as Maya. She felt cold as she collapsed onto Bjorn, finding it harder and harder to breathe. Something was happening to her core. Something wasn't right. Everything became fuzzy after that. Svan picked her up, and they fled as Joha fought with Sir Harold. "You're the demon, not the Patriarch." Harold's voice boomed in surprise and outrage. They entered the shop and escaped out through a secret tunnel. Then she saw nothing for a little while. A jolt brought her back to reality. She was being carried by Joha now, but they were still in the tunnels. It smelled really bad, so it didn't take long to realize this was the sewer system. She looked around and saw Bjorn was fine. Svan and Joha looked to be okay as well, meaning they were now on the second part of the plan. They needed to get through the gate before it was too late. The tunnels would get them close and behind their pursuers. "Tanisha, you are fine. You've been unconscious for only a minute," Joha said. "We are almost back at the gate. Can you walk?" "I don't know," Tanisha responded. Something told her to look inwardly at her core, which she did. The first thing she noticed about her core was that more of the chaotic mess which made up the majority had retreated a little, and she had more pure mana. No, it wasn't just mana anymore, it was something else with a white-gold hue mixed in. It came from the familiar bond and fixed the broken formulae from the substance Bjorn called, or wrote as Aether. Her own mana took to the Aether and mixed it within her core as if it had been waiting to do this from the beginning. The Maya swirled in protest, which felt like hot coals being raked across her soul. She shivered in pain and immediately activated Sage Spellform Crafter. She dove into the runes and maths and geometry that made up the fundamentals of her core. Maya, mana, Aether, and chaos all fought for the right to her innermost self. She needed to calm the storm. She needed to find a way for the different energies to coexist. If she didn't, and her core became unruly, she would lose her mind and become a skinwalker. She had the option to evolve. Becoming a nature's wrath would remove the Maya, or her hunter would remove her mana. Either would fix the issues with her core, but would cost her something else she held valuable, her soul. She needed a third option, one that would allow her to control the energies within her without the drawbacks of the two she had right now. Well, there was another option. She could sever the bond with Bjorn, which would stop her core from taking in the ether. She couldn't do that, though. If she did, and Bjorn left her, she didn't know what she would do. Tanisha gritted her teeth and dove deeper into herself. First, she had to stabilize the boundary between the chaos and the mana-ether mix. Once she focused on it, she could see the formula that made up the boundaries. It was a mixture of mana and what she could only describe as fractalized ether. She pushed the mana to become rigid, following the patterns of the ether, and examined the formations as they spread. The boundary was solidifying and only allowed the non-corrupted mix through. Dorsehal Hyl. The words of power came to her as a mixture of mana and ether. She moved on to the part of her core that was malleable. She pushed it with her will, and somehow knew she needed it to flow. Its stagnation was hurting her. She needed it to follow paths around her body. It had to strengthen her in the same way the Maya did. Luckily, she already had a pathway. The Maya had been digging out channels and veins in her since she'd first had access to it. She only hoped that she could push the power through the meridians. Moving mana and ether was easy, but as soon as she tried to push it into her Maya meridians, pain like she had never felt rattled her body. She again vomited blood, which caused Yuhia to stop in place. He turned her over so she wouldn't choke, and soon the gore burned away as Maya. He said something, but she was too delirious to understand. She went back inside her core, examining what had happened. The Maya was currently in use, which meant the channels were full. She deactivated all of her buffs, allowing her Maya to settle before trying again, only to have another violent reaction. It was the Maya in her mind, the Maya holding her together through all of the pain, anxiety, and death. She had to release it and feel everything she'd been suppressing. She took a deep breath. She didn't have a choice. This would kill her otherwise. Yuhia, Tanisha whispered. I have to undo the Maya in my head. If I don't, I think it will kill me. What is going on? Yuhia asked. I don't have time to explain, Tanisha said. My core is evolving without the rest of me. I have to calm it. Tanisha let out a long breath, calming herself as much as possible as she slowly undid the bind she had placed on her mind. The first was her jealousy of so many things, others' talents, magic, and even beauty. Then her anxieties, which came with tears as she faced rejections at her stall back when she was selling things with Yuhia in the market or facing off with far more skilled ISI disciples while sparring. Then fears. The fear of death was the most prevalent, of losing more people, of losing Bjorn. Each emotion was targeted and brought with them memories that she'd also locked away. Finally, she came to her fear of Bjorn, something she'd let the Maya take away weeks ago. She hadn't faced that fear yet, but now she could. She wasn't afraid of Bjorn. She was afraid of living without him. She finally put that to rest, but now she had to face the hardest thing. Now she had to face the death of Helena, the civil war, the lives she and Bjorn had taken, the people she saw die in front of her. It was too much all at once. She wanted it to end. She wanted to curl up in Yuhia's arms and close her eyes until it was over. But she couldn't. She wouldn't. She needed to press forward. This was no time for weakness, so she tugged on her bond with Bjorn and felt his determination. She let it fuel her when she had nothing left. Tanisha was happy that in this time of utter defeat, when she had nothing left in the tank, she could always turn to Bjorn. He never quit protecting her or believing in her. She could let his drive bolster her own, and together they could get through anything. She held onto the bond as tightly as she could, delving back into her core. Tanisha guided the mixed power of Maya, mana, and ether through the meridians. She felt the next words of power radiate through her being as she fed the power through her limbs one by one. FALDUTHUNDODAO As soon as the line of power reconnected to her core, she felt something in her fundamentally shift. Her core began to spin, slowly at first as the chaos that made up the majority started to sink into the center. In the middle of the murky coalescence of chaos was a star which shone brightly. The pure mana-ether mix and the barrier became a ring that fully encapsulated all chaotic power within her. A second ring formed just outside of the first one. It was made of pure Maya. It spun at an even greater speed, appearing solid and stable. Tendrils of power from both rings intermingled, flowing into the meridians. The sight was beautiful. Tanisha had never heard of anyone doing this before. She felt the words of power, the phrase that made up her place in the cosmos. She realized she wasn't learning a spell. She was learning the name of her soul, made into a song. It was the code written in the fabric of this world, the proof she was alive and that she had lived. UDI KOAVI GLIDI VHLAKDOU DOSHI HOIL HASMNI FELDUTHUNDODAO GUADHI VA DLIHAUDI KOAVI GLIDI VHLAKDOU. Tanisha spoke the words as if she had been practicing them her entire life. Racial evolution progress. You have met the requirements to ascend racial hierarchy. Error. You have created a path of evolution. Error. You have broken the restraints of ODIN. Anomaly detected. Current. Anomaly unknown. Former creation of ODIN. Evolution 1. Error chains of ODIN broken. Evolution 2. Error chains of ODIN broken. Evolution 3. Cernuno's greater Wendigo. You have created your own path to ascend the bounds of your race. You have denied ODIN. You have denied the infernal, and yet you have conquered the chains of both. The path before you cannot be walked alone. You are bound to only one, and they to you. As the Cernunos, your power and life are inextricably tied to your familiar, and their power and life to you. Your bond is unbreakable even to the most powerful of the higher planes. Your familiar shares some of your abilities, and you gain access to some of theirs. Vitality, plus 20 restoration, plus 20 constitution, plus 30 willpower, plus 100 strength, plus 20 dexterity, plus 20 stamina, plus 15 Maya, plus 200 magic/ether, plus 210 magic/ether regeneration, plus 200. All current magic abilities gain etheric effects. All current Maya abilities gain etheric effects. Gain the following abilities of your familiar. Venomous Bite, Venomous Fangs, Poison Cloud, Poison Breath, Plague Fire Breath, Hydra Fire, Poison Claws, Poison Infusion. King of Reptiles, Queen of Reptiles. Share the following abilities with your familiar. Mystic Wind Hands, Air Claws, Mana Armor, Etheric Scales, Hydromancy. Hydromancy, Water Light, Water Light. Water Missile, Hydro Breath. Please assign racial hierarchy within error days or evolutions will be lost. Evolve into error, not applicable. Evolve into error, not applicable. Evolve into Cernuno's greater Wendigo. Yes/no. Tanisha looked over the evolution. Did she just learn the true name of the Forest Father? She had many questions as to what it meant by chains, but didn't have the time to question it further. She could feel the core she created for herself failing without her constant attention. She needed to accept this evolution, or she would either die or have to rebuild her core from the ground up. She selected yes and braced herself for whatever was going to happen next. 76. No fault of mine. The attack came quickly. 1 second. Bjorn was following Tanisha out of the room with Svan and Joha. The next herald barreled in through the window. In barely a moment, he aimed and fired directly at Bjorn. The attack was too close to dodge and too powerful to survive if he was struck with the wind magic construct. The instant before he was killed, he was in Tanisha's arms, up against the wall on the far side of the room. Tanisha managed to save him with Blink, and he could not be happier with his smaller size. There was an explosion of power, as half the building was blown out from the force of the arrow that had narrowly missed him. Joha ran to engage the Knight Commander while Tanisha tried to stand, only to throw up blood onto Bjorn before collapsing on top of him. The blood turned into Maya and fizzled away, but Tanisha was delirious. Bjorn quickly positioned the girl on his back and ran towards Svan to escape the battle between the two powerhouses. Harold was quick to figure out that the tier he had been following was actually Joha. The man was furious, and by the looks of things was fighting Joha to a stalemate. The demon was a problem, but not his target. He needed to find and kill the real ISI Patriarch. The knight attempted to disengage as Bjorn met with Svan at the door, and the two ran out of the room. Svan picked up Tanisha while they ran downstairs into what remained of a textile shop. The sound of Johha and Harold's battle echoed throughout the building as they reached the first floor. There was a lot of power radiating off of Tanisha. Bjorn could feel her reach out to him through their bond. Something was happening to her. He just couldn't tell what. Then again, something had happened to him, too, and he needed to get a good grasp on the situation. He split his attention, something that had become easier with more heads. Failsafe, I need all of the heads back. I need you to analyze the changes to us now, Bjorn said. The construct immediately relinquished control of the right head and gasped. Bjorn remembered that the construct couldn't monitor his body and control the head at the same time. So the changes to him would have been just as much a surprise to Failsafe as it was to Bjorn. What in the infernal planes did you do? Failsafe asked. Aether. And the Maya is gone. Like gone. What happened? Work fast. I'll tell you later what happened. I need to know what my body can do, Bjorn said. Look through the bond at Tanisha as well. What's happening to her? Okay, I'm going to be silent for a little while, so bear with me, Failsafe responded. Sven called to Bjorn. Down here. Bjorn returned his focus to where he had been running. He followed Sven outside and behind the building without much active thought. It seemed that the more heads he had, the more tasks he could do at once without needing to fully focus on each individual head. They were at a cellar door, which Sven quickly opened. Sven looked around. We just need Joe. The tiger demon appeared in a cloud of red Maya. He was still shaped like Tyr, but his antlers had become barb horns. He was bleeding Maya from multiple deep cuts all over his body. The fight against the Knight Commander had been far more even than he wanted. We have to go now. The Knight Commander got away, Joe said with a growl. Right, follow me, Sven said. We have to get back to the gate before reinforcements arrive. I will take Tanisha. I am faster than you, Joe said as he gently took her. They escaped into the cellar without being seen. Things were going well for the plan. From there, the trio ran into a tunnel that connected to a rather extensive network of catacombs, some of which were used for sewage, if the smell was anything to go by. The path they were on was thankfully not one of those. It only took a minute of running before Tanisha stirred. She mentioned something about evolution before passing out again. I have it, well, some of it. Take a look at your menus, Failsafe said. Whatever you did to keep us alive made us lose some levels. Might have been worth it, though, for the Aether. Bjorn couldn't help but feel some trepidation in talking to the reincarnation construct. The final warning he got from the Queen of 1,000 Heads put him on edge. Status menu name: Bjorn Ison Scalebound Species. Lernian Hydra level. 22 Vitality. 150, 136/195 Restoration. 220 less than 206/270 Constitution. 90 less than 76/135 Strength. 100 less than 80/130 Dexterity. 85/71/100 Stamina. 95/81/115 Aether. 30/50 Etheric Regeneration. 100/100. Plus 100 from Bond. Page 1 of 2. It looks like you lost 4 levels and 40 points to stats because of the Aether. You lost an additional 50 because your smaller size lost muscle mass, Failsafe stated. Shame. What will happen to the memories I got because of those levels? Bjorn asked. We lost those too, Failsafe said. We never internalized them, so you'll have to level up again before we have access to all of it. Wait, you never told me what happened. How did you get us connected to Aether? Does it have something to do with that unknown pack thing I can see for some reason? Bjorn was silent for a long moment. He was conflicted if he should tell Failsafe any information about his conversation with POS1. He didn't seem to know, so she must have done something to prevent Failsafe from seeing those memories. Failsafe was in Bjorn's head, but couldn't really read his mind. He had to actively want to talk to the construct for his thoughts to be conveyed. He'd never been too suspicious of Failsafe, but maybe that was a mistake. I don't know, maybe it was just luck, Bjorn said. I was connected to a higher plane. I guess it just worked out. Weird. Well, don't do it again, Failsafe scolded. I am tired of almost dying. Take a look at your skills analysis page. I did the conversion from mana to Aether for you. Skills analysis: reincarnation, Failsafe, and incomplete reincarnation magic, and your best friend, who has your back no matter what. Error. Unknown Pack, the Queen of 1,000 Heads, is watching you. Venomous Bite. Ether cost 0. You have a neurotoxic venom, which can be injected through a bite with your fangs. Your venom becomes infectious and will spread to nearby targets within 5 feet of the injected target. Allies are unaffected by your venom. Poison Cloud. Ether cost 5. With your right head, you can mix venom into the air using magic, creating a large area of poisonous gas. This gas will rapidly reduce the health of those inside. Allies within your poison cloud are unaffected. Gain control over the spread and density of the poison cloud. Plague Fire Breath. Ether cost 8. With your left head, you can breathe a plume of superheated toxin, which will ignite enemies and infect them with your neurotoxin. Flames retain toxicity until you release the spell. Plague Fire will spread like normal fire. Hellmouth Etheric Breath. Ether cost 15. I have no idea what this is or how it works. It replaced Maya Breath, but until you use it, I don't know what it will do. I recommend trying it when no one is around. Poison Claws. Ether cost 2. You can infuse your claws with neurotoxic venom, making even small scratches fatal. Venom has resistance to cleansing effects. Allies are unaffected by your venom. Delta Familiar Contract. Ether cost -100. You are a bonded Delta-class familiar. You gain +100 to etheric regeneration. Your bond has grown, allowing you to convey emotions through your bond. Your bond is more resistant to outside influences and cannot be forcibly severed by outside parties. King of the Reptiles. Passive skill. Dragons, lizards, and amphibians all show hesitation and fear around you, going so far as to run away. More study needed. Intimidation. Roar. Ether cost 1. Infuse ether into your roar to paralyze anyone that hears it. Your roar can paralyze humanoid magic constructs as long as they are connected to a magic caster. Paralysis duration depends on distance and level disparity between you and the target. Those bound to you are immune to this effect. Head regeneration and random growth. Hydra regeneration. Ether cost 15. So funny story, we grew another head. I have no idea why. We actually have enough ether to use this now. I still don't recommend decapitation though. We can convert experience or ether into maturation, or healing major wounds including decapitation, or growing more heads. Let's not push our luck too much though. Every time we do something, you almost get us killed as is. Page 2 of 2. Ether Breath. Hydra regeneration. It looks like all of my skills just kept the Maya aspects without the need for Maya. Yeah, essentially it just changed the source of your power, failsafe stated. As for Ether Breath, as it stands, I have no idea what it's going to do. Maybe it's a buff like the Maya version was, or maybe it will tear a hole in space and time, or maybe it will summon a cosmic bunny. Needless to say, we should wait to use it until we are away from allies. Just in case. Why don't you know what it is? Bjorn asked. I have very limited knowledge of Ether. It's hard to decipher. The only reason I know what the other skills do is because they didn't change the formula too much, just the power source, so the spell forms are pretty much the same. Ether Breath completely replaced Hellmouth to the point it's unrecognizable. But look on the bright side. Mystery is the spice of Lee. A sudden flash of light arrested everyone's attention. The light was blinding and had a substance to it like being thrown into a fire that doesn't burn. They all stopped as the source of the light was identified. Tanisha started floating in the air, her form shrouded in white gold with etheric runes inking their way across her skin, tattooing her form in arcane symbols and some of the most complex magic diagrams Bjorn had ever seen. The ether was coated in mana, which continued to weave into the air, mixing into the diagrams and further amplifying the complexity. Tanisha was speaking, but her words were immediately snatched from his memory, as if it were not for the ears of mortals or true, but for the universe itself. The universe seemed to respond as everything started to vibrate. It was subtle at first, but after a minute the ground shook to the point everyone feared to cave in. Maya escaped Tanisha's mouth with every word. It was blood red and sank into her skin, finishing the patterns on her glowing form. The lights dimmed and the shaking stopped. Bjorn tasted the air and found something he had never tasted before. It wasn't Maya, mana, or ether. At first it had trace amounts of the three, but after a moment it became a homogeneous new power. As the light retreated, Bjorn got a notification and had to read it twice to fully understand what was happening. Master Evolution Prerequisite Tanisha Thundersky Scalebound has met the requirement to evolve her race. She has broken free of the limitations set by the creator of the Wendigo. Her evolution, Cernunos, requires a permanent bond which ties your souls. This is a unique evolution which will grant the familiar some of her abilities, and her some of your abilities. Your bond has become permanent and your souls inextricably tied together. Gain the following abilities of your master: Mystic Wind Hands, Air Claws Mana Armor, Etheric Scales Hydromancy, Hydromancy Water Light, Water Missile. Hydro Breath. Share the following abilities with your master: Venomous Bite, Venomous Fangs Poison Cloud, Poison Breath Plague Fire Breath, Hydra Fire. Poison Claws, Poison Infusion King of Reptiles, Queen of Reptiles. Note: rejection of your bond will cease this evolution, and it will permanently become lost. Warning: this evolution is currently stabilizing the core of your master. If you reject this evolution prerequisite, your master will devolve into a new species, Cursed Deathwalker, Lesser Wendigo. Accept evolution prerequisite within 2 minutes or evolution will be lost. Accept. Yes/no. Bjorn was flabbergasted by the prompt. He hadn't considered permanently tying his soul to Tanisha. The familiar bond by itself wouldn't have done that, as far as he knew. It wasn't that he disliked Tanisha, but for such an extreme connection to be required for her to live was asinine. He wasn't sure if it was what he wanted. He would surely outlive the Wendigo girl. Did that mean her spirit would never find rest? What fate would await her if he was unable to stop the Queen of 1,000 Heads from poisoning this reality? Would she want to face that existential threat? Failsafe didn't seem to get the notification, or couldn't see it, as he didn't react at all. More and more things were being hidden from him, which only made Bjorn more suspicious of the construct. It wasn't Failsafe's choice anyway. It was his and his alone, and he now had less than a minute to decide. He took a deep breath and let it out slow and controlled. Yes, Bjorn thought. The menu snapped closed, and the light around Tanisha dimmed. She was slowly lowered to her feet, her body changing as she took her first step as a new creature. Her raven-black hair was now long and disheveled, her body in its prime looking to have aged into an adult. Her ears had become long and pointed, like those of an elf. Stranger still was the long black tail she sported, which dragged on the floor. She stumbled, only to be caught by Yuhia and Svan, who had both reached out to catch her. She opened her eyes for the first time to reveal glowing golden orbs that swirled with magic. The light in them slowly faded, leaving the golden irises to sparkle in the dim light of the catacombs. This was the birth of the first greater Wendigo in over 2 millennia. Bjorn, Failsafe said sheepishly. Don't be mad, but remember how I said I would warn you before the bond became permanent? Well, and it was no fault of mine, but the bond might have just made itself permanent suddenly. I know, Bjorn responded resolutely. Failsafe rushed to his own defense. It wasn't my fault. I had been monitoring it just kind of change weight, you know. 77 fight in the street power unlike anything Tanisha had ever felt coursed through her veins. She expected pain or to be knocked out for days or something, but no, there was none of that. She was a little dizzy, but even that quickly dissipated. She felt good, better than good. That was, until she sniffed the air and nearly keeled over while she dry heaved from the stench. True's above, it is foul down here, Tanisha said, but was caught off guard by the sound of her own voice. Is that me? Her voice was more mature and melodic than before the transformation. She looked herself over as best she could. Glowing symbols slowly vanished, leaving what appeared to be moving tattoos and spinning magic circles. After a few seconds, they also stopped, becoming stationary and barely visible patterns across her skin. Her outfit, the white and blue scaled ISI garb, was too small on her. She had grown in height, musculature, and feminine curves. She freaked out when she felt something move in her pants, rubbing up against her leg. She jumped with a squeal, only for Yuhia to catch her in the air. What is that? What is that? Tanisha panicked. It would appear you have a tail now, Yuhia pointed out. Tanisha's mouth was agape when she saw the black furry appendage exiting her pant leg. What in the higher planes is going on? Sven asked, full of panic. What was that power? Tanisha stuttered. Now is not the time. We all will have a million questions after we get out of here, Yuhia said, cutting them off. Tanisha, it is you in there, right? Tanisha was taken back by the question, but then remembered that they didn't know if she would still be herself after she evolved. She still felt like she was fully herself. How would she know if her mind had changed fundamentally? For now, she would have to remain conscious of how she thought and felt. Yes, Tanisha responded. And I can run. I feel fine. Yuhia placed her back on her feet. He then bellowed out Maya, which surrounded them both. When the Maya vanished, their outfits had changed. Their clothes were now bland earth tones not meant to stand out. Yuhia couldn't add fabric to clothing he changed with Maya, so her outfit was a little more revealing than she liked, but there was nothing she could do about it now. Tanisha had to, as stealthily as she could, pull her tail up and out of her pants. The appendage was long, about 4 feet, and covered in black fur. Hair? She didn't know how to classify it. She found that she could control the tail as if she'd always had it. It was weird having the instinct to do something she'd never done before. She made it wrap around her hips like a furry belt to keep it out of the way. Bjorn, are you okay, big man? Tanisha asked. Bjorn hissed his agreement. Thank you for accepting the bond. I'll make it up to you, I swear. Let's get going, Sven said. With everyone looking so different, I doubt they could identify us. We can go up to the surface soon, but we will have to be quick. As soon as they see Bjorn, they will attack. Tanisha didn't know how different she looked, but the changes had to be substantial since she was at least a foot taller. She touched her face, which gave her little insight into the changes. That was, until she touched her ears, which were long and elf-like. The group started running, not too fast at first as they wanted to make sure Tanisha could keep up. When she started to outpace them, they kicked it up a notch. Tanisha could easily keep pace as long as they didn't use flash step. If not for the endless stench, she would have found it amazing. It took only a few minutes before they made it to another cellar door. Sven opened it and looked out after a few tense seconds. He told them to wait while he checked out the surroundings. Tanisha decided to take the time to look at her status menus. She needed to know what she could do now that she was no longer a Wendigo. It was a weird thought to no longer be the same species she had always been, but she quickly moved her attention to the task at hand. Status menu name: Tanisha Scalebound Species, Sir Nuno's level. 22 Vitality. 26 plus 20 is equal to 46 Restoration. 20 plus 20 is equal to 40 Constitution. 46 plus 30 is equal to 76 Willpower. 20 plus 100 is equal to 120 Strength. 20 plus 20 is equal to 40 Dexterity. 35 plus 20 is equal to 55 Stamina. 20 plus 15 is equal to 35 Seer. Equals 16 Maya plus 40 Mana/Ether. Plus 200 plus 210 is equal to 466 Seer Regeneration. 35 plus 200 is equal to 235, plus 100 from Bond. Page 1 of 3. Tanisha whispered to herself. What in the world is Seer? Did I lose Maya and Mana? In a panic, used her Maya breathing and exhaled a sparkly green and gold-hued Maya, Ether, Mana. She couldn't tell what it was, but it felt like all three and none of them at the same time. She looked inward at her core, and it was as she remembered it before her evolution. Well, with one notable change. The ring of Mana and Ether had fused with the ring of Maya, creating a fast-moving spheroid around her chaotic inner core. The inner core was also spinning, but much slower. It spun outward, away from the star in the very center. Seer is the mixture of all three. Tanisha's eyes widened as she left her core. That means... Wait, what does that mean? I need to look at the other menus. Skills Analysis Delta Familiar Contract. You are bonded with a Delta-class familiar. You gain plus 100 to Seer Regeneration. Your bond has grown, allowing you to convey emotions through your bond. Your bond is resilient against outside influences and cannot be forcibly severed by outside parties. Your familiar's life expectancy is extended by 5 years. Mystic Wind Hands Hard Air Construct Seer Cost Variable I Low Cost 2 Seer. Speak the words of power and create Seer Air constructs. Form air constructs into any shape, and they will interact with the world, acting out the caster's will. 2. Medium cost, 6 seer. Air constructs with darker aspects of seer to burn any that oppose you. 3. High cost, 16 seer. Constructs will become invisible and silent. Arcanist Sage Core, Ringularity Sage Core Seer Cost. Variable Chaos, Mana, Maya, and Aether compose the inner workings of your soul. Their coalescence in one body created Seer, an energy seeking to uncover the very nature of the world around it. You can control all aspects that make up your core. Exerting your will over Seer controls Mana, Maya, and Aether. You can use tools from any of the energies that make up your core. Your will can dominate Mana, Maya, and Aether outside your body for a short distance and use ambient energies for your arcane machinations. Mana Armor, Chain Breaker's Mantle Seer Cost. Variable I. Low Seer Cost per minute. Seer will inundate your muscles and bones with power to temporarily increase your physical attributes. 2. Medium Seer Cost per minute. The Marks of Seer greatly enhances unarmed strikes. Unarmed punches and kicks will produce a Seer shockwave, increasing the range of unarmed strikes a short distance. 3. High Seer Cost per minute. The energies within you grants the ability of Arcane Shift to teleport up to 5 yards. Sage Spellform Crafter, Sage Soul Forge Seer Cost. Variable I. Use Seer to alter and twist existing spellforms connected to your Ringularity core. 2. Unknown. Unknown. 3. Unknown. 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 Hydromancy, Divination Hydromancy Seer Cost. Variable I. Create Seer constructs with liquid attributes, condense water from the atmosphere, and/or control water from a water source. Exerting control over water allows you to change its state and temperature with ease. 2. Alter the properties of water to cause it to glow. Only those you choose can see the light produced. 3. Water in any state will condense into a blast of highly pressurized water. You maintain control of water even after it is fired, allowing it to change trajectory and home in on enemies. Plus Venomous Fang Commune with your familiar to unlock. Plus Poison Breath Commune with your familiar to unlock. Plus Hydra Fire Commune with your familiar to unlock. Plus Poison Infusion Commune with your familiar to unlock. Plus Queen of Reptiles Commune with your familiar to unlock. All of her skills had changed to use the new power within her. They were more powerful, since they had the effects of Maya without having to switch between using Mana and Maya. She would need to experiment with the abilities to know their new limitations. It made her feel less assured about any potential fight they might get in soon. Her body and magic were different now, so she wasn't confident she would be as effective in a fight. The skills she got from Bjorn were dormant for now, like she expected. She would have gained access to some of his skills at the next rank, once he became an Iota rank familiar in a few years. She wondered what would happen at that stage now. She would need to find some books on how to commune. It was a ritual that required a lot of time to set up. Ringularity Sage Core Analysis Sage of Seer Your Soul is permanently bonded to another in life and in death. The core of the Sage of Seer has been crafted to utilize the powers of other worlds. Seer is the power of divining one's own path. Free from the constraints of one's fate, you weave your own destiny. Nature Discipline Specialties. Venificanesis, creation and control of toxins, venoms, and poisons. Elemental Discipline Specialties. Ionikinesis, creation and manipulation of ionized gas, wielding intense heat and electrical energy. Aerokinesis, control over air currents and atmosphere. Electrokinesis, creation of and control over electricity and lightning. Hydrokinesis, creation of and control over water. Pyrokinesis, creation of and control over heat, fire, and thermal temperature. Plus geokinesis, control over the ground beneath your feet. Plus ferrokinesis, control over metals. The purer the metal, the greater your control. Page 3 of 3. Tanisha was even more confused about the Sage of Seer after reading the Ringularity Sage Core Analysis. Divining was a power of the Starlight Mages, if they specialized in it. Did it mean she had that ability somehow, despite not having a skill? Or was it metaphorical? Either way, she was impressed that she was so much stronger now. Graders were not always stronger than normals or lesser. The lesser skinwalkers were physically stronger than Wendigo, just like the Treants were stronger than Druids. It was lucky that her species' graders were apparently stronger magically and physically. If her calculations were right, she gained over 80 levels in UCP, which meant that even though she was the same level, she was far stronger with raw stats than even Svan, who was level 54 last time she looked. Where she lacked was skill. She didn't have the mountains of experience he did, so she shouldn't let it go to her head. "Are you alright, Tanisha?" Joha asked. "Changing what you are fundamentally. Becoming this." He seemed conflicted. "Power changes people. I pursued power for a long time before seeing that it had changed me. I did a lot of things I'm not proud of, and I have a lot of regrets. I don't want you to have to go down that road." He looked at her for a long moment, and Tanisha could see the pain that ran deep in the Rakshas's eyes. It is easy to lose yourself to the fastest solution to a problem, but just because you have the power does not mean you are right. Tanisha opened her mouth to respond, but Svan returned before she could. "We have to go now," Svan said quickly. "The hands are keeping the others from escaping." It looked like the wagon with the children, and only a few others got through. Tanisha looked over to the tiger demon, who started breathing out Black Maya and was ready to engage. He nodded and the group ran as fast as they could out into the main street. There were bodies everywhere, ISI, knights, and civilians. They heard the explosion of spells and clashing of magic and chakra. It looked like they'd had a hard-fought battle to the gatehouse, even after so many knights were led away. Tanisha used her divination hydromancy, finding that it used the same words of power as hydromancy to create a liquid construct. Instead of one orb like she had been practicing with, two popped into existence floating to her right. It didn't seem any more difficult to control two, so she was happy with the result. Joha was the first to engage as he changed into his sleek black tiger combat form. He used Maya Blink and acrobatics to scale the wall of a nearby building, where archers were firing down on the ISI who were surrounded. Tanisha also saw a herald with his familiar. They would be a dangerous pair. Tanisha activated Chain Breaker Mantle second stage, the sensation feeling like she was being supercharged by her magics. Her body felt lighter, her movements more calculated and precise, and the world seemed to move slightly slower. She realized she was perceiving things at an accelerated rate. If this was how high-leveled Wendigo perceived the world, it was frightening to think what her father and mother were really capable of. She pushed that thought to the back of her mind. She was the one with the power right now. She was the one who could make the difference. The hail of arrows coming down on the IS stopped right as Tanisha, Bjorn, and Svan crashed into the unsuspected back line of the knights. Bjorn unleashed a wave of poison, which spilled out amongst the battlefield with streams of what Tanisha recognized as etheric power instead of mana. Tanisha wasn't idle while this happened. She summoned her bardiche from her necklace, and her magic lit up the runes on the blade. She slashed the first man she reached. Her water orb shot out streams of water that were targeted at joints and gaps in the knight armor. The protections on the armor were impressive to say the least. Some of these men were survivors from Bjorn's fire breath on the gate. It took precision, not brute strength, to take any one of them down. At least, that was what Tanisha thought before the bardiche nearly cleaved the knight in twain. The weapon snapped halfway through the man's torso, leaving Tanisha flabbergasted with her strength and holding the wooden handle of a once beautiful weapon. She immediately had to dodge the strike of another man, who seemed to move in slow motion as she weaved out of the way and kicked him across his armored face. The armored helmet dented but held strong. The man inside, however, was not so lucky. Sear exploded out from the point of impact, killing him and sending him flying. Tanisha directed her water to strike at the nearest men, some of who were starting to succumb to Bjorn's poison. Svan blocked another strike aimed for her as they pushed through the knights. Bjorn tackled someone off their familiar. His claws cut through the armor with surprising ease. Anytime he bit someone, Tanisha saw Aether transfer venom through the air into people close by. It happened so quickly she thought she was seeing things. That was a truly frightening ability. The poison cloud started dissipating far faster than it usually did, meaning the knights had medics cleansing the area before too many people died. It was fine. They successfully sowed enough chaos to break the knights' formation and momentum. The ISI were pushing back, using the momentary confusion to try and break through the blockade. Tanisha and Svan finally reached the ISI disciples. Some of them turned their weapons on Tanisha. "Stop! That is Tanisha!" Svan yelled. The ISI immediately changed targets. They had too many enemies around them to have their weapons drawn at an ally. Tanisha looked around at the survivors. It appeared the majority of the group either died or made it through the gatehouse, as there were only 17, well 21 with them, in the group. 78 bite the hand. The back line of the knights were in disarray. They had to flee the poison while those amongst them who could cleanse the area and heal the afflicted sprung into action. Tanisha saw a contingent of sentinels in heavy plate were in a shield wall formation, blocking escape through the hole in the gatehouse. They needed to make it past them if they wanted to get out. Tyr's voice cut through the chaos. "We need to make a push now, while they're regrouping." The ISI screamed their defiance of the knights as they pushed to the last line of defense for their freedom. That was, until a black void opened in front of them. Spikes made of pure darkness impaled the fastest ISI warrior in the chest before she could stop or avoid them. Spikes continued to fly through the air, but most of them were deflected by the masterful techniques of the ISI disciples. Tanisha was able to dodge one aimed at her, but the group came to a stop as a figure rose up from the bubbling darkness. As soon as Tanisha saw him, all she felt was rage. The man who killed Helena was right there, right in front of her. Identify name, Loki Daedalus race. Wendigo level. Vocation, Darkness Mage Conjurer. I see this will require my direct attention, Loki said as his form finished rising. Patriarch of the Is. You have fought admirably, but Tanisha screamed with all of her rage. Bjorn, kill him. Bjorn ran to the front of the group and unleashed a wave of fire. The plume expanded out like an explosion before an electrical pulse flashed through the blaze. Etheric symbols appeared, covering Bjorn's body as the fire focused into a beam. The hand was engulfed in moments as the flames continued into the line of sentinels, hitting the shield wall and killing a few of them instantly. Bjorn stopped the beam before it escaped into the outer city beyond. The last thing they needed was to kill a bunch of innocent people. Once everyone could see, they noticed a second person in front of Loki. Thyra had taken the totality of the blast in his place. There was a smile across her burned face. She looked more like burnt meat, and in places she was little more than charred bone. Even with skin and muscle carbonized, she ran towards the crowd of ISI disciples, focused squarely on Bjorn. The woman was a sanguine mage. They were also known as the Immortal Mage Skirmishers. Their magic was entirely in their blood, which led to them having an extraordinary healing factor. It also meant their mana muscle saturation made them unbelievably strong and durable. The trade-off was they couldn't use any external magic. Having both of the hands here was bad. Either one was on par with Joha, and Tanisha had a suspicion that Loki was stronger. Chainbreaker's Mantle Seer cost. Variable I. A low seer cost per minute. Seer will inundate your muscles and bones with power to temporarily increase your physical attributes. 2. Medium Seer cost per minute. The Marks of Seer, greatly enhancing unarmed strikes. Unarmed punches and kicks will produce a Seer shockwave, increasing the range of unarmed strikes a short distance. 3. High Seer cost per minute. The energies within you grants the ability of Arcane Shift to teleport up to 5 yards. Tanisha used the third level of her Chain Breaker's Mantle, which caused the symbols and magic circles tattooed on her body to rotate and glow with a soft white gold light. She used her newfound speed and Arcane Shift, which acted as a short-range teleport, to reach Bjorn before Thyra. She managed to grab him and push several ISI disciples out of Thyra's way as the woman slammed her fist down in the space Bjorn had been a moment before. Thyra's strike hit like a meteor, shattering the ground and sending concrete shrapnel into anyone too close to the impact. Most of the disciples managed to back away in time, but one person was torn to pieces. A person can't teleport another person with Blink or Arcane Shift, and even teleporters like Loki couldn't forcefully teleport people through his black portals. Tanisha only got a few steps away from Thyra when the explosion sent her and Bjorn flying. The ground came up fast, and she had Bjorn in her arms. She let him go once they were standing again, but she was bleeding. She didn't have the time to look herself over and just had to trust her constitution and mantle. "You're late," Loki said. "A thank you would be better in this situation, don't you think?" Thyra responded. "The Chimera is no concern of mine. Weak magic like that would not destroy my protections," Loki sighed. "I will kill the Patriarch. If the Chimera is here, then so is Freyja. Find her, and we'll eliminate her, too." Thyra protested. "The boy's father killed my familiar. I think I am owed blood by taking his son." "You already got blood for that." "Follow orders," Loki responded coldly. "Fine," Thyra grudgingly agreed. Thyra stood up, her form almost completely nude after Bjorn's fire. She didn't even react as a sword from one of the Isekai disciples pierced her chest where her heart should be. She merely batted the assailant away with a back fist. The strike looked casual, but the devastating effect left the disciple as more of a puddle than a person. The disciples had to turn their attention to Loki to keep from being skewered by the shadow spikes. The hands had successfully split the group. Thyra focused almost entirely on Bjorn. She clearly didn't recognize Tanisha in her new form. The hand's regeneration was nearly complete as she took a step towards Tanisha and Bjorn. Thyra cracked her neck. "You are a lot smaller than I remember. Do you shrink after using that fire attack or something?" Thyra closed the distance between them in a split second. It was so fast Tanisha didn't even know if it was a pure running speed or if she used Blink. Tanisha and Bjorn barely avoided the punch. Tanisha sidestepped and countered with 3 shots from her water missile, all of which hit. 1 in the head and 2 in the chest. It didn't slow Thyra down as a second punch sailed through the air and almost into Tanisha's face. Tanisha had to jump back to avoid being grabbed, but was nearly speared when a knight tried to take a lucky shot on her. Bjorn's smaller body allowed him to avoid a strike towards him as well. Tanisha used Arcane Shift and summoned her daggers to re-engage with Thyra. It was a dangerous gamble to get closer to the crazed hand, but Tanisha had to trust in her training and her familiar. Tanisha coated herself in Seer, which took on the properties of Maya as she exhaled. Although it was a notable amount sparklier, she had to trust in the Agnikavach form, with which she could take Thyra's punches without instantly dying. Thyra was fast and far more skilled than her, and she knew it, but Tanisha had far more options with her magic. The first punch to make it through her defense was on her side, and it lifted her off the ground. The attack felt like it split her in half, but it hadn't, and Tanisha stabbed Thyra's arm in retaliation. Tanisha dodged what she could, but Thyra was just too skilled, and she was put on the back foot. Each attack that hit had devastating power behind it that tested every bit of her constitution, Chain Breaker's mantle and Agnikavach style. Thyra was not just strong but also agile, and she even managed to destroy Tanisha's water orbs with a fast jab that transitioned into a back fist which caught Tanisha across the face. Tanisha aimed her daggers for joints to hopefully slow Thyra down, but the woman was a step ahead and kicked Tanisha's legs out from under her. Bjorn snapped his jaws onto her extended leg and quickly retreated. Tanisha landed on one hand and kicked Thyra in the stomach. The force of her seer exploded outward, surprising Thyra with the sudden pain. The hand's smile widened. She was in total euphoria as she was pushed back. Her eyes now looked at Tanisha with intrigue, as if sizing up the young woman for consumption. Tanisha realized that Thyra was testing her, not using her full strength just to see if she was worth her time. "It would appear that I misjudged you," Thyra said. "Are you the demon in disguise? You did a poor job looking like a Wendigo. We don't have tails or elf ears, you know. You are weaker than I thought, but this could still be fun. Are you pretending to be a magic caster to confuse me?" Tanisha was surprised by her sudden interest and manic expression. Thyra really didn't recognize her, and probably couldn't sense her magic because it had become seer and had the appearance of Maya. That also meant she didn't know Johja was off fighting the Drake Rider Commander. Tanisha also noticed that at some point during the fight her tail had unfurled. She quickly wrapped it back around herself. Thyra stepped towards them, Her muscles seemed to grow as her magic swelled. The hand stopped walking and coughed. She pulled her hand away with concern as a crimson substance escaped her lips. It was the first time she had ever seen her own blood. None of her wounds bled, no matter how deep or severe. Her magic was in her blood and was her blood, and yet a small stream of blood was escaping the sanguine mage from the bite Bjorn placed on her leg. Tanisha and Thyra both came to the same conclusion at the same time. His venom was strong enough to affect her. Tanisha had a win condition. Keep her here long enough, and she would succumb to the venom. She and Bjorn could do it. They could kill the immortal mage. Bjorn took this newfound knowledge and breathed out another poison cloud. Most of the previous one had been cleansed from the air by the Knight's healers. The cloud washed over the battle, forcing the Knights to retreat again and giving Tanisha and Bjorn a fighting chance against Thyra. "Bjorn, are you ready?" Tanisha asked with no mercy in her voice. "We have a hand to kill." "This just means I have to kill that beast sooner, demon," Thyra said. Tanisha spoke the words of power to summon the hard air constructs at a high cost. The spell was different than that used to summon mystic wind hands, but she didn't question how she knew the new incantation. The spell form appeared as a glowing geometric representation on the dorsal side of her right hand. She didn't have time to examine it, however, as she formed the power into two invisible hands. Tanisha threw her daggers at Thyra as the hand ran at the pair. Thyra's speed was only slightly slower than before. The hand easily dodged the projectiles and punched Tanisha right as she put up her guard. Tanisha felt one of her arms and several ribs break. The sound resounded as loud snaps. It was at that same moment Bjorn bit Tanisha on the side, and Tanisha's mind raced. Had he just betrayed her? Why did he bite her? 79. Blood time seemed to slow as Tanisha searched the bond to feel Bjorn's emotions. He was confident and wanted her to trust him. She had no choice, as she was just bitten by one of, if not the most toxic animals she had ever heard of, but she did trust him. It was at that moment she saw a stream of venom be carried in the ether directly into Thyra. Venomous bite ether cost 0. You have a neurotoxic venom, which can be injected through a bite with your fangs. Your venom becomes infectious and will spread to nearby targets within 5 feet of the injected target. Allies are unaffected by your venom. Tanisha understood that somehow the venom wasn't deadly to her in the same way poison cloud never hurt her. While Tanisha was temporarily distracted, Thyra landed another hit, but it was significantly weaker than the first. The added venom had already begun rampaging through her body. Tanisha had her own plan to enact, and she needed concentration to pull it off. The poison cloud limited visibility so much so that Thyra didn't notice that Tanisha's daggers were floating in the air behind her. Tanisha hadn't thrown them, but instead let the air constructs have them, so she could attack from behind. Joha had taught her a long time ago that there was only one way to properly kill a mage. Tanisha ducked under a strike from Thyra, breaking the woman's guard, and punched her with an uppercut to the head. The sear exploded outward, knocking her head back. Thyra was dazed, but her magic kept her conscious. Her healing was fighting the venom in her, the poison all around, and the combat damage at the same time. Blood began to flow from Thyra's eyes and ears as she reared back to defend herself. Her confidence in winning this fight waned with each missed strike as Tanisha weaved her 2 jabs. She was getting weaker each passing moment. Then she felt something stab through her throat. Then a second time as the blades returned. Normally this wouldn't be an issue. She had been stabbed many times before, but this was different. This was the first time she felt cold. She felt fear in the face of battle. The hand was so weak now that she fell to her knees, unable to breathe as she started to shake uncontrollably. "All you had to do was leave me alone," Tanisha said as she reached behind Thyra's head and grabbed one of the twin daggers. "I hope you still think the journey was worth it to see me again." Recognition flashed in Thyra's bloodshot eyes. "Aja," she coughed out. "You have to be kidding me. The failure, the Shia?" Tanisha yanked the dagger around, using an air construct hand to do the same to the other weapon since her arm was broken. "No, my name is Tanisha," she said as the head rolled free. Thyra's body slumped over as blood pooled on the ground. Tanisha was going to turn away to join the fight against Loki, but something in her made her look at the crimson wash. She couldn't break free of the sight and smell. She wanted to taste it. She needed to taste it. Something about the blood was calling to her. It was Bjorn growling at her that made her realize she was on the ground, on her hands and knees, her head just a few inches from the blood. Tanisha had to muster all of her willpower to resist the overwhelming urge to lap up as much as she could. She hyperventilated as she struggled to keep herself from doing something she would regret. Bjorn had to tackle her and move her way from Thyra's body to finally snap her out of her transfixation. She almost drank blood, Wendigo blood. Tanisha shook her head in disbelief. Maybe being a Cernunnos had affected her mind after all. "Thanks, Bjorn," she said in a pained grunt. "Maybe don't use me as a venom delivery system next time, though." Tanisha had to pick herself off the ground. The fight with Thyra had left her battered, but she was the one who'd survived in the end. She shouldn't have won that fight. Thyra was far more skillful, durable, and experienced, but she was too cocky. She had believed nothing could hurt her, so she didn't use her abilities to their absolute best. If Thyra had been serious in the beginning, Tanisha would be the one without a head. Tanisha directed one of her hard air constructs to burn Thyra's head, which it did rather quickly. It was a precaution to ensure that Thyra didn't regenerate or become an undead. The sounds of battle grabbed her attention. The Isi disciples were still fighting Loki. When Tanisha turned to see what was going on, her heart sank. All but 3 of the disciples were dead. Tyr was pierced through the chest with a long shadow spike. Svan was in combat with a shadow construct and was missing an arm. She was too late to save them. She glared at Loki, her body too damaged to engage with the stronger of Ingrid's hands. Although her fury in seeing the man caused sear to spill from her mouth and crackle with power. Despite the fact she knew she wouldn't survive engagement, she prepared to throw everything she had into killing the man. A moment before Tanisha could will herself to move, Yuhia finally rejoined the battle. He was again covered in wounds and black maya as he sped towards the spike that held up Tyr's body. He broke the shadow construct spike with a kick and caught Tyr. He threw the young man over his shoulder. Loki summoned shadow spikes which shot out of the ground towards the tiger demon. Yuhia was able to dodge them, but only by inches each time. "Get him out of here," Svan yelled. "Don't worry about us." For the ISI. The other surviving ISI disciple reiterated Svan's sentiment. Yuhia rushed towards Tanisha and picked her up under his free arm. "Bjorn, on my back, hold on," Yuhia said. "Yuhia, we have to kill him. With you here we can." Tanisha screamed. "We stay, Tyr dies." Yuhia responded. "I'm not sure I can beat that man." Tanisha looked over to Tyr. He was breathing, although it was very shallow. She then looked over to Loki and balled her fist only to release it. Her daggers were stored in her necklace as she let out a breath. "Phoenix." Tanisha relented. Bjorn did as he was told and jumped onto the tiger demon's back. He even used his claws to ensure he was on securely. Yuhia ran, taking off like an arrow through the sky. Tanisha could see how each step was infused with Maya, pushing him that much faster. He wasn't using Maya blink or flash step, but instead some kind of running jump where he released a small amount of Maya each time his foot pushed off the ground. Between the hail of spikes, the sentinels at the gatehouse, and the shadow constructs, there was no way Yuhia could make it through unscathed. That's when Bjorn again unleashed his fire breath, this time from all of his heads at once, clearing a way in front of them for a single moment. Yuhia used that moment, charging through to the outer city. They had done it. They escaped the influence of the Salstar domain. The outer city was far more densely packed than the inner one. Crowds had come to see the fight at the gate as best they could. The prince and the Salstars only had control of the inner city and palace at the moment, although the prince could take complete control if he wanted. Tanisha was right in her assumption that he wouldn't. The Salstars had to pass the test first or he wouldn't back them. Yuhia changed his appearance several times during the escape, only stopping once he was sure no one was following them. He took them into an alley where several homeless people watched them suspiciously before turning away to mind their own business. Yuhia let go of Tanisha as Bjorn jumped off of him. Yuhia now looked like some random Wendigo woman. He carefully placed Tyr on the ground. The young man's breathing was shallow and wet. The hole in his chest looked to have just barely missed his heart, but had punctured his lung. He had various other wounds, including a missing eye. "Are you okay, Sif?" Yuhia asked as he nodded towards the alley dwellers. "I am leaky," Tanisha decided to name him, "but I don't think we can save him. If we take him to a healer who might have constructs and they might find us, and I don't have any poti." She quickly accessed her necklace. "I know I placed it in here." A bottle containing the blue greater health potion appeared in her hand. "Leaky, administer this." Yuhia took the potion and uncorked it. His Maya turned the brew into a fine mist. Tanisha remembered when they'd had to do the same thing for Wyatt when he was kicked by a startled horse. Despite this being far more serious, the procedure was the same. Each time Tyr breathed, some of the potion would enter through his mouth or nose. His breathing became more erratic as the pain increased. Having tissue and organs repaired this way always hurt, and it would be far slower than if he could just drink the potion. "Hold him down," Yuhia said. Tanisha held onto one of Tyr's wrists, and Bjorn had to hold the other, as one of her arms was broken. She was surprised she wasn't in more pain. It hurt, sure, but not to the same level as when she'd fought the troll back at the start of her adventure. Well, Bjorn fought the troll. She just got ragdolled, but whatever. This pain was far more manageable, even ignorable. She resigned herself to just believing it was a combination of her higher constitution and willpower, maybe. It took 5 minutes for Tyr's breathing to normalize, and an additional 5 before he finally took all of the potion. He was unconscious, however, and they didn't know how long it would be before he woke up. "I think he's going to make it," Tanisha said. Even his eye regenerated. "It was a good potion," Yuhia agreed. "We need to keep moving, though. Come here." A long cloth appeared in his hands, and he tied a sling around Tanisha's broken arm. "That should work for now. We stick to the alleys, we stay hidden, and stick to your plan." He looked at Bjorn. "We just need to get him out of sight." Tyr stirred, then opened his eyes. He quickly looked around, confused as to where he was. He was too weak to do much more than sit up. "What's going on?" "Who are you two?" Tyr asked. "It's me, Tanisha," she said in a whisper. "We're out in the outer city, but call me Sif for now." "Tanny Sif, we got out?" Tyr asked as whatever strength he had left failed him, and he laid back on the ground. "What about everyone else?" He looked around. "We need to go somewhere safe. Do you know of a place?" Yuhia asked abruptly. Tyr swallowed dryly. He understood the context behind changing the subject. He clenched his fists and cursed under his breath. The young man closed his eyes and nodded. Ido. His voice was tired. "We have a meet-up location with the ones who got through before things turned to shit." Tyr tried to stand, but couldn't even sit up again. I may need some help, but I can get us there." 80, first princess of Yuhia the Lesser, Zmei were the familiars of the royal family. They were massive, 3-headed dragons. The sorcerer nature of the royal family of Yuhia meant they had a connection to the beasts that no one else had been able to cultivate. The fight for succession to the throne was well underway, as the elderly king did not have much longer. Out of the 12 princes and princesses, only 3 were seen as potential next rulers. First Prince Arnor, fourth Prince Baldur, and the first Princess Sigrun. Sigrun had the smallest of the 3 factions vying for the throne. So when it was discovered that the Nazim were traitors, she knew she had to install one of her supporting noble families as the lords of the domain. The domain had become an economic powerhouse and would boost her standing in the running several-fold. The problem was, her brother Arnor already declared that the domain would belong to the Soulstars. It meant she would have to contest the claim. Princess Sigrun saw the potential in Lavi as a special economic zone. She believed that with proper governance the territory could prosper for generations as a major trade state. But the first prince had the advantage since his faction also had the Soulstars, and she had no noble families who could compete with them head-to-head. The Tajuli were the most powerful family that supported her, but they weren't as prestigious in combat. What they lacked in power was more than made up for in their political acumen. The princess saw Lavi in the distant moonlight. It was the key to her success. Sadly, it had been nearly a month since her brother had arrived. She was sure the Soulstars had already completed their show of power, and that the land would now be fully contested. She sat upon a golden throne on the back of her familiar. Her legs crossed as she looked at the city with disappointment. Her brother would ruin this place with his rule and xenophobic short-sightedness. Sigrun would have to lay siege to the city if the Salstars had already taken the walls. A battle for the fort city would all but devastate its economy for a few decades. She had to trust in her faction to rebuild. The princess had no choice but to wait for the scouts to return and march to take the city. Her left hand, a man by the name of Thorfinn, bowed at the feet of her familiar. "Your Royal Highness, the scouts have returned. They have requested an audience with you and the Tajuli Patriarch to report." The princess stood and jumped down from the massive three-headed dragon. The world seemed to shift for a moment, and she was instantly safely on the ground. Under the glow of the crescent moon, the princess beauty was striking, especially against the backdrop of the dark forest. Her tiara was adorned with crystalline flowers which glowed all the brighter under her sorcery. Her antlers also told of battle with countless marks etched into them, whispering of conflicts hard fought and won. Her armor was a marvel of Wendigo metalworking and the ancient art of runesmithing. It was a perfect blending of form and function. Plate mail was meticulously engraved with intricate patterns that wove into countless interlocking enchantments. Every inch was ornate yet practical, every curve and joint perfectly fitted to her lithe frame. From the center of her chest, a soft light pulsed to her heartbeat, radiating out along the patterns. She looked out to the city that would soon be the battleground of her making. She was larger than life in that moment, an imposing figure of strength and regality. However, there was a deep sadness that weighed heavily on her because of the actions she must take. She was on a journey that demanded sacrifice, and that she turned part of herself into a monster. She took a final long look at the city and steeled herself for what she had to do next. "Keep a lookout here, Dagny," Sigrun said as she touched her familiar's leg. She then turned to Thorfinn. "They haven't been gone very long. The gates must have been closed." She sighed as they walked. "Do you think we'll be able to take the fort if that is the case?" Thorfinn wore the common regalia of a hand, but in the royal colors of gold, silver, and black. His face was covered with a veil that bore the insignia of the royal family. He was careful not to outpace the princess, always one step behind her. "It is difficult to say, Your Highness," Thorfinn stated. "With your aid, I am sure we can breach the walls, but it will depend how entrenched the Salstar forces are. Reports say that Ulfr is not here. He sent Ingrid. Apparently, he is training a new heir. That is a bit of good news. Ingrid will be troublesome, but not as much as Ulfr would have been," Sigrun said. "She is powerful, but that man rivals Arnor. I doubt anyone here but me could subjugate him. It is a shame what happened with Helga, but maybe some good will come of it." She was quiet for a moment, then took a breath. "When this is done, remind me to visit her in the Salstar Mausoleum. I think I've been avoiding it long enough." "Of course, Your Highness," Thorfinn agreed. "Thorfinn, do you think this is the right thing to do?" the princess questioned. "This isn't some battle against the druids. I'll be leading us to fight our own people. I cannot say whether it is right or wrong, but I do know we must do what is required of us," Thorfinn said. "Everyone here is here because they believe you should sit upon the throne of Yuhia. This is the biggest break we have ever gotten, and we can't let it go. So, I believe in you, princess, regardless of the challenges we will have to face." "When did you get all serious?" Sigrun asked with a slight chuckle. "Where is the Thorfinn I know? I thought you would prefer I acted seriously while we're so close to camp." Thorfinn responded, his tone far lighter. "What if someone found out we were friends?" He covered his veiled mouth in mock horror. "When I am but a mere hand. Nay, a lowly servant." Sigrun playfully pushed him. "You're the only one I can talk to normally here," she stated almost poutingly. "When you start talking like that when we're alone, it's frustrating." "Well, Siggy, you know there are some people here who live and die on rank and ceremony," Thorfinn retorted. "I'm just doing my duty to make sure you are what people need you to be. You are the first princess." They entered the siege camp, which used geokinesis wizards to quickly change the landscape into a defensible position. Everyone saluted her with one hand over the heart and head bowed as she walked by. The campsite was only an hour into construction, so there was still much they had to do. In the center of the camp was a large tent which would be the strategic center of the siege. The princess took a breath before she entered. She would be the leader of the largest assault on a contested territory in their history. It was not something she was going to take lightly. "Hail the first princess," Thorfinn announced. Generals and commanders from her royal soldier forces and the Tajuli knights sat at a round table. They all stood as she entered. Vidar Tajuli, the patriarch of their noble house, was standing next to a man dressed as a traveler. The traveler instantly fell to his knees and bowed as she crossed the room. She sat on a wooden throne which was slightly elevated on a platform and crossed her legs. On the table in front of them was a large map of the fort city. "You all may be seated," Sigrun stated. Everyone but the man dressed in normal clothing sat. He remained bowed in place. "Your Highness, this is Commander Grad of the scouting party. He has a full report," Vidar stated. "Rise, Scout Commander. What have we uncovered?" Sigrun asked. "It has only been a few hours since you were sent out." "Your Highness," Grad stated dutifully as he stood and projected his voice. "When we arrived at the fort city, the gates were all open. The banners have not been changed on any of the outer walls or demolins. The outer city seemed to be running autonomously from the inner one. We spoke with some of the citizens, and apparently there was a fight at one of the inner wall gatehouses 2 weeks ago. The ISI Patriarch, who had been branded a traitor, escaped. Ever since then, he has been drumming up support." "Who are these ISI?" Sigrun asked. "They are a material user family who had been training soldiers and town guards from what we could confirm," Grad stated. "There have been rumors spreading around the city that the ISI were targeted only because they were material users, not because they were traitors. The Patriarch is rumored to still be in the city and is gaining support for his claim." "What about the Salstars and the Prince's forces?" Vidar asked. "They have not been seen outside of the inner city, sir," Grad responded. "And you are sure of this?" Sigrun asked, dumbfounded by the news. "Yes, Your Highness. We will continue our investigation, but it would appear that the Salstars failed their show of power." Everyone in the room gasped in disbelief. "How can you be sure of that?" Vidar asked. "From what the citizens told us, there were 3 families who were supposed to be eliminated after the prince's announcement during the execution of the Nazim. The Fidel, Dracei, and ISI families. Of the 3, only the ISI Patriarch is still alive," Grad said with confidence. "I personally scouted the inner city gatehouses and confirmed that the west gate is damaged and undertaking extensive structural repair." It appeared something broke out. The princess laughed. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. This was better news than she could have hoped for. The Salstars could not have any claim over the city at all. They failed. The land wasn't even contested. All she needed to do was walk in, and they couldn't do anything to stop her. This just went from a bloody civil war and siege to a simple annexation. It took her a few moments to get a hold of herself. "We need to verify all of these claims and send a messenger to the fort palace," Sigrun stated. "Thorfinn, I want you in a detachment to find the ISI Patriarch and bring him to me. We need to make sure he is protected. If the Salstars get to him first and kill him, we will have to fight for the city." The princess smiled at her good fortune. "It would appear the Forest Father has smiled upon us. Lavi will be under our banner, and it shall be a beacon of change in the kingdom. Prepare the men. Tomorrow we take the fort city." End of Book 1. Interlude 0.5 Astral Traveler Part 1 again. The man's voice was harsh, but not overly so. You have to ensure the spell form remains intact the entire time. Draw it out with your wand and direct the energy. The man was in a field outside of a large estate where he resided as a hand. He was a night hand Wendigo whose skin was darker than charcoal, which was common for his ethnicity. The individual was the left hand of Lord Ulfr Salstar, and so he wore navy blue robes with the insignia of the Salstar emblazoned in silver on his back. He, like all hands, had to wear a veil over his face. Ira was his student. She played the role of someone that was extremely talented but also unfocused. She could tell the man wanted to stop for the day, as she had not made any progress in their last few sessions. She didn't care, however, and had no intention of learning more attack spells she pretended not to know. Seeing Solve again felt nostalgic, and she would be happy if she was not currently starving. She hadn't eaten since breakfast, and it was already noon. "Solve," the young girl whined. "Can we take a break?" I'm hungry. We can go after you give it one more good try, Lady Ira, Saul stated firmly. You said that last time. Ira pouted, crossing her arms. It is not good to lie. Have you seriously tried since I said that? The voice sounded chastising. I am pretty sure you have only half-heartedly wielded your magic since then. Lord Salstar said you can't leave until you do this successfully 25 times, no exceptions. If you want to eat, you need to do it right. Ugh, Phoenix. The young girl stomped her feet. I'll do it again, but this is the last time. If you do it right, Saul stated. She already knew the magic and how this would all go, so she didn't respond and instead let her magic speak for itself. 50 yards down range, 6 target dummies in blue steel plate armor were lifted back into place by several servant elves. It was the same every time she saw this moment. Everything was as she had remembered it. She spoke the words of power and moved her wand, an exquisite ebony rod with silver-embedded runes, and drew out the spell form in the air. The girl knew she was revealing too much. This was a spell she should not know at a level of magic no one her age should have. She had to pull back on her magic to keep from exposing too much of her potential too quickly. Her wand danced in the air. A soft light was left floating behind it until a complete spell form, which looked like 2 interlocking magic circle diagrams. She didn't need to use the wand nor speak the spell, but the diagrams were complex and the motions were designed to help with stabilizing the magic within one's own core. The spell form would guide the magic to the desired effect. Ira was already considered a special case, as the magic she was using would be considered dangerous for any normal child her age. The spell form was too costly to a developing magic core to handle, but despite only being 12, her magic core greatly exceeded most of those 3 times her age. Saul had panic in his voice. Lady Ira, that spell is too advanced for someone your age. She didn't, or rather couldn't stop. The spell was very nearly formed, and stopping it now would cause magical backlash. She was thankful that she was born into such a prestigious and magically prosperous family, as it was a good cover to hide her true nature. She could temper herself to ensure her magical prowess rivaled the rest of their family, and no one would bat an eye. She was just another prodigy born into the house of prodigies. With the final few syllables of her spell, the spell form was complete. 6 spears of soft light formed, levitating in the air. The spears all pointed at individual targets, and in a loud crack of thunder they shot across the nearly 200 feet, so fast they might as well have teleported. The elven servants didn't even have time to finish setting up the dummies before the spears pierced clean holes through the torsos of each armor set. The servants all jumped to the ground. Terrified more projectiles were on the way. There weren't, as Ira had successfully struck all the targets at once. Saul was quiet for a long moment as he processed what had just happened. Despite Ira not being able to see his face, she could see the exact moment he decided to accept that the Salstars were just different. She was a breed above the rest, so he shouldn't be surprised. Ira didn't feel that way herself, but she knew that this was what was required of her. Good job, Saul resolved himself to say. Ira put her wand, which glowed with residual magical energy, back in the holster on her thigh with a smile on her face. She matched her tone to her carefree facade. Great. Now we can go, right? She sang as she raised a triumphant hand in the air. Meat, 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 meat. Juicy, tender, spicy meat. Saul pointed at the servant as they slowly and cautiously got up from the ground. Try not to scare the servants next time, though. Ira had already started walking off. They were taking too long. Let's go. While she did feel bad, at the same time none of them were hurt, and all Ira wanted at that moment was delicious red meat. She could practically taste it already. Then she could get back to what she really wanted to do that day, delve ever deeper into her studies of divining magic. She knew Father didn't like that. He told her divining was the weakest aspect of starlight magic. It didn't matter. He was just mad she was better at it than he was. She was better at it than anyone else on this side of the world. The estate was large, but practical to the point where any human would consider it more of a compound. The walls were natural colors, the floors deep redwood. Furniture and fixtures only in places it served practicality, as Wendigo design was by nature function over form. There was one area of the Salstar estate which had the opposite mentality, That was where they would serve foreign delegates in something more comfortable for them. Every time I come here, it always looks so weird, Ira mused. It is a necessity for talks with the neighboring nations, Saul stated. Humans are weird, Ira said as she looked at the imported, uncomfortable furniture. I don't think I will ever understand it. Why spend so much money on something so uncomfortable and that won't last long? Humans also don't live as long as we do, Saul stated, going into a teaching mode. So they would rather have something colorful or require someone else to spend hours on small details to show that they can afford someone spending that time, even if the product won't be as long-lasting, or in this case, comfortable. Wendigo want practicality and longevity because we live so much longer. Ira thought about it for a little while. That makes them short-sighted. Even if they don't live as long, they have children and future generations who could use it, like we do. Yes, humans and many other short-lived races are like that. Hard to worry about something lasting 200 years when you only live one. If that, Saul stated with a wave of his hand. One day you will meet humans, and they will find you equally strange. Ira finally had some time to herself and got the chance to explore the estate on her own, which was a nostalgic experience for her. She would eventually travel to the middle of the estate grounds, which was a dense, forested area the Wendigo called a garden. This was her favorite place in the entire domain, as it had been for hundreds of years by that point. It embodied everything she was taught as the daughter of a noble. It was nature under control, a place where she went if she wanted to be the apex predator. By ordinance of the Forest Father, it was the Wendigo birthright to rule. Although she didn't want to rule, the forest still filled her with wonder and delight. There was more to the reason the young lady wanted to walk through the dense woodland. She could go there without question, and usually without constant watch from her father's hands or servants. It was the only place she could freely practice the highest tiers of divining magic without giving away her secret. Interlude 0.5, Astral Part 2. How many times have I seen this day now? Ira asked herself, as there was no one around to answer. I wonder what I should do this lifetime? Maybe I will finally get around to ending the war with the Druids. She tapped her lip in contemplation. Or I could marry into the royal family again. That was fun. Although maybe I'll go for a different prince this time around. How old am I now? Well, it doesn't matter. The young girl reached a clearing in the otherwise dense forest garden. There was a single tree atop a hill with the rays of the sun cascading down through its branches. She had walked here so many times over the course of so many lifetimes that she knew the way instinctually. She found her favorite spot under a single tree in the middle of the otherwise clear area. She sat in the shade and looked up at the azure sky peeking between leaves and wooden arms. It had only been a week since it happened, in this very spot, while she was wandering the forest like any other day. One moment she was just Ira, youngest daughter of the Salstar house. The next moment she was Ira, mystic of Dorsehal, Ira, war prophetess, Ira, last daughter of Salstar, Ira, the professor of divination, and much more. There were so many lifetimes she had lived. There were many times she had died, only to wake up here again and again, in this exact spot. It was the ultimate magic of divination, the ability to project all of oneself back through the veil of causality. Upon death, she simply returned back and got to do it all over again. She yawned and wiped away a stray tear. Whatever. I think I'll just take a nap and figure it out later. Ira woke up to a roar that rocked the entire estate. She recognized the sound clearly. It was her father's lesser red dragon familiar, Thrand. She looked up to the sky. It was getting dark. The baby blue sky shifted to a bevy of oranges and reds and darkness. What in the infernal plains is going on? Ira questioned. This has never happened before. It was odd she didn't remember a loop in which this happened. She worked through her memories of her previous lives as she stood up. Every time she had regressed to her past self, events played out the same as long as she didn't change them. People would always do and say the same things. Events would play out the same until she changed them or caused a butterfly effect that radiated out to change the future. The thing was, she hadn't done anything out of the ordinary this time. I didn't do anything odd today. I mean, I could have gone a little easier in training, but even that shouldn't have changed much. She got into the lotus position and circulated her mana around her core. What was supposed to happen today? I've been back for what? 8 days? She thinks for a minute. Oh, Freyja dies tonight. She tries to summon a familiar and loses control of it. Lord Salstar finds out, but he was never this mad. I have to see what's happening. The death of her older sister Freyja was something she'd grown to expect. She didn't have any animosity towards her sister. She just didn't really know her. Freyja would always die a week after she regressed. And in most of Ira's lives, she'd never had the opportunity to really get to know Freyja. Anytime she did save her sister, her family would just disown Freyja and she would go missing. Ira speaks words of power, channeling it into her perceptions. She could feel the might of her starlight mana suffuse her soul. The sensations of her body wash over her a final time before her mind is freed of her mortal coil and flung out into the astral. She opened her mind's eye and was inundated with a kaleidoscope of color as normally invisible ambient mana in the atmosphere become continuous streams of power. She is nearly ejected from her astral state, as the flow of information was too great for her young mind to take in all at once. She'd forgotten that this would be the first time she used this power in this lifetime. She had to wrestle with her mind and magic to keep herself together and not lose her life or mind in such an avoidable way. She couldn't help but think of one of her past lives, in which she was a teacher of this very magic. It was a field of divination that she pioneered many iterations ago. If her students saw her like this, they would chastise her for doing the very thing she always warned them about. She fought against the ever-streaming information, filtering out the ambient mana, so she wouldn't be so overwhelmed. The colors were still there, but far less intense to her frail young mind. She turned her attention to her body, which was still sitting in the lotus position under the tree. There was a single stream of blood running down her nose. She couldn't move her body until she stopped projecting her perceptions, so she moved on. Damn, that was close, Iris said to herself. Any longer, and I might have just killed myself a week after regressing. She groaned. I think that would have been a record. An embarrassing record. Her astral projection flew through the forest at high speed until she finally reached the source of the disturbance. After passing through several walls, she was in Lord Ulfr's office. The Lord was speaking with Solve, and the Lord was angry. His magic aura, so potent it threatened to destroy the astral projection just by being in the same room. It was a fierce wake-up call for Ira to remember that, despite her hundreds of years of regressing, it was her father that firmly sat at the top as the most powerful starlight mage. Well, when it came to combat at least, she would do this now, when there is so much at stake for our family. Ulfr's tone was controlled, but unpleasant. It wasn't out of regality, but instead because if a mage as powerful as him lost control, his power would likely wipe the estate off the map. It would have been better if the spell had backfired on the failure and killed her. He took a breath and fully restrained his aura. The room was bleached white under his magical radiance. How long do we have before the first prince arrives? He will be here in 2 days, Lord, Solve answered promptly. Prepare Ragnar. We are going to Dorsehal Academy immediately, Ulfr stated. The door opened suddenly, and everyone turned to see who entered the Lord's office uninvited. Ingrid came into view. Her eyes looked over the two men, then rested on Ulfr as she did a curt bow. Ulfr's rage subsided a little more upon seeing his wife. Lord husband, Ingrid said sweetly. It has been a long time coming, has it not? I don't think this should have you so rattled. Your emotions have upset Thrand as well. His expression softened. You are right, but I had no intention of performing the Shiagon at this time. If Ragnar becomes heir, I will not be able to handle the situation with the Nazem. I will have to stay here and prepare him for his new role. I can handle the Nazem, Lord husband, Ingrid said graciously. Prepare our heir and leave the show of power to me. We can rid ourselves of Freyja once and for all, and Lavi will be ours. In a jolt, Ira's astral projection failed, as her magic ran too low to maintain the state. She gasped and lurched forward, nearly vomiting, but managed to keep her lunch down. Nothing was making any sense in this iteration of her life. Her sister survived. Her mother was going to lead the assault on the Nazem instead of Lord Ulfr, and they were going to perform a Shiagaunt on Freyja. Too much had changed in this lifetime already. She didn't know if she was terrified or excited at the turn of events. This has to be the work of a true, right? Ira spoke to herself to work through the possibilities. They aren't beholden to time on the lower planes, so it doesn't matter if I regressed. They can change things as they wish. A smile crossed her face. In all my lifetimes, I have never seen a true with my own eyes. This just means something interesting is going to happen this time around, right? I'll have to keep an eye on Freja. But yeah, it would be better if I do it from a distance. I don't want to be near anyone who has the attention of a true. Interlude. 5.5 Dorsal Academy Thran was gone. The spot where he'd landed was already being repaired by groundskeepers. Students were expected to continue their studies as if what had just happened was normal. Matthew and Julie were mortified, and several of the non-Wendigo students looked the same. The Wendigo students had already started mocking Freja for being a failure of a noble who was kicked from her family, calling her something Matthew had never heard before, a shy. What was that? Matthew said. Why didn't anyone do anything? Julie's eyes were as wide as dinner plates, and she still had a hand over her mouth. I don't know, Matt. What you all just witnessed was called a Shia-Gaunt, Ms. Demi said to a small group of stunned girls a few feet away. None of you have to worry. It is a Wendigo tradition. The dorm mother's voice instantly gained the two shell-shocked students' attention. Matthew and Julie looked at each other for a moment as the initial surprise gave way to questions they wanted answered. Nearly all of the students that huddled around Ms. Demi were also human, with a smattering of elves and a single goblin. They were all worried about what they'd just seen, and obviously shaken by the fact that the Lord of the Domain let his son terrorize his daughter out in public. A tall elf girl asked, "Can that happen to us? I mean, he just abused his daughter in front of all of us." She looked more and more like she was going to hyperventilate. Can the Lord of this place just show up? And Ms. Demi cut the girl off before she worked herself up anymore. No. The Shia-Gaunt is a tradition to disown a family member who has dishonored their family and was in line to become an heir. It is a form of public shame on the individual that has caused the disgrace. It may have appeared brutal to many of you, but I can assure you what the Lord did is completely legal and an accepted practice only under those extenuating circumstances. Everyone here is completely safe. What's going to happen to Freja? Matthew asked. The crowd all nodded along with the question, many of them still shaken by the brutality of the Shia-Gaunt. The rules around the Shia-Gaunt are pretty clear, Demi said calmly. They will give her money and some stipulations about not using the family name, and then she will be released to start her life over. The fact that she was the daughter of a noble means she will be given enough money to travel wherever she wants and place down roots easily. So, she'll be fine? Julie asked. Yes, there shouldn't be anything to worry about, Demi said with a small but reassuring smile. If you all have any other questions about the Shia-Gaunts, you can read about it in the library, in the cultural section. She placed her hands on her hips. Now I know that this was more excitement than usual in the morning, but you all need to get to your classes before you're late. I will not be writing any excuse passes for you all. The crowd that had gathered slowly dispersed. The girls felt assured that at the very least the Shia-Gaunt was not something that could happen to them. A few students stayed to ask the dorm mother other questions related to their rooms, but they were quickly answered and moved on. Matthew and Julie were the last students around the dorm mother. They were Freja's best friends and had more questions as to the safety of their friend and her whereabouts. Demi kept her tone light, but there was obvious worry behind her words. I understand you both want more information, but there is no set location for where a family has to take a dishonored family member. Freja should be fine, though. They will give her money, and when she settles down, I'm sure she will send you both letters. Is there nothing else we'll be able to do but wait? Julie asked. Please, Ms. Demi. Ms. Demi looked them both over. Right now, no. All we can do is wait to hear back from her. Just remember that Wendigo can lose track of time quite easily. It comes with a longer lifespan. Now, all students need to get. I was serious about not writing any passes today. The two students felt there was more to the story, but just like Ms. Demi said, if they wanted to find out more about the Shia-Gaunt, they needed to look it up for themselves. They dropped the subject and hurried to their classes. Dorsal Academy was one of the most prestigious magic schools on the continent. Matthew was a little less than enthused when he'd first found out he would be attending. He didn't know what to expect from the Wendigo people other than the stories he'd heard growing up about people with antlers that eat only meat. Up until the Shiagant, he'd had no issue with the Wendigo people. They respected magical prowess no matter who had it. Well, as long as they weren't druids. Still, while he was worried about his friend who was taken away from the academy so cruelly, there was nothing he could do. Aside from visiting the mail room every day to see if she'd sent him or Julie a letter. Time crawled at first, his classes going by at a snail's pace, but soon life just continued on. As inspired young spellcraft mages, you all are at the forefront of magical research and development, Professor Dinius said from the front of the classroom. Where other magic casters simply move a wand and chant a spell they don't understand, we quantify that magic into its base component parts. The professor was a gruff dwarven man with a long black beard that seemed to be perpetually on fire, or at least smoking. While he talked, a mechanical hand floated into the air nearly every available surface covered in intricate patterns of magical circuitry. The hand moved to the chalkboard and created a beginner-level magic circle, inscribing the proper formula around the perimeter and encasing it all in a dodecagon. Enchanting, technomancy, artificing. These specializations make up the study of the building blocks of magic research, Dinius stated with pride. Anyone can wave a wand around but dash. Excuse me, Professor, but you skipped one, Matthew stated, although he knew the professor knew he skipped it on purpose. Invocation is my specialization. Dinius looked at the student with a glare. Ah, yes, invocation, he said with annoyance. These 4 specializations make up the foundation of magical understanding. Matthew, please stand and tell the class what this magic diagram is. Matthew looked around at his fellow classmates, who tried not to make eye contact. Matthew didn't expect anyone would help him in this situation. No one wanted to be on the professor's bad side. He signed, stood at his desk, and looked over the diagram as the floating metal hand finished the last symbols. The inner ring was just a simple circle, the representation of a magic core, meaning that this was a spell that would be directly connected to the mage who performed it. The inscription along the perimeter was divided into 4 parts. The first was the activation sequence for the spell. In all other disciplines, it would be the spoken words, but for spellcasters, it was a series of code that had to be empowered by their mana. The second section was the command sequence that would take the mana if the conditions for activation were met, and ensure the mana was stable before passing it along to the next part. Stage 3 was the saturation, pushing the mana in the right volume to empower the full diagram before the spell effect activated. Lastly was the activation portion of the diagram, which connected directly into the second shape of the dodecagon, increasing the potency and longevity of the magical effect. It is a cast light enchantment, Matthew stated with certainty. It would cause the object it was inscribed on to produce a light based on how much mana was inputted. It would continue to shine even after the mana was cut off for a short time. The professor clapped and motioned Matthew to sit down. Right, this is the basic enchantment of cast light, but it has a twist to it. I added a variable to it that would allow the mage to change the color of the light. The professor looked around the class. Your homework tonight is to take a beginner-level enchantment and create a variable. You may use the cast light enchantment, but you will have to add 2 variables since I have already shown how to do one. The professor continued his lecture on how the variables work and where students can place them in beginner-level enchantments without causing catastrophic failure. On beginner-level enchantment, that would look like a short, or possibly just a sudden release of mana. On higher-level enchantments, catastrophic failures were at best the destruction of the item being enchanted, and at worst a sudden explosion. Matthew knew the professor didn't quite like him because, unlike everyone else in the class, his specialization was invocation. It was the rarest of the spellcraft specializations, and the one most unlike others in his discipline. He could use a wand and speak words of power. From what Matthew found in his research, the invocation mage used to be called ritual mage or shaman caster. He guessed the name had been changed to make it sound less crude. The difference between him and other magic casters was the fact that he drew on ambient mana to empower rituals, not mana from his core. His core would only be used to start the ritual, after which ambient mana could keep the effect going. It didn't require him to use inscribing tools like the enchanters or to build out complex machines like the artificers, or create magic circuitry like the technomancers. After class, Matthew walked to his usual meet-up spot in the courtyard to wait for Julie. He was surprised to see her fiery red hair stationary amongst the crowd. She was already there, sitting cross-legged on a raised rock platform. He shook his head in disbelief. She'd never been early in the entire 4 years he'd known her. The pillar of earth she was on wasn't real rock. Stone wouldn't be able to break through the enchantments on the brick walkways. Instead, it was a magic construct, essentially just solid mana that took the form of her geokinesis specialization. Julie smiled wide when she saw him and jumped off of her pillar, which crumbled into sparkles and dissipated. Malt, finally you're here. I thought you might have fallen asleep at your desk or something, Julie said with surprising seriousness. We have to go to the mailroom right now. Why, what's going on? Matthew asked. Ms. Demii told me that she got a letter from Freja, and we probably got one too, Julie said with a wide smile. So, she has to be all right. Apparently, she changed her name to Tanisha, and she is living in... Wait, no. I am not going to spoil everything for you. Interlude 7.5, Survivor Part 1. The march from the Nazem territory was smoother than anyone could have imagined. The traitorous noble Wendigo fool made infiltrating the kingdom and sabotaging infrastructure child's play. It was almost too easy, which was what had everyone on edge. Being this deep into the savages' territory was nerve-wracking to say the least. Blaine was in the middle of the 6-party formation of infiltrator druids. It was his first real mission since being chosen by his clan to become a warrior after his familiar finally evolved into the Delta class. The young man fresh out of training never expected to be hand-selected to take part in such an important mission in the heart of the Wendigo savages' homeland. He felt immense pride that he and his Steel Wolf familiar would be able to strike back against the Wendigo savages that desecrated the holy Doridian forest. Grim, the squad leader, held out his hand. We will set up camp here for tonight. Finn, Blaine, Kara, you and your familiars secure the position. Ivar, Sindri, you two are on setup. I want this place hidden. Yes, sir, everyone stated in unison. Blaine looked over the group of familiars which dutifully followed their masters. His own familiar was Gordo, the Delta-class Steel Wolf. Finn's familiar was a Delta-class Shimmer Glider, a small rabbit-like creature with the wings of a bird. The creature could bend light around itself while it flew, making itself nearly invisible, or direct that lighted opponents to blind them. Kara's familiar was the most impressive in the group. It was an Alpha-class familiar Crescent Panther, and was not only huge and powerful, but because it was an Alpha, it was intelligent and could speak. We will do a wide sweep, Kara said. Her voice was swift and to the point. Finn, send your familiar up and alert us if he sees anything. Blaine, you ready? Yes, ma'am, Blaine responded. The familiars all dispersed, following the wills of their individual masters. The druids set out as well to ensure their familiars didn't miss anything. Night was fast approaching, and the forest was already dark. Blaine had no issue with the darkness as he was a nature mage, and could see life itself as an ethereal glow all around him, as if it were day. His comrades, on the other hand, had to use enchantments on their green combat robes to gain night eye. The walk was silent, as each member looked sharply out for any sign of being followed or hunted. After several large laps around their camp, they decided they were in the clear and started heading back. It had been a long 3 weeks of travel, and they were all exhausted. They felt more at ease here than in the plains they'd spent the last 2 days in, since they had the field advantage deep in the woodland. Blaine glanced behind him when Finn's familiar zipped through the air and landed on his shoulder. The Shimmer Glider was hard to see, and if not for his ability to see life, he would have missed it altogether. You know, Finn, I've only ever seen Shimmer Gliders as pets. My little brother has one back in our clan, but no one has bonded with one. They're a bit mischievous. What made you want one as your familiar? Kara looked back at the familiar as well. With the perimeter secured, she felt more at ease to talk. I've been wondering the same thing. The little guys have a reputation of being difficult familiars. Fingrun. They are quite mischievous, with a habit of getting into places that lead to trouble. Thing is, back in my clan I was pretty much the same. My nickname was Shimmer because of how much trouble I used to get in. He pet the small Shimmer Glider, as it nuzzled up to him on his shoulder. So, the bond just came naturally to me. Turns out we're a matching pair. What about you, Blaine? A steel wolf familiar is pretty impressive, and your bond is strong. My clan breeds steel wolves, so I was just following tradition. Blaine scratched his neck sheepishly. We actually became Delta bonded only a few months ago. He's the lone wolf type, literally, and likes to wander, but he has my back. I know that for sure. Blaine looked over to Kara. Our bond is nothing compared to yours. An alpha familiar? That is insane. I've only ever heard rumors about them. He's right. What did you two do to get your bond to that level? Finn asked. Kara's mood shifted darkly. Skull and I just look out for each other. Alpha bonds aren't like others. They only come through adversity. Let's just say there's a reason I volunteered for this mission. The Wendigo savages need to be put down. The Soulstars especially, after what they did. After what they did, Blaine repeated softly. Recognition flashed across his face after he looked at her for a moment. Are you part of the Kashal clan? Can't be a clan if there is only one member left. Kara practically bit off each word. Blaine and Finn looked at each other, seeing that they should probably change the subject. It wasn't that they didn't also have their reasons for wanting to take the Wendigo down. It was more out of respect for whatever happened to Kara and Skull. Honestly, up until that moment Blaine thought there were no survivors of the Kashal. Not after the Soulstar heir wiped them out 7 years ago. We're coming up on the camp now, Blaine stated. How can you tell? Finn asked. I know we're going in the right direction, but I don't see anything. Blaine pointed at his eyes, which had a faint, almost imperceptible glint of magic. I have sea life, so I can see the addition of plant growth in the area. Is that something that can give away our position? Kara asked. Blaine looked around. No. Once the magic finishes dissipating from the new growth, it'll look just like any other part of the forest. There was a lull in conversation after that, as the trio finally rejoined the camp. The new plant growth all around made it impossible for someone to see them from outside of their small area. The bushes closest to them had mana continuously coursing through them. The effect would muffle all sound leaving camp, while simultaneously allowing those inside to perfectly hear anything outside. The three made their report to the commander and settled in for the night. Well, everyone but Blaine, since he had the first guard shift. He picked a few lives from a nearby tree for a snack as he sat down at the edge of the camp. He had his familiar, Gordo, stand guard at the opposite side of camp. Blaine used the peace and quiet to study the plants that were infused with mana. He was also a botanokinesis mage, but his skills were nowhere near the same level as Sindri or Ivar. He could tell how much he had left to grow just by seeing how the mana flowed throughout the entire plant and even into the ground and air. He could only hope that one day he would be able to use the spells to the same efficacy. He moved to his hands and knees at the base of one of the bushes. He carefully dug up some of the soil just to get a better look at the root system. He was so entranced by his self-imposed study session that he didn't notice Kara walking up to relieve him until she was right behind him and coughed to get his attention. He shot to his feet, his face several shades redder from embarrassment. Blaine saluted her. "Okay, Kara, hey, is it time to switch already? I would have gotten you." "Yeah, looked like you were on the way," Kara said sarcastically. "Okay, so I would have gotten you eventually," Blaine said. "What were you doing anyway?" Kara asked. Blaine immediately took the lifeline to explain himself. "Oh, I was just admiring the spells at work. It's the first time I got the chance to really see this spell used. I just wanted to get a better look at the roots." It must be nice to be able to commune so deeply with nature," Kara stated almost absently. "Unlike my magic that's just meant to destroy." Blaine was taken back by her sudden admission. He knew she was an electrokinetic mage and a powerhouse to the team. Her powers were going to be instrumental to any encounter they had, but she was right. He didn't know what else she could do with electricity. He could tell she accepted his silence as agreement, but he didn't know what to say. Electricity is just as much part of nature as any plant. Sure, it is destructive, but nature is also destructive. It's a cycle, Blaine said earnestly, scratching the back of his head. "Anyway, I think I'll get some shut-eye now." Kara didn't respond to him. She just stood there and watched him gather his things. He wasn't sure if he'd said the right thing or just upset her more. but he wasn't there to help her through whatever she had going on. "Thank you," Kara said in a voice so small that Blaine thought he might have imagined it. "You're welcome," he responded. Interlude 7.5, Survivor Part 2. Things were going well. Traveling through the forest was the specialty of the Druids. They only had half a day of travel left before they would finally reach the Southstar domain. They were on schedule to meet with a larger invasion force that would take out several strategic targets including water sources, farmland, and a major fort. The strikes all over the Southstar domain would happen simultaneously, crippling the noble family and their people overnight. It had been a long 3 weeks of travel, but everyone was on high alert now that they were so close to their target. Blaine couldn't help but be increasingly nervous as they traveled. This was going to be his first military engagement, and it was so far away from home. When he returned to his clan, he would be one of the war heroes who'd struck a blow against one of the biggest Wendigo noble houses. They would have to withdraw from the front lines to secure their territory, all but assuring victory for the Druids in the holy Doridian forest. A distant explosion got everyone's attention. Kara was the first to respond to the situation. A caravan saw Skull. "They're merchants with a warrior and wizard escort," Kara stated. "They have Southstar domain emblems." "How far?" Grim asked. "Half-mile, directly ahead of us." Kara scowled. "We can't have them reporting that they saw a crescent panther. We take them out quickly," Grim stated coldly. "No survivors." Everyone responded affirmatively, and they took off running with a combination of speed and blink. Druids had a natural aptitude for moving in the forest. The group wove through the thick brush and tricky terrain as if they were running on a straight paved road. The application of their mana with every step was perfectly timed and balanced. Their green combat robes left them as little more than blurs amongst the foliage. Another explosion of magic informed them that they were close to the caravan, and they split up to surround them. Blaine was with Kara and Finn to attack from the rear, while Grim, Sindri, and Ivar were going to devastate the front line of defenders. Everything happened so quickly that Blaine barely had time to think at all. His group broke through the tree line onto the dirt road, where 2 wagons were stopped. 10 caravan guards seemed to be the entirety of the defense force. They were definitely not prepared for an attack from enemy combatants. They looked more like a deterrent for wild animals and would-be thieves. The Wendigo were poorly equipped for anything more than a bear attack. So when Druids appeared, they all panicked. Blaine raised his war staff, chanting words of power that caused the wood from the carriage wheels to root deeply into the ground, preventing anyone from escaping. Once that was done, Kara shot lighting into the closest wagon. Her lightning was odd, green-tinged, and unnaturally quiet for the destructive force her mana imitated. It wasn't true lightning, but mana, so oddities were expected. The defenders split up, 5 attacking Blaine's group and 5 on Grim's group. Blaine didn't have time to think. He was a soldier, so he fell back on his orders, following Kara's commands to the letter. Gordo followed his intent through their bond and flanked the men, while Skull did the same. Finn's shimmer glider flew between the men, and a bright light flashed, blinding them. That moment of vulnerability was all the familiars needed to kill 2 of the 5, instantly ripping the Wendigo apart. Finn blinked into the poorly organized men, killing 1 with his sword. The remaining 2 tried to flee, only for one to be struck by another of Kara's lightning bolts. The final man ducked out of the way just in time to save himself. He didn't last much longer after that, as root spikes shot out of the ground, impaling the man. Blaine released his magic, which retracted the roots and dropped the corpse back to the ground. In moments, the defenders were all dead, but a scream from the wagon that wasn't on fire caught everyone's attention. By the time Blaine's group got to the wagon, Grim was dragging a woman's corpse out by her antlers. Blaine saw other smaller bodies inside. No words needed to be said, as he would have done the same. He looked over to Kara, who was full of nothing but rage at the corpses of the fallen Wendigo. She stomped on the head of one of the fallen Wendigo defenders. Her mana that had suffused her body allowed her to crush the skull in a single sickening crack. That was one way to ensure there would be no undead or worse skinwalkers. She took a breath to recenter herself before Grim saw her. "All targets eliminated, sir," Kara said with satisfaction. "Good job, everyone," Grim said. Burn the wagons. Anything your familiars don't eat. Reduce to mulch for the forest. That would be better than they deserve, Kara said under her breath. Grim didn't respond, either not hearing it or not caring enough to disagree. They had to be fast, though. They didn't know how frequently travelers moved down this road. The horses were slaughtered, so they wouldn't return to wherever they were from. Tree roots as sharp as blades cut up the bodies and broke down the wagons. It was at that moment all of the familiars looked up and growled into the forest on the other side of the road. Blaine could feel Gordo's fear through the bond, so he raised his war staff as everyone got into formation. The entire squad was alerted by a rustling just out of sight. "Anyone got eyes?" Grim asked. Negatives came from everyone but Blaine as he activated his sea life spell. The horror in his eyes immediately put everyone on edge, but no one was prepared for what he was going to say. "We need to go. It's a troll clan," Blaine yelled. "I think they were attracted by the blood." "What are trolls doing here?" Kara asked. Grim lowered his voice. "How many?" "Fuck, 8, Blaine said. "Everyone, back away slowly," Grim said. "They want the meat, and they can have it." Sindri panicked as soon as he heard there were 8 trolls, turning tail to run. The trolls must have taken offense, because as soon as the man turned around it was like a dam broke. Screams of outrage from the trolls echoed from all around, and they rushed in from the far side. The large ape-like creatures barreled towards them at greater speed than looked possible with their large frames. "Go now, run!" Grim yelled. The group turned around, only to see Sindri get grabbed by a massive troll who had apparently snuck up behind them. The mage didn't even finish his spell before the troll ripped him in half. Gore and viscera spilled to the ground as the struggling man went limp. Things just went downhill from there. Trolls were notoriously hard to kill, resistant to magic, and with extremely fast regeneration. Spells either bounced off their hides or caused superficial wounds that closed up shortly after. Lightning shot out. Tree roots impaled flesh, and swords flashed through the air as the druids fought in complete desperation. Finn was the next to fall, then Ivar and Grim. They managed to kill all but the largest of the trolls, a massive hulking beast in comparison to the rest of their kin. Blaine was bleeding. A swipe from the creature had nearly bisected the man while sending him flying into the forest. He hit a tree where he slid down and slumped over. He could see the flash of lightning as Kara and Skull fought for their lives. He felt Gordo return to his side in his final moments, as the flashing of magical power stopped and a troll roared victory. "No, no, no. I won't accept this," Blaine yelled between painful coughs. "Fucking troll? I am not going to die to fucking trolls. Not after all of this. Not after we were so close." He could feel his mana swell, even as his body grew colder. Anger, rage, hatred. It was pushed to the forefront of his dying mind. Mana exploded from him unchecked and leached into the soil, the air, the plants. And the world responded. He felt nature dig into him. Magic refused to let him die, even as his mind was consumed. All he knew was pain. He forgot himself, who he was, what he was as he wandered the dark forest. Time was irrelevant. Days, weeks, months meaningless as his mind only knew pain. He felt a glimpse of his real self fading in and out. Gordo never left him. He would return to his master with fresh kills that Blaine couldn't eat even if he wanted to as a herbivore. Even so, the wolf protected and even hunted their enemies. Gordo would drag the corpses of the Wendigo to him, so he could return them to the forest. Things were painful, and he was no longer himself. That was until he saw something that forced what remained of his consciousness back to the forefront of his mind. His familiar called out to him, hurt and dying. Blaine fell to his knees once he found his familiar. Every breath reopened wounds and caused the pain to again threaten to strip his mind. He felt it, the cursed magic of the Wendigo, in the air. There was one here somewhere. He looked around in panic and outrage for someone to tear apart for what they had done. His mind was fading again, but he refused to let his mind once again be lost to the pain. His voice was alien to him now as he screamed. "Gordo! Gordo, buddy! No. Stay with me. I'll get you healed, okay? Where are you? You fucking cannibal savage." His tears were blood. "I can feel your cursed fucking magic. I know you're there. Get out here, coward, savage. Look at what you've done. Fuck, Gordo. Don't close your eyes. Interlude 22.5. Traveling. The goblin family were all aboard their wagon in the back of the caravan. Despite the hectic few days, Helena was happy that things were settling into a normal routine for her family again. They didn't have long before they would arrive at their next village, which, if she remembered correctly, was fairly new. Or at least it hadn't been there 200 years ago. Helena was humming sweetly while cuddling up to her husband, who was driving the wagon. Their tails firmly intertwined as they slowly traveled down the road. They saw Sif jump from Sabek's wagon and run into the grassland. She had a wide smile on her face as she disappeared into the foliage. Helena squeezed Owen a little tighter. She looks like she's doing much better now. Yeah, she's a good kid, Owen said casually. Don't know what put her in this situation. Shy are usually troublemakers, problem children, and failures. She isn't any of those things from what I've seen. She's intelligent, respectful, and has a valuable skill and a celestial blessed familiar. Someone spent a lot of money on her just to throw her out. You said she made that health potion, right? Helena asked. Yes, and I already paid her so you don't have to worry, Owen said smugly. No, not that. I mean, good. She definitely deserved to get paid for it, Helena said with a huff. You got me off track. Now I forgot what I was going to say. She cocked her head to the side in contemplation. Oh yeah, we have all of that old alchemy stuff we haven't been able to sell. How about we let her take a look through it? Owen watched the girl as she ran back towards the caravan with something in a glass case. I think that would be a good idea, Owen stated with a shrug. It's all just taking up space with us. Excellent. Now I need to check on the boys, Helena said as she stood up. Why are they quiet this morning? Owen asked. A sudden realization crossed his face, and he sighed. Helena said with suspicion, Too quiet. Yeah, either they broke something or are about to break something. The goblin's wagon was a large box, easily the biggest of the caravan. Helena and Owen had been merchants longer than anyone else in the caravan had been alive. The quantity of things they'd accrued in that time was locked away on the shelves and in storage devices. It didn't take long for Helena to find her boys, Wyatt and Caleb, pretend sword fighting with sticks they'd managed to sneak inside the wagon. No sooner had she found them, but Caleb whacked Wyatt with his stick, causing him to lose balance and topple over. He hit one of the shelves just hard enough to knock a vase down. An expensive vase Helena distinctly remembered telling them to secure in a storage device. Crash! Both of the boys froze in place, looking at the shattered vase in horror. Wyatt Allen Geraldson and Caleb William Geraldson, Helena said in her mom voice. Come here now. The boys got a heavy lecture, as well as one of their sticks being used as a paddle. After which he supervised them cleaning the wagon and properly putting away some other goods they'd left precariously around the second floor. By the time they were done reorganizing, the caravan had arrived at the town. It's a pretty well-off town, Owen said with a gleam in his eye. I think we'll finally be able to sell that vase here. The boys shied behind their mother. Yeah, about that, honey, Helena started. The Wendigo in the town were all snowfallen, which was common in the Nazem domain. The climate here was mild during the summer, but come the end of fall it would be a cold winter wonderland. The phenomenon was not due to its latitude, but ambient mana concentrations. Helena knew she and her family would be well into a warmer domain by then because she hated the cold. Her family, as well as the other members of the caravan, set up stalls in the middle of the village. Owen was right about it being a more well-off village than the others they'd passed through. The homes were nice and colorful, which for Wendigo was rare due to their proclivity for function over form. The village was well maintained, and even the clothing of the villagers indicated some wealth. You have a good eye, ma'am. That plate was imported from Kamahara and was made in the capital city of Yonganji, Helena told a woman with a friendly smile. We have the entire set, and because I like you I can give you a special deal. Time seemed to fly by as people came and saw the goods. Joha and his spices were definitely the winner in sales. Sif even had to assist Joha instead of Sobek, who barely sold any of his tools. It was to be expected given the clientele, and he was already packing up some of his things. Once the crowd thinned, Sif ran, and her familiar ran off while Joha finished the last of his sales. The Goblin family had a few more clients, but largely the crowd had dispersed. We'll be here for a few more hours, boys, so I'm going to start making lunch, Helena said to her sons. After that we can look around, okay? The boys were getting restless, but they were doing a good job, even closing a few sales on their own. She knew they were trying not to get in trouble again, and she was going to capitalize on their good behavior while it lasted. She kissed Owen on the cheek and hopped up onto the tailgate of the wagon. She froze in place when she stepped inside. The mana in the air seemed off. She felt the condensing pull of a spell being formed in the distance. No, it was more than one, and the magic was familiar. The sensation brought back bad memories of her younger years. As a goblin of Yuhia, her family were full citizens of the Wendigo country, as were all of the Hasten clan goblins that called Yuhia home. In fact, the Hasten domain was the only Wendigo territory whose noble family wasn't a Wendigo, but instead goblins. In her over 400 years of life, Helena had once been a somewhat successful battle mage, and even joined the Wendigo army. That was how she recognized the feeling in this mana, the use of powerful wartime artillery magic. She turned around speaking words of power, forming a spell instantly as she fell back on her training as a water mage. She wasn't as fast as she'd been 200 years ago, but she was still a battle mage deep down. Water formed into 5 fist-sized orbs that floated around her, and with an exaggerated gesture of her hands, tendrils of water flashed out to wrap around each member of her family. It yanked them all up and into her, sending them all crashing to the ground inside the wagon. "Helena, what's wrong?" Owen asked. An explosion rocked the area before Helena could respond. Then another as screams of panic broke out around the village. The explosions finally ended after a second volley. 7 total hit the village and rattled the goblin family. There was a terrifying roar of outrage that Helena recognized as the sound of the tiger demon preparing for combat. In the short time they'd traveled with Johah, they had come to know there was more to the demon than his friendly demeanor. The sheer ferocity of his roar shook them nearly as much as the explosions. "Is everyone okay?" Owen asked as he looked over his huddled family. Interlude 40.5. The war merchant, he was panting with raspy breaths and his legs shook from exhaustion. His head pounded with a dull ache as he forced himself to keep walking. Anytime he stopped, he swore. He heard it get closer. He could sense its eyes sizing him up just out of sight. He could all but feel the poison in his veins as if he'd already been bitten. He didn't dare look back at what was certainly going to be his death. He did not want to look over his shoulder and see the eyes of the beast staring back at him. The morning sun rose as he stumbled out of the final thicket to the bank of a small stream. He collapsed to the ground as the first rays of sun hit his furry face. He'd been desperately fleeing for hours and had nothing left to keep him pushing forward but his will to survive. He had expended his stamina and chakra, leaving him defenselessly sprawled on the ground. One arm in front of the other, he pushed the little strength he had left into his arms. The soft ground allowed his claws to effortlessly dig into the dirt and drag him only a few more feet. Deep down he knew this was it. The beast would take this opportunity to finally end him. He closed his eyes when he heard rustling in the brush. "Is that a person?" a voice called out. "Hey, there's someone collapsed over here. Get someone." A teenage boy ran up to him as his eyes drew heavy. All of a sudden, he could barely keep them open, and soon there was darkness. The smell of pine was the first thing he noticed when a bump jolted him awake. He quickly sat up, only for dizziness to cause him to fall from whatever he was to the floor. A blanket was dragged down with him, and the shaking of the ground didn't stop. His head was pounding by this point, and his tongue stuck to the top of his dry mouth. "Where is this one?" He looked around, and slowly the space stopped spinning. He heard someone talking but could not focus well enough to understand at first. Something grabbed him, lifting him back onto the hard surface he'd been lying on before he fell. It took effort, but he could finally understand what the voice was saying to him. "You are okay. Try not to move around too much, brother." The voice was female and concerned. "You are dehydrated. Try to drink this." He had to focus even harder to realize she was holding a water skin. He took the skin and drank, feeling some relief almost immediately. After a few minutes, he could finally focus on the woman, expecting to see a Wendigo. However, she did not have antlers. As he could finally recognize more detail, he saw she had long furry ears and a long, flat mohawk. There were tribal tattoos on nearly every available surface, to the point her skin tone might as well have been ink. Her eyes were glowing amber. She wore very little. Modesty was definitely not a part of her species' culture, as there was nearly nothing left to the imagination. What she did have on was too big for her athletic frame. Hide armor suggested she was a warrior of some kind, maybe a monster hunter. There was a teenage boy standing not too far behind her. He had the same physical traits and barely protective, too large hide armor as the woman, but not as many tattoos. His hair was only shaved on one side. The rest was in a bun to keep it out of his face. It took a few more minutes for him to fully recognize he was in the back of a wagon. There were what looked to be beast corpses with him, fresh kills by the smell. His rescuers left him to his own devices after introducing themselves. The woman was apparently named Adelheid and the boy Fako. There was a man that he hadn't seen named Alaric. The woman warned him against moving too much while he recovered. She and Fako then started organizing the mound of beast corpses. The boy would glance over to him every once in a while, but didn't say anything. "Thank you for saving this one," he said in a raspy voice. "This one is called Sebek." He talked. Fako said with enthusiasm as he dropped the corpse he was in the middle of moving. "Are you feeling better? Why are you still in your beast form?" "Fako, I told you that is not a transformation." "Don't be rude," Adelheid admonished. "He's a gnoll, not a werewolf like us." "They are werewolves, yes." Now their choice of clothing makes sense to this one. Werewolves were a nomadic species of monster and beast hunters. Their lesser forms, the Lycaean, was a transformation which they changed into when hunting. The form was larger than their humanoid one, and far more deadly. His clan would normally stay away from werewolf tribes, as every member in the tribe was trained to be a warrior, making capture more difficult and not worth the risk for slaves. "I wasn't being rude," Fako stated. "You just make stuff up, especially when you don't know something. So, how am I supposed to trust whatever you have to say?" The two started bickering back and forth about whether Sebek was a werewolf or a gnoll. He was too tired to speak up over them, so he just let them get progressively more rambunctious, until they started fighting. The boy was obviously much weaker and less skilled than the woman. She easily put him in an underarm chokehold when he threw a punch. She let him go once he calmed down and smacked his exposed belly with an open palm, which caused him to yelp in pain. Sebek lowered his head. "She speaks true, yes. This one is a gnoll. This is how Sebek's kind appear." Adelheid stuck her tongue out at the boy, who grumbled under his breath. "Don't mind my idiot brother," Adelheid said. "We found you completely by coincidence, collapsed on the bank of some river. We had to bring you with us. Leaving you would have pretty much guaranteed you would have gotten eaten by something. We're close to Lavi now." "Lavi?" Sebek quickly stood and walked to the tailgate. "You probably shouldn't be getting up so quickly," Adelheid cautioned. Sebek didn't listen. Instead, he leaned out of the wagon and saw the massive walls of the fort city spread out before him. It was where the beast was supposed to be going. He was worried it would find him or his scent if he were to go in. He looked out into the forest. It was nightfall again, and he was unsure of what to do. If the beast hadn't chased after him, that meant it must have gone back to its master. Sebek was worried that it would have made it back to his mate. Would she have been able to kill it? He would have to travel back to find out. He prepared to jump out of the wagon, but stopped himself. He turned back around and faced his rescuers. It was obvious they saw the panic in his eyes. Good. He needed them to be on his side. If the beast was out there, who would be better to kill it than beast hunters like themselves? "Is everything all right, Sebek?" Fako asked. "The truth is, this one was being hunted," he said with genuine sadness. "That is why Sebek was collapsed where you found him. A girl traveling with a convoy sent her familiar to massacre this one's family. As far as Sebek knows, he is the only survivor." "That's awful," Adelheid said in outrage. "This one wishes to see what became of his pack, but fears venturing alone, lest Sebek be slain. Sebek is a merchant. Can this one hire you all as guards?" "The familiar is a Hydra, a powerful three-headed beast." The wagon came to an abrupt stop, nearly throwing them all to the ground. The third member of this little werewolf pack burst into the wagon bed with the rest of them. He was an older man with a long, braided beard. He was easily the same height as Sebek and twice as muscular. The old werewolf was covered in tribal tattoos and battle scars. A Hydra? In these parts? Alaric's voice was deep. That's an odd creature to have as a familiar. Dangerous and foolish to keep around for any extended time, even if the Wendigo have a high affinity to familiar contracts. This Hydra was a greater Hydra, yes, Sebek said. The old werewolf's expression turned sour. Then the girl is corrupted and the Hydra needs to be killed. There are many creatures that cannot be made into familiars. Greater Hydras are one such creature. Their existence is poison, and their bonds corrupt the mind of those they are connected to, like a slow-acting venom. Please, Sebek, tell me more about this Hydra and what happened to you. WM-0 investigation. The sun finally crested the horizon, marking the beginning of a new day. Thorfinn could not believe the ease with which he had entered the fort city of Lavi. The city, which should by all means be a battleground between the royals and nobles as they contested the rights of ownership, appeared unexpectedly calm. He and his master, First Princess Sigrun, preferred this to bloodshed. Still, the likelihood of the Forest Father Blessed Salstar's failing a show of power had not fully settled in his mind as factual until he passed the threshold of the portcullis beyond the southeast Demelun town. The town guards still performed their duties despite the absence of their lord, who had been executed for treason under the order of the royal court. Thorfinn believed that even though Arnor could not fight for the city since his noble had failed, his influence and presence alone were enough to keep the city functioning. It would be a poor show of leadership if the city broke down under his temporary governance. The fort city was a massive star fort divided into 4 distinct sections. The outermost were the Demeluns, each containing a town of their own. Then, the outer city rested within the first wall and comprised most of Lavi. The inner city behind the second wall comprised the wealthier districts. Finally, there was the fort palace, the most secure area in the fort city, separated by a final wall and untold magical defenses. The siege of the fort city would have taken months and might have been an act of futility. But the first princess didn't have a choice if she wanted to compete with her brothers for succession to the throne. The king of Yuhia didn't have much longer, as his health had declined rapidly over the past decade. Thorfinn wanted to ensure that it was his master who sat upon the throne as queen and not the bold first prince. Thorfinn did not dress in his usual hand regalia, which would have seen him in long black and gold robes with a veil over his face. Instead, he dressed as a typical traveler. His face was altered with the use of his illusionary starlight magic mastery. He looked like any other Wendigo in simple earth-tone robes. His antlers, known colloquially as a crown, sported iron rings and clasps instead of his usual gold and silver. He was here to investigate what led to the Salstars failing their show of strength. Most importantly, he had to find the ISI Patriarch before they could find and assassinate him. Thorfinn wasn't there alone. He had a team of 6 intelligence agents and 10 decoys, each of whom were experts in their field. 4 of them were mages, including Thorfinn. The rest were wizards. Everyone would enter the city separately, and the agents and Thorfinn would begin their investigation once they were sure they weren't being tailed while the decoys ran interference. "Hey, move out of the way, you damn fool," a man yelled. Thorfinn turned to see a massive Wendigo man carrying easily half a ton of building supplies. He quickly exited the man's way, and the man continued, vanishing into the crowd. This is a town that never sleeps. They lost their lord, and they just continued like nothing happened. Thorfinn said to himself as he scratched his head. Well, don't have long. Better get to the gate. Thanks to the Nazem, Lavi was the most significant international trade hub in Yuhia. The city's diversity was staggering compared to the rest of the Wendigo kingdom. Thorfinn was shocked at the number of different species on any given street. Wendigo, elves, goblins, humans, demons, harpies. He whistled in disbelief when he saw a centaur. I know it's been a few decades since I've been here, but damn, Thorfinn said to himself. Anyways, it's time to get to work. Which way to the west gate again? Thorfinn leaned against the wall of a business a block away from the west gate. Despite the crowds around him, he could see it just fine with his clairvoyance magic. The gatehouse was still heavily damaged, and repairs were going quite slowly. Thorfinn guessed that the prince didn't want to waste his resources on a city he wouldn't be able to keep, so they were superficially working with a skeleton crew for appearances. He couldn't help but chuckle at the pettiness of the first prince. The prince's royal soldiers were not allowing anyone into the inner city. However, none of the men at the gatehouse could detect him if he was seriously trying to get in. He was a starlight mage and reconnaissance specialist. It appeared that the first prince had not deployed any of his mages or hands and only seemed to be doing the bare minimum. Well, that means we have to wait until the others arrive. So, what is around to eat? Thorfinn looked at nearby shops, his magic sight removing the crowds to keep his view clear. Oh, is that roast stag I see? Don't mind if I do. Not long before, a hooded man sat down at one of the bar stools next to Thorfinn at the food stall. Magic obscured his form, so ordinary people couldn't identify anything beyond his race. The effect wasn't caused by his magic directly, but by the hood itself. Jorn was one of Thorfinn's oldest companions and his second in command. The man was a mage enchanter, and a damn good one too. Then again, he would have to be to work in the first princess entourage. And how did I know I would find you here? Jorn said, holding 2 fingers to the stall owner, who nodded in response. You know I have a weakness for finely cooked stag roast, Thorfinn said. There was a shimmer in the air, but only briefly as a spell snapped into being. It happened so quickly that anyone who saw it would have thought it a trick of the light if they registered it. Thorfinn had hidden the words of power within the phonetics of his seemingly ordinary statements. The spell was an illusory barrier that would alter the sight and sounds of those who looked at him and Jorn. Anyone who saw the pair would see 2 old friends catching up after having run into each other coincidentally, while in reality, they had the freedom to discuss whatever they wanted. What did you find? Thorfinn asked. All of the other gates are closed. None of the first prince's soldiers or the knights of Velhade are operating outside of the inner city in any meaningful capacity, Jorn said as 2 servings of freshly cooked stag roast were served. He gave the proprietor the appropriate payment without missing a beat in his explanation. I have located a neutral royal administrator named Dagfinn, organizing the town guards. He seems to be the main reason the outer city guards are still operating. You said neutral royal administrator, but didn't say whose, Thorfinn stated between hearty bites of his meal. One of the other princes or princesses playing referee? He has the crest of King Magni. Jorn took a bite of his meal. That is good anyway. Dagfinn likely showed up with the first prince's forces as a stopgap just in case the Nazem was killed, and this specific scenario played out. The presence of Dagfinn is why the first prince and Salstars have been relegated to the inner city. Great. That means they can't operate out in the open, Thorfinn said as he stood up. That makes things easier. Keep a lookout for anyone without a shadow, though. Loki is going to be spread thin. What do we do if we see one of his constructs? Jorn asked. Thorfinn patted the man on the back. Unless your cover is blown, let the decoys handle them. Wait, one more thing, Jorn said with enough urgency to arrest Thorfinn's movement. It hasn't been confirmed, but there are rumors that Ingrid's left hand, Thyril Sori, is dead. What? The ISI killed a sanguine mage? How? Thorfinn asked as he rubbed his chin in contemplation. That makes them more dangerous than we thought, if true. Until we get confirmation, don't share that with anyone. Of course not, Jorn said. Thorfinn had been using his divining magic to watch the gate the entire time he talked. He saw a change in guard shifts and saw his opportunity to move. Good man. Now I have to see what happened at that gate. There was a barely noticeable magical shine to Thorfinn's eyes. Looks like I see an opportunity to get in. WM 0.1. The Patriarch Thorfinn stood invisible to all senses in the small square before the gatehouse. He was in the inner city, having easily slipped through during the changing of the guards. The square was damaged, and obvious signs of battle were still being repaired. Until he got in, he had assumed the prince was purposefully dragging his heels on fixing the megastructure of a gatehouse. But now that he could see it from the inside, he didn't think so. The gatehouse was in absolute disrepair. Whatever magical attack they used to destroy the gate must have been immense. Well, that was what he was there to find out. He had to dodge a soldier who nearly walked into him as he looked around for a position to set up his magic. What he was preparing to do was a form of divination that very few Starlight mages could accomplish. He could see the truth of past events as if he were there, although he could not hear anything. He didn't have a wand, as he had come to pioneer the use of divination crystal prisms. The edges of these prisms were finely carved with the mage's mana. The unique pattern cut the crystal into a shape that most accurately represented the mage's ability. Thorfinn's crystal prisms, of which there were 3, were quintuple helices around crystal spikes. Despite the unusual structure, each was one solid piece and immensely more durable than the delicate-looking crystal. If not for the fact they were invisible, they would sparkle with the radiance of his magic. "Now let's see what happened here," Thorfinn said. The crystals levitated under the influence of his magic, which directed them to float above the area in a large triangle. As soon as the crystals were in place, he sat down in the lotus position. He, too, began to levitate just high enough off the ground so no one would run into him and break the invisibility illusion he had on himself. His ability to wield so many high-level Starlight spells was second to none, making him the foremost illusions expert in Yuhia. Where he lacked was offensive magic, but that did not apply to his purpose today. All Starlight mages could use some aspect of divining, although since there had never been a master of divining, it was seen as a crude magical niche. Thorfinn was better than most, but only when viewing past events. He could not see the future to any degree of certainty beyond an educated guess. The spell he was using now would allow him to replay events within the triangles of his prisms. It was an immensely costly spell, mainly because he had to keep himself invisible while doing it. He spoke the words of power, and the world around him shifted. Only he would be able to see the world as it rewound. He kept going until he saw a battle between the forces of the ISI and Southstar Knights. He was amazed by the destruction before him. Not only was Thyra present, but Loki was also present, and they were both engaged in battle. At this point, the gate was already destroyed, so he rewound further. He nearly lost focus and dropped to the ground when he came to the exact moment the gate was struck. The source of the attack came from outside the triangular area of influence, and moving it was impossible while he was in the middle of the spell. He turned back to what he could make out. Black fire washed down onto the unsuspecting knights, then focused more and more until it could damage the gate. "Whatever did, that is the real threat here," Thorfinn stated as he noted it in a journal. Now what happened after this? He fast-forwarded back to the all-out assault on the gate and watched as the ISI main force was split. Half of them escaped, while the other half was split off. They seemed to be protecting someone. A young man Thorfinn assumed was the surviving Patriarch. He was surprised at his young age, but his leadership was what he expected from an heir to a prominent family. "Now I know what the Patriarch looks like," Thorfinn said as he drew his face in the journal. He continued to watch but sped it up to see how the Patriarch got out. He was surprised when 2 new people joined the battle alongside a Chimera familiar. The man was a prominent ISI disciple based on his fighting style, but the woman was unknown. She didn't even look like a Wendigo, but some odd Wendigo-like being. He noted her more when she nearly carved a man in armor in half. She was breathing Maya, so he assumed she was some demon, which would explain the odd appearance. What happened next didn't make sense. She was using magic, water magic to be specific, which is impossible for demons. Her 3-headed familiar was also using magical poison clouds, causing the knights to retreat and giving the ISI time to regroup. That was when Loki showed up, and Thorfinn got a good look at what destroyed the gate. As soon as Loki materialized from his portal, the familiar breathed a blast of heat and destruction akin to artillery magic. "What in the infernal planes is this?" Thorfinn said in disbelief. "I need to get a better look." Thorfinn immediately froze the image and dropped to the ground. He walked around the still battlefield and sketched the odd 3-headed chimera, then the demon woman. He continued the recording but had to stop again when he saw the demon woman and her familiar fighting Thyra and beheading her. "Damn, I guess she is dead. But who is this?" Thorfinn said as he looked at the frozen form of the demon woman. He watched the remaining battle and was again surprised when the Patriarch was stabbed through the chest by a spike of pure darkness magic. Material users, like magic casters, were more durable the more powerful they became. Injuries that would have been fatal as a beginner are little more than flesh wounds as a master. One's magic or material power would keep them alive and repair their bodies. The Patriarch didn't appear to be in that state yet, and was minutes from death, if not already dead. Then, a Rakshasa tiger demon entered the battle in a flash, taking the Patriarch, the injured demon woman, and the Chimera before escaping spectacularly. Thorfinn had to find out where the trio went to see what happened to the Patriarch. If he was dead and the rumor of him being alive was just a rumor, the Salstars and the prince would have every right to contest, and it would mean war. Thorfinn recollected his prism, ending the visions of the past, and slipped back out of the gate with more difficulty than he had to get in since it wasn't during a guard change. Once he was out, he had to set up the ritual area, inspect their movements in the past, recollect his crystals, move 100 feet, and do it all over again. Even I have a limit to how much mana I have. Don't tell me they ran out of the city, Thorfinn said as he set up what felt like his 100th divining location. This is going to take hours. The spell activated, and he finally saw the tiger demon, now disguised as a Wendigo woman, turn into an alley. Finally, he watched them place the Patriarch on the ground and found the blood stain there. The demons used what looked like a greater health potion and saved the young man's life. Thorfinn smiled, seeing that the rumors of the Patriarch being alive were true. Now, all he needed was to find him. He examined the dried blood on the ground and knew that wouldn't be an issue either. With this much blood left behind, he had a member of his team that could find him. WM1, just another demon. All the windows had been sealed, and the building had no natural light. Bjorn hadn't seen the sun in weeks and was getting antsy. They moved underground at night and stayed in one place during the day. He understood why. He was a three-headed Hydra with antlers, not something they could easily disguise. Being the size of a pony meant he would draw attention, and since they were on the run, that would not be good. He sighed as he looked around the office space of the large warehouse they were in this time. From what he remembered, it belonged to one of the ISI sympathizers, which is what people who aided them had come to be called. As it turned out, many people wanted to help the ISI. Most of the town guards and soldiers who couldn't use magic were trained directly by them. After all, they would have left the city, but Loki had constructs that watched all of the gatehouses. Not to mention that they were still technically criminals, and while they had many sympathizers, they had many more people who would turn them in if they were found out. This was only compounded by the fact that the first prince himself labeled the ISI as traitors in the first place. Not to mention, Bjorn blew up one of their priceless gatehouses. So yeah, they were stuck until whoever also contested the domain showed up. Are you sure you don't want to see the next memory? Failsafe asked in his head. The Reincarnation failsafe magic construct had become more insistent on viewing the Hydra's memories as soon as they became available. Its insistence came from the fact that he would lose access to the memories if he didn't internalize them and lost levels again. Bjorn realized failsafe was right, but was worried about what he would see. The last time he saw the memories of his past life before his reincarnation as a true Hydra, he doomed his people to death or slavery. Not now. I want to be alert if something happens, Bjorn responded mentally. It would be a big distraction on my mind if we do it before we get out of here. You keep saying that, but it is just like sleeping. If something happens, you'll wake up. Another reason Bjorn didn't want to view his memories was the warning he got from his Hydra mother, the Queen of 1,000 Heads, when she spoke to him and gave him back access to Aether. She warned him that reincarnated sometimes get ride-alongs from death with less than noble intentions. He wanted to trust failsafe, but at the same time needed to find out more about the supposed reincarnation failsafe first. Until he had confirmation, he didn't want to let the construct see more of his past life. Or maybe it was just a defense against allowing himself to see how he got his people killed. I said no for now. Just drop it, Bjorn said. Fine, I'm just bored. Why don't we see what the others are doing, at least? It was silent again as failsafe gave up on his 1,000th attempt to get Bjorn to view his memories. With nothing else to do, Bjorn opened his mental projection menus. He figured he might as well see if anything had changed since he had nothing better to do. Failsafe had been working on a third page too, and maybe he was done with it. You finished that third page? Bjorn asked. Oh yeah, but it only shows your magic discipline specializations, so it's useless, Failsafe said unamused. I don't think you need another page to tell you are venomous. I'll take a look anyway, Bjorn responded. Status menu name. Bjorn Ison Scalebound Species. Lernean Hydra level. 32 Vitality. 140/195 Restoration. 210/270 Constitution. 120/135 Strength. 90/130 Dexterity. 80/100 Stamina. 90/115 Aether. 50/50 Etheric Regeneration. 100/100, plus 100 from Bond. Page 1 of 3 Skills Analysis Reincarnation Failsafe, an incomplete reincarnation magic, and your best friend who has your back no matter what. Error. Unknown Pact. Error. Eyes of the Queen of 1,000 Heads, is watching you. Be sure to eat well, and don't talk to strangers from higher planes. Venomous Bite Ether Cost. 0. You have a neurotoxic venom, which can be injected through a bite with your fangs. Your venom becomes infectious and will spread to nearby targets within 5 feet of the injected target. Allies are unaffected by your venom. Poison Cloud Ether Cost. 5. With your right head, you can mix venom into the air using magic, creating a large area of poisonous gas. This gas will rapidly reduce the health of those inside. Allies within your poison cloud are unaffected. Gain control over the spread and density of the poison cloud. Plague Fire Breath Ether Cost. 8. With your left head, you can breathe a plume of superheated toxin, which will ignite enemies and infect them with your neurotoxin. Flames retain toxicity until you release the spell. Plague Fire will spread like normal fire. Etheric Breath Ether Cost. 15. I have no idea what this is or how it works. It replaced Maya Breath, but until you use it, I don't know what it will do. I recommend trying it when no one is around. Poison Claws Ether Cost. 2. You can infuse your claws with neurotoxic venom, making even minor scratches fatal. Venom has resistance to cleansing effects. Allies are unaffected by your venom. Delta Familiar Contract Ether Cost. -100. You are a bonded Delta-class familiar. You gain +100 to etheric regeneration. Your bond has grown, allowing you to convey emotions through your bond. Your bond is more resistant to outside influences and cannot be forcibly severed by outside parties. King of the Reptiles passive skill. Dragons, lizards, and amphibians all show hesitation and fear around you, going so far as to run away. More study is needed. Intimidation Roar Ether Cost. 1. Infuse ether into your roar to paralyze anyone who hears it. Your roar can paralyze humanoid magic constructs as long as they are connected to a magic caster. Paralysis duration depends on distance and level disparity between you and the target. Those bound to you are immune to this effect. Hydra Regeneration Ether Cost. 15. So funny story, we grew another head, I have no idea why. We have enough ether to use this now. I still don't recommend decapitation though. We can convert experience or ether into maturation. Healing major wounds, decapitation, or growing more heads. Let's not push our luck too much, though. Every time we do something, you almost get us killed as is. Airclaws Commune with your master to unlock. Etheric Scales Commune with your master to unlock. Hydromancy Commune with your master to unlock. Waterlight Commune with your master to unlock. Hydrobreath Commune with your master to unlock. Page 2 of 2 Twin Soul Core Analysis Error. Twin Soul Core Error. Your soul has been bonded and should be permanently fused to that of the Sage of Seer. Error. Calculating. This bond was interrupted by the Queen of 1,000 Heads before the permanent connection was complete. Calculating. The Ringularity core of the Sage of Seer was stabilized by this partial semi-permanent soul tether because of POSON. Without a complete and permanent tethering of your souls, you must commune with the Sage of Seer to unlock Twin Soul Core abilities. Note from POSON. What did I say about opening your soul up to strangers? This wasn't very smart. I saved that tramp this time only because she's been feeding you, and so I can deal with her. Permanently fuse your souls and complete bond. No/no. Note from POSON. Don't you even think about it, Akiao. Nature discipline specialties, vinificanesis, creation and control of toxins, venoms, and poisons. Elemental discipline specialties, aerokinesis, control over air currents and atmosphere. Hydrokinesis, creation of and control over water. Pyrokinesis, creation of and control over heat, fire, and thermal temperature. Page 3 of 3, there were more changes than he expected. The third page was not only visible, but he also had notes from Posun, his Hydra mother. Failsafe had said there were only his magic disciplines and specializations on this page, which meant it was something else the Construct could not see. Bjorn didn't know why the Construct couldn't see it. He believed it was something his mother did to him, or it was because it was information that dealt not only with his magic, but also with his soul. Bjorn sighed a long sigh of relief he didn't know he had been holding. The thought of being permanently bonded in life and death was not something he wanted. There were too many unknowns when it came to bonding one's soul. The familiar bond connected them magically and already came with a compulsion to protect Tanisha. He was okay with that bond for now, but how long would that be the case? Just to be certain, on the third page, what can you see? Failsafe? Read everything to me. Bjorn said mentally to the Construct. Failsafe complained, but complied and confirmed that he could only see the nature and elemental disciplines and their respective specialties. Bjorn decided not to tell him about the information he could not see. Bjorn stood up. His long serpentine form was completely normal to him now. He could not help but think how it felt so awkward when he first reincarnated. His 3 heads swiveled around as he looked for the door out of the room he was in. There was distant, muffled conversation. With his enhanced sense of smell and taste, every time his tongue flicked, he could quite literally taste the magic, Maya, chakra, and seer in the air. We finally going to check on everyone? Failsafe asked. That is a good idea, Bjorn said. We might be getting ready to move again anyway. Bjorn left the office and walked into the large, filled warehouse where countless goods in crates and barrels were stacked on hundreds of shelves. The office was raised a level, allowing him to look down over almost the entirety of the lower storage area. Thanks to his dark vision, his vision from his 6 eyes was not impeded, even with the low light of just a few active glowstones. He lazily walked down the stairs with a yawn that started at his right head, only to influence his other heads to join in. In the lower level, there were mainly young women and children, the survivors from the battle at the gatehouse. The fact that mainly women were left was only due to the fact that they were non-combatants, not that they were women. Bjorn found that in Wendigo society, because of their physiology, men and women had the same aptitude to gaining strength, so everyone was equally expected to be able to fight. These were the wives, mothers, and children of the ISI disciples who had fallen. There weren't many people left, just 17 adults and 13 children, excluding himself, Tyr, Joha, and Tanisha. As Bjorn walked by a group of people, a young boy ran up to him, no older than 4 years old and too young to fully understand their situation. Identify name, Neil Louis Pin species, Wendigo level, 0 vocation, non-combatant. Bjorn hadn't intended to use his identify on the boy, but guessed he must have focused too hard on him as he approached. The boy's mother ran after him as he latched onto Bjorn's leg with a massive smile on his face. She was not as enthusiastic about seeing Bjorn as the young boy was. He couldn't blame her. By now, she had to have heard about what he had done to the heavily enchanted gatehouse. Bjorn, up, Neil called out happily to him. Neil, no, you can't just order someone else's familiar, the mother stated. Bjorn didn't mind, though, and wrapped his long tail gently around the boy under his arms and lifted him onto his back. This wasn't the first time Neil wanted a ride, to the apparent chagrin of his mother. The woman knew Bjorn was intelligent, a common trait developed by familiars, so when he walked the giggling boy over to her, she was flushed in the face from embarrassment. Sorry about that, Master Bjorn, the woman said as she took the boy off his back. The tired-looking woman took the boy away, and Bjorn thought no more of it as he continued his walk. There was another office near one of the large loading bay doors. Bjorn knew the people he was looking for were inside, so he casually strode over and used his hand-like claws to open the door. The talking on the other side stopped immediately until they saw it was him. Inside were his master Tanisha, her mentor, the Rakshasa tiger demon Johha, Tyr, the new patriarch of the Isi family, and two of his warriors, Kettle and Suniva, conversing in a semicircle. The warehouse's owner, Beck, was also present, as they were most likely discussing logistics for another hideout. The darkness constructs had become increasingly relentless in the past few days. Bjorn? Is something wrong, big man? Tanisha asked. Bjorn shook his head and slinked inside, walking over to her. It was hard to believe she was the same person from nearly 2 months ago when he had hatched from an egg in her dorm room. Not only was she significantly more powerful, but she wasn't even the same species anymore. She did the impossible and reshaped her soul and, by extension, her body into a new creature. She was the Sage of Seer and the only Cernunnos in existence. The alterations to her soul had changed the 16-year-old girl. Her body matured, and she now looked to be in her 20s. She was taller, at least 6'5", and her eyes were golden orbs that spun with untold magical energies. Her raven black hair was far longer than she used to keep it. For the time being, she had it in a ponytail, accentuating her new long, elf-like ears. The long black tail waved in the air, most strikingly when she saw him. She was so different from her previous self that most people didn't even know she was the same person. Nearly everyone assumed Tanisha had died, and this new person was just another demon like Johha. No one corrected that assumption, and she was now going by the alias Sif, which just cemented the fact. The only people who knew she was Tanisha were himself, Johha, and Tyr, although the latter did not know why her appearance had changed. Sorry for the interruption, Tanisha said to the group. It would appear he just wanted to check on us. Beck, the owner of the warehouse, waved off the interruption. I will think nothing of it. As I said, we will have to move you all out tonight. My son has heard some rumblings that some people were snooping around previous hideouts. They weren't constructs. WM2, we do not bow. The room was momentarily silent as everyone processed that they were being tracked even faster. Tanisha knew an adequate tracker could find them, but if they had that kind of person, why would Loki use his constructs to such an extremes? They knew that dozens of the constructs secretly marched around the city. Do you have any idea who it was? Tyr asked. My people have had to move every night for the past week. I'm not sure how many more nights they can do this. We aren't sure, Beck responded aptly, as if he was ready for this direction in the conversation. My son is still trying to organize a way to smuggle you all out of the city, but with the Fidel family gone, there has been far more scrutiny on anything entering or exiting. The Salstars efficiently eliminated or jailed all of the reliable backdoormen. Tyr rubbed his tired eyes. And I am guessing all of our contacts are saying that the ones left are either plants, constructs, or would betray us as soon as they saw who we were. Precisely, Beck said. We have to do something different, Patriarch. Kettle spoke up for the first time, his voice oddly smooth for his rough exterior. I'm not sure how well everyone will hold up if we keep this up. Tyr looked around the room, his expression dire. He looked to be contemplating something, but gave up on the idea and turned to Beck. The next place we go, we need it to be somewhere we can rest for at least a full night, Tyr said. If things don't improve, we will have no choice but to risk breaking out of the city. Wow, it sounds like you all are in a bind, a new voice said. Everyone looked around for the origin of the intruder. Those with swords pulled them out and circulated chakra, which instantly dropped the temperature of the room 10 degrees. Johha bellowed out Maya, magic from the infernal homeworld of the demons. Tanisha activated her buff, Chain Breaker's Mantle, which was an ability she obtained after evolving into a Cernunnos. The skill itself was the evolution of the natural ability of the Wendigo to enhance their body's physicality and durability with magic. Chain Breaker's Mantle Seer cost. Variable, I. With low seer cost per minute, Seer will inundate your muscles and bones with the power to increase your physical attributes temporarily. 2. Medium seer cost per minute. The marks of Seer, greatly enhancing unarmed strikes. Unarmed punches and kicks will produce a Seer shockwave, increasing the range of unarmed strikes a short distance. 3. High Seer cost per minute. The energies within you grant the ability of arcane shift to teleport up to 5 yards. The barely visible magic symbols and circles on Tanisha's skin flared to life, glowing and moving across her body like living equations. She breathed out the seer in the same manner as Yuhia and Maya. However, her power sparkled like thousands of gems inside a green smoke. Everyone sharply surveyed the small space and was ready to fight at a moment's notice. That was when Bjorn noticed the nearly imperceptible taste of foreign magic in the room. Without hesitation, he launched himself toward a seemingly blank space in the corner of the office. Tanisha followed the familiar bond that connected the two of them. She could feel his emotions and hostilities and spoke the words of power without missing a beat, which formed 2 orbs of water that floated in the air before her. Divination Hydromancy Seer Cost. Variable. I. Create seer constructs with liquid attributes or condense water from the atmosphere and control water from a water source. Exerting control over water allows you to change its state and temperature with ease. 2. Alter the properties of water to cause it to glow. Only those you choose can see the light produced. 3. Water in any state will condense into a blast of highly pressurized water. You maintain control of water even after it is fired, allowing it to change trajectory and home in on enemies. It took little more than a thought for the orbs to shoot out potent streams of highly pressurized water. The streams hit something and were deflected by an invisible field. The deflected streams cut through the steel walls of the room as if it were paper. A Wendigo man shimmered into being right as Bjorn reached the man, only to be caught in a bubble of what appeared to be colorful light. "I'm not here to fight," the man said, his hands in the air. "My name is Thorfinn. First Princess Sigrun sent me to find the Patriarch and take him out of the city into protective custody." In less than a moment, everyone but the warehouse owner had a weapon pointed at Thorfinn. Tanisha used her Identify on the man to ensure he wasn't a construct. Identify name: Thorfinn Woot species. Wendigo level. Vocation: Royal Starlight Mage. Yuhia's voice was a deep growl. "How did you find us?" "That is a state secret, demon." Thorfinn dismissed the question. "What is important is that I get you all out of here before we get company." "Company?" Tanisha asked. "Your man there, Beck Godier, betrayed you." Thorfinn pointed to the warehouse owner. "He sold you out, and Loki is on his way now." "He did what?" Tyr yelled. "'Tis that he has no proof," Beck rebutted. "I have done everything in my power to keep you all safe. He is the one who broke in here and has been listening to our plans. Surely, we can believe the words of a nobody claiming to represent the first princess. He is a spy." Thorfinn spoke in a calm, collected voice. "He has been purposefully moving you all around all night for the past few days to tire you all out so capture would be easy. He is speaking nonsense. Are you all just going to stand there? He is a starlight mage. Take him down before he casts a spell or something." Tyr turned to regard Beck, who quickly became furious and started ranting about how they needed to get rid of the spy quickly. "Release Bjorn." Tanisha stepped toward the man with deadly intent. "Of course," Thorfinn said, and the familiar was free with a wave of his hand. "There, see. I'm not here to hurt you." "Bjorn, come back," Tanisha stated sharply while watching Thorfinn. "What does the first princess want with me?" Tyr said, his sword still raised. "My family was killed because of the first prince, so forgive me if I am not so trusting. She needs to keep you alive as proof the Salstars have failed their show of power," Thorfinn stated with sincerity. "As long as that happens, the first princess can take the city without bloodshed. If you die, then she will have to resort to a costly siege. I mean costly in lives, by the way. She would rather avoid any unnecessary death, especially of our people. The ISI have shown that they are resilient and deserving of a fair trial, to say the least." "You can't seriously consider this shady man's words right now," Beck screamed. "Ah, then let me properly introduce myself," Thorfinn stated. He vanished as if he was never there. A figure in the black, gold, and silver robes of a royal hand appeared, standing behind Beck. Everyone realized that the person they had been talking to up to that point was an illusion the entire time. They were only just now talking to the real Thorfinn. Tanisha found it even more terrifying that he managed to fool not only the identify skill, which not even Loki could do with his construct, but also both Bjorn and Joha. I am Thorfinn Woot, left hand of Her Highness, First Princess of Yuhia, Sigrun Alveladine. Now, I speak the words of the princess as her hand. I was sent to ensure the safety of the Patriarch of the ISI house, and to take you and your allies out of Lavi immediately. Thanks to this man, he placed a hand on Beck's shoulder. We don't have long before we have company. So, I suggest you all collect your things and people quickly. Tyr and Beck bowed their heads as they dropped to a kneeled. A royal hand issuing a command after announcing they speak the word of their master is the same as talking to the royal. Tanisha almost bowed, but was stopped when Joha grabbed her arm. He whispered so softly that even Tanisha barely heard him. You are not a Wendigo anymore. Everyone believes you are a demon. Demons do not bow to anyone. Tanisha stood at her full height. Right, yeah? Not Wendigo. Tanisha mouthed in agreement to herself. A light construct resembling soft chains enveloped Beck. Spikes anchored it firmly into the ground, solidifying the chains and binding the man in place. Before he could scream obscenities in outrage, he was gagged. Now, let's get out of here before Loki's constructs arrive, Thorfinn stated. WM3. Man of the people, there was an explosion of motion as the people once again prepared to move. Children were loaded into Tanisha's wagon. The wooden merchant's wagon had seen better days. The escape from the inner city had left it blackened from spells. Owen's horses pulled the wagon, and until Thorfinn showed up, they could only move it at night. This time, they were making a mad dash to the closest gate. Bjorn also had to sit in the wagon since he stuck out too much in a crowd. He quickly jumped into the open tailgate and saw the faces of children who had all come to know him over the past month. A couple of women and an elderly couple rode in the wagon. Everyone was exhausted physically and emotionally, but what caught Bjorn's attention were the hollow faces of Owen, Wyatt, and Caleb as they nestled into one corner quietly. Thorfinn, who now looked like any random traveler, looked around. Even his voice had changed. Patriarch, you should ride inside as well. We don't want anyone identifying you. Handwoot, I have to keep watch. These are my people, Tyr stated, his voice tired but firm. You have already done that. Now I need to do my job to make sure you all get out alive, Thorfinn replied, glancing around. You have done a damn good job keeping these people alive. So, let's not trip up when we are so close to getting you out. Tyr walked up to Thorfinn. His eyes narrowed as he peered deeply into the hand's eyes. They were not his natural eyes. He used magic to change his appearance, but it didn't matter. At that moment, Tyr was not some kid given the title of Patriarch of his people. He was the head of the in every sense of the word. His gaze carried loss, defeat, and profound defiance against the impossible odds he faced. Do I have your word you will keep everyone here safe? Tyr said, his voice lost its hostility and almost sounded pleading. If you can guarantee that, I will do whatever you say. Thorfinn reached out his hand, and Tyr looked at it for a long moment. He took a deep breath, and the two tightly clasped each other's forearms. Patriarch of the ISA, Teresa, you have my word, Thorfinn said with every bit of confidence a royal hand possessed. I wondered what I would find when I met you. You are a true man of the people. Tyr looked around at the remaining ISI disciples. Only 6 remained, ready for the final push out of the city. Thorfinn turned his attention to Joha and Tanisha, who watched him closely. And as for you two demons, can you both change your appearance? Thorfinn rolled his hand as if trying to recall their names. It's Sif and No, Tanisha responded. I am not a Rakshasa like my partner Joha. Then I recommend you also stay in the wagon, Miss Sif, Thorfinn stated. You have a target on your head after what happened to Thyra. You know that much? Joha asked. The royal family has its methods of obtaining information. The death of a noble hand is of no concern of mine right now, Thorfinn stated coldly. I do not know how much you two know of Wendigo customs, but she died in the Solstar's failed show of power. While she will be missed on the battlefield against the Druids, we won't shed any tears for her here. Joha bellowed red Maya that surrounded him in a cloud. When it dissipated, He looked like a short human worker with sunburnt skin. "We will talk when this is over," Tanisha said to Yuhia as she walked over to the wagon. The bay doors were open in moments, and the wagon took off with as much speed as the horses could muster. Thorfinn drove the speeding vehicle as they sped out of the warehouse district. Yuhia and the 6 ISI defenders ran, flash-stepped, and blinked to keep up with the speedy craft. Should the need arise, Bjorn, Tanisha, and Tyr sat at the wagon's rear, ready to jump out immediately. Tensions were high now that they were on the last stretch of the hellish journey. Everyone felt they would be attacked by darkness constructs or knights any second. Once they finally exited the warehouse district, everyone breathed a little easier. The outer city streets were always bustling. However, there was barely a soul this time. Bjorn could taste an unfamiliar magic in the air and frantically looked out for the source. His sudden alertness put Tanisha and Tyr back on edge. "Your familiar is very astute," Thorfinn yelled over the sound of the speeding wagon. "There is no need to worry about that magic. An associate of mine is using it to clear the way for us." "A psionic mage?" Tanisha questioned, only loud enough for Bjorn and Tyr to hear. "They're real." Tyr looked puzzled. "And what now?" "Psionic magecraft is a theoretical magic," Tanisha explained. "It would be a super-specific specialization subset of animal control or taming magic. Essentially, it is the mental manipulation of people. Usually, someone's magic or material would prevent this with sentient beings." "That sounds terrifying. You can't even trust your own mind if that is the case," Tyr said, looking out into the nearly empty streets. "Hopefully, this isn't that." The trip drifted off into silence after those words, as silent as a wagon full of people going full speed down a brick road could be. Bjorn kept his head on a swivel for any new magics being used. After a few minutes, Tanisha squeezed through the cramped space to sit with Owen and his children. "Are you going to give me control of the right head?" Failsafe said in Bjorn's mind. "I can help you look out for any traps." "Not right now. It is easier to taste magic when I have all 3 heads," Bjorn responded. "Be ready if things heat up." The trip went smoothly. Traffic picked up as whatever magic was being suddenly infused into the environment could not work on so many people. The magic was a gentle push for someone to get out of the road or take a different street for a few minutes. It could affect a large number of people, but not everyone equally. The small caravan had to swerve to avoid slow-moving wagons, carts, and the occasional pedestrian. Bjorn saw a random man get tackled to the ground by someone he didn't know. The attacker stabbed the man rapidly, only for the stabbed man to turn into darkness and burn away. The attacker vanished into an alley, and no one else saw it. Until that moment, he had no idea they were being pursued. Bjorn instantly alerted Tanisha through the familiar bond. He couldn't talk through the bond. He could only send emotions through it. She responded immediately, quickly returning to the wagon's rear and sitting beside him. Bjorn saw something, Tanisha whispered to Tyr so they wouldn't alert anyone. Tyr looked at her and nodded. "I think I saw it too. Loki is around here somewhere. Stay out." A loud crash rang out as the street shook with a heavy impact. The wagon swerved heavily with a bevy of curses from those running outside. The wagon barely kept 2 of its 4 wheels on the ground as Thorfinn made an extremely sharp turn into an alley at the last minute. Bjorn and Tanisha leaned their heads out of the wagon for a second to see a giant dragon, easily the size of Thrand, had landed on the road. It took up nearly the entire route and would have been tearing into them had a shield of pure light not popped into being. The creature roared in outrage as its wings flapped, and it shot into the sky with hurricane-level winds, shattering the windows of nearby buildings. Tanisha's eyes widened, and Bjorn could taste the exact moment her emotions shifted from surprise to abject rage. He knew she wanted to jump out and attack right then and there. Thankfully, her rational mind kept her from doing anything foolish. However, whether intentional or not, she breathed out her sparkly green seer. "That was Vigo. Ingrid is here," Tanisha said, more a growl than words. "Everyone stay close. No one engages. My people will defend you." Thorfinn yelled, but he sounded almost giddy. "It would appear the sword of the Salstar house has descended. Now we can embarrass them to their face." WM For all hail, the group broke free of the alley as Vigo's roar echoed throughout the outer city. More people were on the street than the last, so the swerving intensified. Thorfinn squeezed between other vehicles and drove on the sidewalk, with near misses every few seconds. The feeling of whatever magic was used to clear the other road intensified, causing people to flee this street en masse. The dozens of darkness constructs that were now chasing them and the massive dragon in the sky overhead probably helped with that too. "Tyr, get up here," Thorfinn yelled. Tyr did not hesitate for a moment and jumped out of the crowded wagon, using flash step to run along the outside and reach Thorfinn faster. Tanisha touched Bjorn as the marks of sear tattooed across her skin glowed faintly while they moved across her skin. Instantly, she teleported the two of them to the wagon's roof. Teleporting Bjorn with her was only possible because of the familiar bond and their soul tethering. Typically, teleportation abilities like her arcane shift would not work on others. "Keep going straight down this road, no matter what," Thorfinn said as he handed Tyr the reins. "I need to prepare." Thorfinn jumped onto the wagon's roof before Tyr responded, fully trusting the young man would not let his people down. He only spared Tanisha and Bjorn a cursory glance before he sat down and began his words of power. 3 crystals floated from nowhere, creating a triangle over him. A thin but intensely powerful sheet of mana formed between them. Bjorn gave the mage no more of his attention and looked around at the ever-increasing numbers of darkness constructs that moved on thin legs with blade-like arms. The constructs ran, jumped, and climbed on the street, walls, and rooftops. Now and then, Bjorn would suddenly see people in seemingly ordinary clothing ruthlessly attack and destroy several of them with magic he didn't recognize. Vines rose from the street with thorns resembling swords and swung around, swatting 3 enemies simultaneously. Lightning in the shape of chains wrapped around and destroyed anything they touched. Swords with magic crystals for hilts and clockwork gearing that made up the crossguard flew through the air and cut up any opponent unlucky enough to be in their way. The magical effects tore into the approaching constructs and reduced their numbers dramatically. "Everyone look out!" Tanisha yelled. Vigo swooped down, the massive beast's claws extended. Tyr managed to turn the wagon just in time to avoid being crushed by the creature's enormous hand. Vigo's landing caused a tremor that shook the road and ripped up bricks as he launched himself back into the sky. The ordeal didn't even faze Thorfinn as he continued his spell unabated. A bright light shot up, and then the triangle of power slowly lowered the thin stream of condensed mana. It encased Thorfinn as if he were being covered in hot glass. Once the process was complete, he was glowing with a soft light. "Everyone needs to get in or hold onto the wagon," Thorfinn yelled. "Now!" Everyone jumped onto the wagon momentarily, holding onto the sides or joining Tanisha and Thorfinn on the roof. The horses whinnied their displeasure at the added weight, but kept galloping. Joha appeared beside Tanisha and Bjorn, still disguised as a random human. "This is going to feel uncomfortable, but no matter what, hold on to the wagon," Thorfinn stated as he stood up. The man vanished for a second and reappeared next to Tyr at the box seat. "Get back in the wagon. I'll take it from here." Tyr looked at him momentarily, nodded, and climbed back into the cargo hold with the women and children. The gate out of the city was now in sight, only a few blocks away. Vigo flew overhead, seemingly shrinking in size as purple energy sparked through the air. The dragon became more and more translucent as its form collapsed into itself. The creature flew like an arrow to the gate, stopping just in front, striking the ground like a meteor, sending a plume of shattered brick and debris into the air. Bjorn didn't have time to wonder what Thorfinn meant by saying it would feel uncomfortable. The air stilled as a figure walked out of the crater left from where the dragon had crashed. It was Ingrid, her formerly graceful features twisted into a snarl. She held a sword far larger than what her thin frame looked like she should be able to wield. She wore plate armor that fused blue steel, orichalcum, and arcane energies. Purple tendrils of power sparked all around her, striking out as they were slowly subsumed into her body. "First time I got to see the legendary Omega Familiar and the Sword of the Salstar House," Thorfinn said, low enough that Bjorn thought he imagined it. A sudden aura washed over everyone. It was dominating and overpowering. Suddenly, the Wendigo woman in front of them looked mountainous. Her gaze was like staring into the abyss of certain death. It became hard to breathe, to think, and even color was muted. Bjorn couldn't feel anything within himself, not his ether or failsafe. He couldn't taste magic either. It was as if it was stripped from him, leaving him exposed and weak. He had a flashback to the moment in his previous life as Isen, where the many-armed monster relentlessly smashed its scythe arms into the door of his mother's room. When he had to watch as it mutilated her, helpless to do anything to help her, terror in the face of inevitable death. Then, he felt something profound inside of himself. The familiar bond still connected him to Tanisha. He felt her emotions. There was no fear inside of her, only determination and anger. He used her determination, a boon granted by the familiar bond that allowed those connected to draw on each other's strengths. He looked at Tanisha, who was the only one still standing. Even Yuhia had collapsed and was forced into his standard form. He was only holding onto the wagon in ragged breaths. Her eyes were locked firmly onto Ingrid. Tanisha was seething with anger, although it appeared that not even her magic worked. Then Bjorn noticed Thorfinn was still glowing, the only color in the monotone world. He held his hand in front of them as they approached the gatehouse. Bjorn had not noticed that Thorfinn's crystals were still glowing. The bright magic conduits flew just ahead of the horses, and a barrier formed right as the sword Ingrid held swung up, then down in a wide arc. There was an explosion of force as two magics collided. The barrier was destroyed, and the horses was turned into minced meat. A second barrier formed right after, dispersing the remaining force. The momentum of the wagon continued to propel them forward until they passed the threshold of the gatehouse. Instantly, the aura vanished, and Ingrid was no longer death incarnate. She was simply a woman screaming her disbelief and discontent at the events that had just happened in front of her. What in the infernal plains was that? Failsafe screamed in Bjorn's head. I think I died for a second. Are you okay, Bjorn? Tanisha asked. Bjorn was unsure, but nodded anyway. Good. Ingrid is a master of anti-magic, and that was one of her sealing spells. Ingrid used Blink several times to close the distance between her and the wagon, pulling her sword back for another strike. Right before the strike landed, another sword flashed through the air and intercepted with just as much force. This one was thin but beautifully crafted. The impact threw the carriage and all of the people into the air. Bjorn prepared himself to hit the ground, but found that he was floating thanks to wind magic, and he, along with everyone else, was gently lowered to the ground. Ingrid Salstar, Loki Dalis, drop your weapons, a feminine but stern voice ordered. I will not have citizens of my city assaulted. As the dust from the attack settled, everyone bowed. Well, everyone but Yuhia, Tanisha, and himself. The figure that blocked the attack was a woman in the finest plate male Yuhia had to offer. Her antlers were adorned with flowers made from crystal. Her form was regal and deadly, her gaze piercing and no-nonsense. All hail! Thorfinn, who appeared at her side in full royal hand regalia, announced, his voice amplified by magic. First Princess Sigrun has claimed Lavi. Ingrid grits her teeth as the sword vanishes, likely into a storage item. She lowered her head in abject defeat. There was relief as the First Princess army marched into the city. Soldiers and healers carrying supplies went to aid the ISI survivors. Tanisha's glower never left Ingrid. If looks could kill, she would have been dead 100 times over. Seer flowed from her like sparkly Maya. Bjorn noticed tension in the air as soldiers stopped to observe her cautiously. Sif calmed down. Yuhia grabbed Tanisha's shoulders and physically turned her around. Tanisha opened her mouth, ready to protest, before looking around and seeing a few soldiers watching her. Realizing she was glaring toward the First Princess, they might have thought she would attack. She nodded, understanding, and promptly walked away to find Tyr and Owen. Yuhia looked down at Bjorn. Keep an eye on her, Bjorn. She's going to need some support right now. WM5, one exception, the ISI, were finally safe by the order of the First Princess. Tyr and all the members of the ISI survivors were taken into protective custody. They were kept out of the central city and lodged in one of the many inns in a Demolun town. The proprietors were shocked that what, to them, were VIPs of the royal family were staying in their small establishment. "We will take all of your rooms," Thorfinn said as he placed a bag of gold coins on the counter. "I will compensate any guest that has to be removed. Also, do you know anywhere I could get a good stag steak?" "All right away, royal hand," the owner, an old Knight-Hand man, said with a deep bow. "I will have everyone out, and my wife will prepare your meal immediately." After everyone was situated and food served, Tyr stood before everyone. He looked tired, beaten, and bruised but not broken. He stood straight and looked over all the survivors, then took a deep lungful of air, releasing it slowly through his nose and closing his eyes. When he opened them again, there was resolve. "We survive!" Tyr yelled. "Against the might of the Salstars, the First Prince, and the Knights, we survived against all odds. I promise we will all rebuild, ascend to greater heights, and honor everyone we lost. The ISI have proved that we are strong and will do what it takes to survive and thrive." Tyr took another deep breath. "Tonight, we will rest safely for the first time in a month, so we can face tomorrow with the same ferocity that got us out of the Salstars' hands." After eating, Bjorn decided to look around the inn. There was little he could do to cheer up the ISI, and Tanisha seemed okay. She slingshot between Tyr and Owen, the two having lost so much in the escape. The inn was located in the small town nestled against the inside of the Demolun. The place was set up for travelers in and out of the city, acting as a rest stop. The staff seemed to be a single family of multiple generations, all Night-Hand Wendigo. The place had a cozy feel and was tailored towards the non-Wendigo patrons who came to the city with coffers full of coins. Wendigo's design was often bland, with practicality and longevity as the focus over aesthetics. This place matched closely with what Bjorn took as human design. "Well, that was crazy. Honestly, I thought we were goners when Ingrid showed up," Failsafe said. "Yeah, me too. So what was that effect? Or a spell?" Bjorn asked. "Whatever she used on us." "I don't know." Tanisha said Ingrid is an anti-magic mage, so I can only assume she can cut people off from their magic and eliminate ambient mana, but I don't know because I am a magic construct, so when it hit us, the magic I used to function stopped. "Are you damaged from that?" Bjorn asked. "You do care," Failsafe said excitedly. "No, I will be fine, but if we are stuck in a magic seal like that for a couple thousand years, I will be in trouble." "Couple thousand years? How could you possibly know that?" Bjorn asked. "I think I know how my spell form works. Don't get us trapped somewhere for that long, though. It would be extremely boring after the first 100 years or so. Did you see that other thing before it stopped all magic?" Bjorn asked. "The Omega Familiar Bond thing that allowed her to turn into her familiar and turn back? Yeah, that was kind of hard to miss. I don't know what crazy process it would take for someone to do something like that. She's essentially a Wendigoner," Bjorn added. "That is a terrible name," Failsafe stated flatly. "Dragodigo is much better. Who is to say the Wendigo part should go first?" "Drakwin," Bjorn said thoughtfully. "And we'll workshop it," Failsafe said softly, as if trying not to upset Bjorn. "For now, let's get some more food." Bjorn and Tanisha woke up to someone knocking at their door. It was barely morning, judging by the sun, and Tanisha groaned her dissatisfaction after finally having a bed for the first time in a few weeks. She sleepily rubbed her eyes, reluctantly sat up, and scooted to the edge of the bed. The knocking continued, so she quickly threw on her robe and drearily walked to the door. "Who is it?" "I am coming," she said in a long, barely intelligible slur. When she touched the door, it flew open with a bright light. "You are Sif, right?" A female voice rang out. "Goodness, Forest Father above. We have our work cut out for us with this one." She walked into the room, looked around, and was unimpressed by the accommodations. "My name is Signa Jet, Royal Hand of First Princess Sigron. You may refer to me as Royal Hand Jet or simply Hand Jet. I know your kind doesn't bow, so I will let that slide for now." Bjorn and Tanisha's eyes slowly adjusted as the woman's eyes darted around the room. then on to them with an equally unimpressed look. Identify name. Signa Jet Species. Wendigo level. Vocation. Royal Enchantress. Seventh Circle. The woman continued after she looked Tanisha over again. They said you look like a Wendigo, but I didn't know what to expect. What kind of demon are you? A Cernunos. Wait. Why are you here? Tanisha questioned, still bleary-eyed. Bjorn was surprised she answered with the actual name of her evolved species. It didn't seem to matter, as the hand nodded and didn't even seem to know that Tanisha was not a demon. She was the only Cernunos in existence, and there wasn't a way to tell if something was greater, normal, or lesser by appearance. To get you ready to meet with Her Majesty, of course, Signa said nonchalantly. She clapped twice. Ladies, she is in here. 5 women entered the room upon her summons, one pushing in a wooden tub. More lights flooded the room from tiny motes of magic that seemed to follow the servants around. The women were all Wendigo, and they moved quickly and efficiently. Bjorn finally got a good look at the women. Signa was in the black and traditional garb of a hand, with the veil over her face with the royal family insignia. By the look of her midnight black arms, she was a night hand Wendigo. The servants were mixed between snowfallen and wooden tails, and were moving quickly to set up their stations. Hey, what are you doing? Tanisha said as they started taking off her clothing. As I said, we are getting you ready for your audience with the first princess, Signa stated matter-of-factly. We still have measurements, hair, makeup. Oh, trues above, give me strength. The wooden tub was set in the middle of the room, and one of the women filled it with hydromancy. After some struggle, the servant stripped her down and got her into the tub. Then, the scrubbing began. Tanisha looked over to Bjorn, who was still comfortably lazing on the bed. You didn't help at all, Tanisha pouted. Signa's gaze fell on the familiar. You'll be getting a wash after you are done. When the women were finally done scrubbing and washing, Tanisha and Bjorn took measurements to fit her. They trimmed and styled Tanisha's long hair into a waterfall braid. Her hair had grown to about halfway down her back after her evolution. Hours crawled by as Tanisha was shaved, made up, and dressed. When they were finally done, the beauty of her new form was fully accentuated in her new yellow double-slit dress. It was even customized with a hidden hole for her tail. There was no time for her to look herself over as she was rushed out of the room as soon as they were done. Where are we going? Tanisha asked. The ISI Patriarch, Yuhia, and yourself have been summoned to the Fort Palace, Signa answered promptly. She now had a notepad in her hand. I was assigned to you to ensure you are presentable and aware of our customs. Demons typically have she paused to consider her words, rambunctious nature. I am told it has something to do with Maya. Regardless, we will start with basic etiquette, and by noon, you should be ready to meet with First Princess Sigran. Handjet, I already know Wendigo etiquette, Tanisha said. You do? Signa seemed skeptical. Well, showing is proving. You must show me you have the proper training, which will allow for things to proceed quickly. Bjorn didn't want to watch etiquette training and was glad he was an animal. He decided he would lay back down in the bed and sleep until they were ready to leave. At least, that is what he thought until the servants of the hand motioned for him to follow. He turned and saw Tanisha smirking. You thought you got out of this, didn't you? Tanisha said sweetly, with an undertone. If I have to do this, you do too. That familiar has to be trained as well, Signa stated. It is my understanding that you are his second master. Yes, Tanisha lied. His original master, Freja, was unfortunately killed in the raid. I see, Signa said with a brief pause and a slight nod of respect. Sorry for your losses. So that means you inherited the bond, then? Yes, it is the only reason I could keep him as a Delta familiar. Bjorn hadn't heard of inheriting a bond before, but guessed it meant that if a person died, they could transfer it to someone they trusted. He wondered how it worked. As far as he knew, the bond required trust to function. So, maybe he would also have to want to bond with that person. Signa was again quiet for a moment, and Bjorn couldn't read her expression. Then she stated, Now, we are off. Failsafe said in Bjorn's head, I don't like that we have to return to that city. Can't we leave? Bjorn agreed. They had just spent 2 weeks trying to escape, and now they would waltz back in. I'm sure the last thing Tanisha wants is to make an enemy of the royal family, Bjorn responded internally. But keep a lookout for anything suspicious. The next few hours were spent drilling in the proper way to act in a meeting with royalty. When it is okay to ask questions, stand, how to sit, how to eat, even for familiars. Because Bjorn was intelligent, he also needed to follow special rules. Bjorn didn't mind because they were simple instructions, and, more importantly, they also got a full breakfast. Signa was surprised at the apparent truth of Tanisha's words. She did have a deep understanding of the proper protocols, with one exception. In certain situations, people with tails had different sitting methods and other tail placements. Tanisha didn't know that because, well, why would she? Up until 2 weeks ago, she didn't have one. Move your leg here, and be sure to drape your tail right to the left, but do not let it just dangle like that, Signa said, exasperated. Stand up and try sitting again. It was midday before it was finally time to go. A large carriage and an entire armed battalion were waiting outside the inn. Tyr and Johha, who had the same treatment as her, stood at the door. Tyr looked better and less gaunt, though stress and loss couldn't be entirely hidden by makeup and a haircut. They dressed him in a baby blue suit with a shoulder cape and a silver-embroidered crest of the ISI house. On the other hand, Johha was wearing traditional garb from his homeland, which looked far fancier than what he had worn to the ISI's banquet, what felt like ages ago. You look amazing, Sif, Johha said. Wow, Yatir responded. You both look quite handsome yourselves, Tanisha smiled. Amazing what food and a bath can do, right? Yes, you all look gorgeous, Signa said enthusiastically. Honestly, I can't believe how well you cleaned up. She clapped her hands. Now we are on a schedule, people, and I will not leave the first princess waiting. Wait, where is Owen? Tanisha asked. He won't be coming? Johha said quietly. He still needs time. WM6. Reunion. The Fort Palace was a massive single structure in the middle of Lavi. The wall around the Fort Palace was the most magically and materially impressive of the defensive structures. Bjorn was sure he would not be able to melt through those defenses as he had done with the gatehouse to the inner city. He was also sure he couldn't have destroyed one of the inner city gatehouses fully closed and had its enchantments active. In the courtyard were 2 armed forces standing at the ready. They wore identical armor with slight variations in color and coat of arms. On the right side were the armed forces of the first Prince Arnor, and on the left were those of the first Princess Sigrun. As the carriage stopped at the front door, it became evident that there were more apparent differences between Arnor's and Sigrun's armies. First, despite having a similar design, Sigrun's forces' armor was of lesser quality. She also had far fewer soldiers, and the disparity between the forces was being made for with knights from a noble faction Bjorn did not know. Far more impressive were the 2 massive 3-headed Zmei dragons that stood behind their master's armies. The one that Bjorn assumed was Arnor's was sky blue and easily over 3 stories tall. The second was a deep jewel-like onyx of similar size. Creatures watched the carriage with intelligence and intensity as if to dare whoever was inside to disrespect their master's authority. The carriage inside was large and spacious, with enough room for 10 people and a servant to serve them. Bjorn sat on the oddly comfortable floor. At the same time, everyone else sat leisurely on the plush seats. An elf servant had served them all drinks for the ride. Looks like we are finally here and on time, Signa said. Hand Signa. I mean, no disrespect, but I have to inform you that the first prince and princess familiars may react negatively to Bjorn, Tanisha stated. Signa visibly tensed at those words, though Bjorn didn't know why. Are you implying that their majesty lacks the bond necessary to command Thir familiars with unwavering authority? Signa stated with a light edge to her words, a far cry from the otherwise professional woman. Tanisha shook her head. No. I am not saying that at all. Bjorn's presence affects draconic and serpentine creatures. Johha cut in. There was an incident with Bjorn's previous master failing to inform the Hand of Ingrid of this effect. She mistook it for a mental attack on her familiar. To avoid causing a similar situation, Sif just wanted to inform you of this possibility. Signa turned to Bjorn and looked at the familiar with assessing eyes. Is it something you can control, Bjorn? When Bjorn shook his head, she continued, Very well. I will inform their majesty. A metal disc about the size of a makeup compact appeared in Signa's right hand, presumably from a storage device. There was a magic circle on both sides of the mirrored surface. Bjorn could taste a small amount of magic being pushed into the odd object. Signa went rigid for a second as something happened to her. "What was that?" Tyr asked. "A communication disk prototype," Signa stated. "They work like message divination stones without the need for line of sight or starlight mages." "That is incredible," Tanisha said. "Thank you." Development felt like a work in futility for a while. Signa said, "Soon, all of Her Majesty's nobles will have one. Communication is the bottleneck for military and civilian expansion. Imagine a world where all Wendigo with magic can instantly communicate nationwide. This is part of the future that only Her Majesty can bring. Innovation, trade, cooperation, and knowledge." "Wait, you made that?" Tanisha asked. Signa said with pride, "It was a joint effort between the Dwarven Kingdom of Isopike and me. We have..." The metal disc flashed dimly, and Signa again became rigid for a second. The disc vanished from her hand, and she stood up. "It would appear that the first princess and prince have accepted your explanation. We may exit." The elven servant quickly opened the door to the carriage, and Signa led the group out of the vehicle and into the courtyard where the soldiers had been waiting dutifully. Bjorn was the last to exit. His three heads looked around, especially at the giant Zmee dragons. There was no visible reaction to him, and Bjorn assumed that what the royal hand said about them being well-trained held. Then Sir Harold's familiar also didn't flee when it saw me either. Maybe it is a level difference? Identify name: Dagny Car species, Zmee level. Vocation: Royal Mount. Identify name: Valdemar Car species, Zmee level. Vocation: Royal Mount. The group followed Signa to the front door of the palace. Then she stopped when both Zmee growled menacingly. All six of their heads focused intensely on Bjorn as he tried to look anywhere else but at the three-story tall and now angry dragons. They tensed up and looked like they would strike at any moment. "This one challenges us?" Dagny spoke in outrage, though her voice sounded like someone crushing boulders. "This one is wrong. This one is the enemy," Valdemar said just as gutturally as fire spilled from his mouth with each word. "This one dares challenge us?" The Zmee looked to become angrier and angrier, and then, without warning, the fury left their forms, and they became docile. They even looked away from Bjorn, as if he were insignificant. Signa took the opportunity to quickly rush everyone inside before the Zmee were riled up again. As soon as the doors were closed, she spun around and looked Tanisha and Bjorn over again, as if to say, "What was that?" "Hail, First Princess Sigrun, Al Veladine Car," Thorfinn yelled. Thorfinn's voice instantly drew everyone's attention to the stairs. "Well, that was unexpected. Sorry for the scare." Sigrun's voice filled the space. "My brother and I were curious about what would happen if we let them see the Chimera without our influence." Everyone but Joha, Tanisha, and Bjorn dropped to one knee. The first princess, flanked by Thorfinn, descended a grand staircase from the palace's upper floor. Unlike yesterday, the princess was not in her armor, but instead a grand robe. Power pulsed from her regal form, the source of which originated from her chest and spread out around her body into the clothing, which glowed with the energy as it dispersed into the air. "Please, everyone, stand and follow me," Sigrun stated as she turned down one of the many corridors. "There is something you must see before we have our discussion." The Fort Palace was a massive space of decadence. The structure may have once been a fortification in form and function. However, now it is all luxury. It was all foreign design, more akin to a human dwelling. It had delicate artwork and even highly impractical-looking furnishing that utilized ambient mana not to fall apart. It was expensive and flashy, but not the typical Bjorn had come to recognize from most Wendigo. From the outside, it still looked like a fort, but from the inside, it was indeed the palace of the most successful trade city in Yuhia. Signa took her proper place to the right of the Sigrun. The group followed the first princess in complete silence as they walked around the massive building. It looked to Bjorn like the entire inside had been thoroughly renovated. The sound of many people talking and the smell of food filled the halls as they traveled. The conversations became louder. and the smell of roasted meats more prominent until they reached a large double door. Sigrun in her hand stepped aside, and she motioned to the door. "Patriarch of the ISI, I will give you the honors," Sigrun stated. Tyr stepped forward without hesitation, reached out his hand to the door, and tried to pull it open. It didn't budge, so he tried the other. "It is a push door, Patriarch ISI," Thorfinn said with a cough. "Rewrite," Tyr said with some chagrin. He turned the fancy golden doorknob again and pushed the door open. As one door opened, the other did so as well. The inside was a banquet hall packed to bursting with people, most of whom even Bjorn recognized from training around the ISI estate. They were all people associated with the ISI and a surprising number of children. Tyr didn't say a word as his eyes locked onto a little girl sitting amongst the children. He walked into the room, and people noticed him, and their conversations died down. A path opened for him as he ran, sprinted, and finally used Flash Step. The little girl turned around just in time to see her big brother pick her up in his arms, and the two collapsed into tears. WM7 a real future to fight for ever since Tyr found out that both of his little sisters had survived the raid. He seemed to have had a massive weight lifted off his shoulders. He had a spark in his eye that had been missing since the attack. He didn't have long with his sisters before the first princess took the group to a meeting room. Despite the room's spaciousness, it felt cramped with so many of the country's most influential people gathered. They all sat at a large table, the prince and his people on one side, and the princess and hers on the other. Bjorn could feel Tanisha's anger rise as soon as she entered the room and saw first Prince Arnor, Ingrid, and Loki. There were also two other royal hands, a man and a woman, whom Bjorn assumed were Arnor's hands. Tanisha struggled to keep her expression neutral as she clenched her jaw and followed the rules of decorum. After the hands introduced the royalty, they sat down, and everyone else was allowed to sit down. There were others in the room, generals and nobles by their looks. Identify name: Arnor al-Qasaheim Car species. Wendigo level. Vocation: Sorcerer of Dominion. Identify name: Sigrun al-Veladine Car species. Wendigo level. Vocation: Sorceress of Dominion. Identify name: Svartra Lodi species. Wendigo level. Vocation: Royal Electrokinesis War Mage. Identify name: Vigdis Bellaris species. Wendigo level. Vocation: Vulva. Thank you all for coming today and being a part of this inaugural event, Sigrun stated with a wide smile. As we speak, Vidar Tajuli is announcing this domain as a part of the Tajuli domain. This means that the state of emergency caused by the defection of the Nazim has formally concluded. The first prince glared at his sister as she spoke, looking as if he wanted to execute her right then and there. The look only made her smile all the brighter. She knew she had won, and there was nothing he could do that wouldn't make him look weak. The other dignitaries in the room did not share the princess' delight in prodding the most powerful man in the country aside from the king. Some scooted slightly away from him in case this turned into an all-out fight. The first prince, a massive Wendigo man with broad shoulders, bore the same gray skin as his sister, and his antlers were adorned in gold. Magic, or rather sorcery, pulsed from his chest in the same manner as his sister's, but with notably more intensity. It was to the point that lines of power suffused into the air, popping like static electricity as it discharged. I would like to thank my brother for his quick response in securing my city from that traitor, Sigrun continued, emphasizing my. However, I fear in his haste to cleanse the city, he may have overstepped. The princess' expression turned somber. The ISI, a family who were staunch defenders, teachers, and citizens of the kingdom, were unjustly persecuted, hunted, jailed, and even killed in a bloody raid with no evidence to support collusion with the enemies of our nation. Even with his surprise attack, and with the aid of Ingrid's forces, he failed to eliminate the ISI and only prove their resourcefulness, power, and the necessity of the ISI and their teachings. Material users have always had a bad reputation in the kingdom because chakra is the weapon of humans. Some think it is inferior to magic. I don't, and this debacle proved that to me. When an ISI disciple fought a wizard, they were not on the back foot. No, they pushed through. Arner looked like he was going to explode at any moment. A vein on his forehead bulged out as he turned red. He slammed his fist on the table, which cracked from the impact. A magic circle flashed on the surface of the table, instantly sucking all of the ambient mana out of the room and repairing itself. The table was again pristine when it was done, as if nothing had happened. "Do you have something to say, dear brother?" Sigrin's eyes were sharp now. Arner stood up, his chair clattered to the ground behind him. "This is utterly meaningless, sister," Arner hissed through clenched teeth. "Entrusting my faith to this pitiful excuse for a Salstar was a grievous error, one I shall not repeat. You will not secure the throne with a mere fragment of a domain and a fractured material user lineage." His eyes swept across the room, finally resting on Tyr, who glared back with a murderous intensity. "Rest assured, I shall encounter the Is once more after I ascend to the throne and purge the remaining foreign magic filth from the Wendigo." "Are you done?" Sigrun asked dismissively. "Sit down or leave. I don't care which." Arner held out his palm, and the male royal hand Bjorn, identified as Svartra Lodi, handed him a small coin purse. He tossed the bag across the table, and it spilled its contents in front of Tyr. Platinum coins rolled out, some into his lap and others spinning on the table. Bjorn remembered that one of those coins was worth 100 gold. 1 gold is the equivalent of 3 months' wage for most people. 5 platinum per head, Rolf Dreifa, Freyr, and 15 for the old Patriarch Kolbian. The first prince stated coldly. One of the delegates gasped at the sheer fortune on the table. Tyr balled his fist, his chakra surging from him like a cold wind. He stared daggers at the first prince and looked like he would get up and charge the man at any moment. Tyr stood and pointed a finger at the man. "You think that this dash silence." Sigrun said a single word, and Tyr's mouth shut with a loud click. "Sit." Tyr sat down against his will. Bjorn could taste the presence of new magic, no sorcery. The power of the royal family was dominion. Judging by what happened, they can control people with a single word. When Bjorn heard mages and wizards chant their spell, it sounded unintelligible, like several people talking over each other and saying different things but from one mouth. That wasn't the case with sorcery. While it was difficult to understand, it was 2 intelligible words: silence and sit. As tactful as ever, Arner. Sigrun turned her attention back to the first prince. "I assume this means you are leaving. Be sure to take your entourage with you." She gestured to his side of the room. Arner looked at the silent Ingrid. "That thing is your problem. Do with her what you will. If the boy wants blood, take it from her." Arner left the room, and half of the people in it left with him. Only Ingrid and Loki remained from the prince's side. The room was silent for a few moments before Sigrun sighed. She waved her hand, and the sorcery on Tyr dispersed. He looked even angrier once he realized what she had done to him. "I know you are upset, Patriarch Is, but do understand that I did that to save your life," Sigrun stated before Tyr could speak. "I simply made you sit. My brother would have commanded that you die if you'd finished your statement." She watched Tyr deflate a little to her words. "Everyone, I want to introduce our guests, Tyr, the Isi Patriarch, Joha and Sif, Demon Merchants, and Bjorn the Chimera. I want to start by saying that despite what Arner said, no blood will be taken from Ingrid. Her disgrace has left her in my care, and I say, what better place to regain your honor than the front lines? The Druids have grown brazen. I think a Salstar station out there will be a boon to us. For now, and until the Holy Land has been secured once again, you shall remain there, Sword of the Salstars. If the Holy Land falls, you fall with it." Ingrid nodded silently and accepted whatever fate Sigrun planned for her. Ingrid's voice was soft and defeated. "May I ask a question, Your Highness?" Sigrun approved, so Ingrid turned to Tanisha. "Demon, what happened to the owner of that familiar?" "Dead." Tanisha bit off the word. "I see," Ingrid said with an unreadable expression. "May she rest with the Forest Father." "That is all you have to say?" Tanisha questioned. "Weren't you her mother?" Ingrid raised an eyebrow at that. "A failure, a wizard, a waste of time, energy, and space. That is what Freyja was." She looked Tanisha dead in the eyes. "Yet she summoned that thing, killed a darkness construct, multiple even, became an arcanist, and even in her death, she haunts me with my failures. She let out a chuckle in disbelief and realization. Now, I guess she and I are the same. We are both failures to the name Salstar. She turned back to Sigrun and bowed her head. I have my orders, Your Majesty. I will depart immediately. See that you do. I expect to hear good things, Sword of Salstar. Sigrun responded neutrally, but Bjorn swore there was a mocking undertone. And don't forget that you are my sword from now on. You answer to me, not to my brothers or sisters or Ulfr. Ingrid bowed again and left the room with Loki following behind her. As soon as the door was shut, the other members of the princess faction were mumbling. Many of them were pleased that they now had Ingrid on their side. Ingrid is one of the greatest anti-magic mages in the kingdom. Having her fight on the front lines for the first princess faction will add to the political power of the faction. She raised her hand to halt all their talks when she turned to Tyr. Patriarch, I know you think this was unfair for you. My success came from the deaths of your family, and the ones that did it just walked free. Sigrun said with a neutral tone, and you are right to feel that way. Our system is broken, our politics a joke. Arnor and Ingrid are strong. Therefore, they are given special treatment, and even I must play by these rules for now. The princess looked Tyr directly in the eyes with a steely gaze. I want you to join me. I want the ISI, their teachings, and their disciples to be officially part of my faction. You have seen the faults in our way of life and have felt their effects harder than most. We are like animals warring over table scraps while a thief steals from our pantry. I want to see the fire neither Arnor nor Ingrid could stomp out. Tyr's mouth hung agape. Your Majesty, this is not something you have to answer right now, Sigrun said. Go, collect your people, and mourn your losses. Once you have healed, I will hear your answer. As for you two, Joha and Sif, as demons, I cannot offer you the same as the Patriarch, but your actions have secured my influence over this domain and have saved the lives and livelihoods of thousands. I will grant you any reasonable request that is within my power. WM8. Don't live in the past. Tanisha and Joha's request was oddly simple from Bjorn's perspective. Tanisha requested gold, a new wagon and horses, alchemy supplies and equipment, and a new polearm to replace the one she had lost. On the other hand, Joha wanted only one thing, for them to send a letter to his homeland for him. Joha's request was met with silence between the two, which caused a brief deliberation between Sigrun and her hands before the princess could accept. Everyone gasped at the fact that she even accepted the request at all. Sigrun looked at Joha and Tanisha with a smile. Once everything has been gathered for your requests, Sif, I will send someone to gather you for your inspection. Joha, when you have your letter, please hand it to the person delivering Tanisha's request. You have my word. Your letter will be safely delivered to the demon continent, but please understand that we are at war, and an expedition may take time to organize. For now, you all are guests of the Fort Palace, and your belongings will be moved here. As long as it is delivered, Your Majesty, I will be eternally grateful. Tanisha and Bjorn were given their room and a personal maid in the Fort Palace. Even so, they all returned to the Demolun Inn with the servants to retrieve the remaining ISI survivors. The princess allowed the ISI to burn pyres for the dead. Most of the bodies had already been burned during the cleanup of the town, so it was mainly symbolic for those left to mourn. There was one body, though, in a small goblin family, a Rakshasa tiger demon, a Cernunos, and a true Hydra all said their final goodbyes to Helena. It had been a rough few weeks, so when Bjorn finally could let his guard down, he felt exhausted. The Fort Palace was by no exaggeration one of the most secure and safe locations on the continent. Bjorn could not help but feel a little let down that he wouldn't be able to claw Ingrid and Loki in half for the pain and suffering they caused. To the Wendigo, failing a show of power was akin to social suicide. She was ostracized and would likely soon be divorced from the Salstar name. There was a shaming ritual like the Shiagon for spouses that shamed the family, and publicly, their names would be dragged through the mud. The former sword of the Salstars would soon lose her noble title and family name and be like any other war mage on the front line. The likelihood they would put her somewhere she would outright die was unlikely. Ingrid was still a mighty and skilled mage. You finally ready for this? Failsafe asked. Bjorn took a deep breath to calm his nerves. It didn't work. He knew he was about to see something that would haunt him. Ever since the Queen of 1,000 Heads called him the Sundaru of the angelic throng, he had a feeling, not a memory, that the name was something he deeply regretted once. Bjorn laid his head down. Yes, no more excuses. Let's do it. He closed his eyes and drifted into a deep sleep almost instantly. This was the first time he willingly entered his previous self's memories. The sensation was odd. All of who he was as Bjorn was stripped away. He was made a blank canvas, free of emotion, memory, attachment, and everything else that made him Bjorn. Then, the emptiness that was him was filled as 17 years of memory as Isen rushed to fill the empty vessel. His life as a villager in a small human settlement, safe from the outside monsters by the grace of the divine people from the sky. He had learned that his father was one of those divine people. He was Nephilim, the child of man and the divine. Isen had always thought the divine people, the angels, were their makers and saviors. They protected them and guided humanity with love and compassion. That is all his father had ever shown him since meeting him. Since the gate that had protected them failed, monsters flooded in from the corrupted land. His father, Bazoth, killed the monsters and remade the gate when all hope was lost. He healed those that could be saved and mourned those that could not. However, the scene before him threatened to drive him over the edge into insanity. The divines that were before them came with chains and death. Only a few moments ago, Angel Hasmanuel had subjugated their people, killed anyone who did not move to her exact words, and gathered all of the townspeople like sheep to the slaughter. She looked at them as less than animals. She called them a word Isen had never heard before, slave. When the strongest of their people tried to resist her, regardless of ether or might, she killed them quickly. She was enraged as the air quivered and the world quaked under the might of her ether. Orbs spun around her as the ether condensed, and she prepared to execute everyone. A voice spoke, so melodic and soothing it sounded like it was sung. Oh my, looks like she was right. Everyone looked up and saw more of the divines as they descended. The angels were human in form, tall and beautiful. Their skin, however, was metal or stone. Hasmanuel looked like molten brass, and her hair was fire. Their clothing was a strange mesh of technology and etheric magic that Isen had learned from his father was called a biosphere suit. The suits were skin-tight and metal in some places and flowing fabric in others, giving them a modicum of modesty. It allowed them to interact with beings of this world without their power destroying everything around them unintentionally. Even with the angels suppressing their power, to Isen, the air around them felt thick as if each breath he was trying to breathe in honey. The angel woman who spoke was descending from the sky with white marble skin. Beside her was a man, the color of cold steel, holding a chain. Isen followed the golden line, and his eyes widened when he saw that it was his father at the other end. He was bound and gagged, his wings broken, and his face hung low in defeat. The air softened as Hasmanuel stopped gathering power, and a smile crawled across her face. She lifted into the air without moving her 6 wings and met the other angels in the sky. Isen turned to the crowd and saw that everyone was frozen in terror. He was too, but he needed to find his mother. He needed to make sure she was all right. He looked back up at the angels as they discussed something amongst themselves. He turned away and pushed through the crowd. People barely reacted as he shoved them out of the way. They were all shell-shocked to the point of being nearly catatonic. So many truths about their way of life were shattered right before them. If Isen had not met his father, he would also be afraid. I have to find Ma. Where is she? He continued to look, but could not find her anywhere. He could hear his heart beating as he continued to push and shove his way through the crowd. Then he got a splitting headache, and his nose began to bleed. He looked around and saw everyone in pain, grabbing their heads. The world darkened despite the sun directly above them in the nightmarish red sky. Cracks in space tore open the sky with the sound of thunder. The angel that first appeared with Hasmanuel stepped out of what seemed to be a hole in space. He walked across the sky as if there were solid ground beneath his feet. It hurt to look at him for too long as the ether was drawn to him and crystallized in 3 interlocking halos. He was nearly twice the size of even the tallest of the other angels. Grand General, the angels all said in perfect unison. The massive angel sat, and beneath him, the world shifted, and a golden throne appeared. The odd thing was Ison couldn't remember if it was already there or if it materialized. Bazoth, the Grand General's voice hit everyone like thunder from the heavens. His voice came from every direction all at once. You are accused of treason against the throne. You have created and conspired with the slave race and attempted to hide your crimes from the Ivory Lord. What do you say in your defense? I have not conspired against the chorus or the Ivory Lord, Bazoth said, his voice low compared to the first but still loud as it was projected through the ether. Everything I have done for the chorus. Lies, these slaves have no controlled chip, no inhibitors, and have even used ether against me, has Manuel screamed in outrage. He has betrayed us, Grand General. He has attempted to make himself an Ivory Lord. Silence, has Manuel. I will not repeat this, the Grand General said with a wave of his hand. Bazoth, you have served loyally for an eternity. Explain yourself. What has Manuel said is true. These slaves do not have inhibitors. They can move and act independently. I made them that way, so they would develop in ways the others cannot. The chorus is falling, and the sundering will soon befall us. This world does not have long before we can no longer sustain ourselves, and mortality will claim us. If we do not act in ways we have not, we will be all that is left of our kind. You speak blasphemy against the Ivory Lord, has Manuel screamed in outrage. He will not let the chorus fall, you traitor. Her orbs converged and gathered together, as if they were getting ready to fire at him. Before she could, she was suddenly cut in half at the torso by the Grand General. Her body didn't fall. Instead, it floated in the air as tendrils of crystallized ether connected the severed body parts. The two halves of the woman slowly reconnected as she bowed her head and closed her mouth with a grimace of discontent, not pain. How will these free slaves help our race? The Grand General asked. They can do things we cannot, Bazoth said. They can go to places that are corrupted without fear of mortality. The Grand General watched him for a long time. An orb flew down to the crowd. It scanned everyone with a green light. Then it stopped over someone, and the orb's tendrils of power exploded out. They wrapped around someone who screamed, and Ison immediately turned his head, recognizing the voice. His mother, Aliska, was lifted into the air and dropped into the now smoldering crater in front of the mob. This one has your etheric protections. You care for it, the Grand General said as the chains around Bazoth disintegrated. Prove to us your loyalty. Bazoth fell to the ground and hit with a hard impact that sent dust into the air. Ison was pushing through the mob that had not moved an inch to help the shocked woman. He pleaded to himself to move faster as Bazoth stood up. The fallen angel's broken wings hung limply from his back. Bazoth looked up to the Grand General and the other angels. It was Hasmanuel who summoned a glowing sword and threw it down. It struck the ground beside his foot, and he did not flinch. He looked at the blade, then down at his wife. He grabbed the hilt and raised the sword. The angel was tall, over 10 feet, and therefore towered over the woman as she seemingly accepted her fate and knelt. She said something. Ison saw her lips move, but the air didn't carry her words as the sword came down. No, mother, Ison screamed. Bjorn shot awake, his head looking around the dark room when he finally woke. He settled his nerves as he lowered his head back to the comforter. You okay, buddy? Failsafe asked. Yeah, I am fine. Bjorn's heart raced in his chest. Let's just no more tonight, okay? Sure, I understand, Failsafe responded. Good night, Bjorn. WM 9. Confrontation. True teleportation magic was a complex and highly specialized type of darkness magic. Sure, blink and flash step were pretty standard for mages and material users, but those were personal short-range effects that usually moved them no more than a few yards at a time. They were extremely limited in utility outside of combat. Tanisha's arcane shift was closer to actual teleportation and blink hybrid and took far more visualization than a traditional blink. By this point, the swirling and condensing darkness magic was the culmination of 2 days of work on Loki's part. Teleporting himself and Ingrid over 500 miles to the front lines was significant. The room they were in was designed for darkness teleportation magics and would aid in the stabilization of the complex and powerful portal he was building with his magic. The room was silent aside from the bubbling archway, slowly forming from what looked like a pool of absolute black. The door of the chamber opened, and Tanisha stepped inside. Ingrid glanced at her from a book she was reading in the corner of the room. Loki was too engrossed in creating the portal to notice Tanisha enter. The girl had purposely waited until Bjorn was asleep to confront the anti-magic mage alone. She wasn't going to do anything drastic. She knew that if Ingrid wanted to, she could kill her in a second. She just knew this was something she had to do by herself. Tanisha hadn't used the seer to suppress her emotions like she did with Maya before the evolution. The extreme emotions she had to force herself to feel to create her new core soured her opinion of the ability. So when she saw the woman and the man who caused her and her friends so much pain, she had to take calming breaths to keep from doing something regretful. She didn't even look at Loki. She didn't trust herself to not lash out at him. Instead, she beelined to Ingrid, who sat cross-legged at a coffee table. Ingrid didn't look up at Tanisha as she approached. The woman casually turned the page in her book, as if the girl didn't matter. Tanisha stopped right in front of the snow-fallen woman and towered over her mother, who looked even smaller in comparison while sitting down. After her transformation, Tanisha had grown a foot taller, making her closer to Joha than the 5'10" woman. Ingrid sighed after a moment. "Can I help you, demon?" Tanisha wrapped her tail around the book and threw it across the room. Ingrid lowered her hands at a moment before were holding the book that was apparently far more interesting than Tanisha. The woman didn't look up. She kept her head down, and her raven hair covered her face. "You don't even care about the pain you caused, do you? You are just upset your crazy genocide didn't go according to plan," Tanisha said through gritted teeth. "Demon, I suggest you leave." Ingrid bit off each venom-filled word. "Or what? Are you going to kill me?" "You already tried," Tanisha said. "Your whole fucking army tried. Your hand tried. But after all that, look who is still here. Is it me or Thyra?" Ingrid looked up at Tanisha for the first time. It disarmed her for a second how red and puffy Ingrid's face was, and it was apparent she had been crying. Her expression quickly changed to anger the longer Tanisha stood over her. But there was no fight in the former sword of the Soulstars. Tanisha was off balance. This was not what she expected from the woman who always told her those with power had every right to do as they pleased. Ingrid believed a person is only as important as the power they wielded, the men and women they controlled, and the land they could dominate. Yet now she was a pathetic husk. She lost one battle and was crumbling. Tanisha's heart pounded as she fought the urge to strike the woman. She was almost sure that if she wanted to, she could wrap her hands around Ingrid's neck, and Ingrid would just let it happen. This woman had torn apart her life, uprooting everything as she was finally living a life she could be happy in. This was the woman who started a pointless battle that killed innocent people, that killed Helena. She felt hatred bubbling inside her. But seeing Ingrid like this, so broken and defeated. "What do you want from me, demon?" Ingrid asked, her voice softer than Tanisha had ever heard it. "You want to kill me? Now is your best chance. Loki can't move from that spot while channeling so much mana. I'm already dead, anyway. So, go ahead. What else is there for a broken sword like me?" Tanisha pushed Ingrid out of her chair, and the former noblewoman clattered to the ground. The action activated her identify ability. Identify name: Ingrid Soulstar species. Wendigo level. 317 vocation. Sealing and binding warmage highest stat. Magic. 1000 plus. It was so pathetic that Tanisha just grew angrier. She opened and closed her fists, struggling to hold herself back from summoning her daggers and getting it over with. Her anger continued rising as the ambient mana, ordinarily invisible, streamed as glittering sparkles. It circled her, creating a ring and then an event horizon as power flooded into her. The tattoos on Tanisha's body started to glow and move as if alive. Ringularity Sage Core Seer Cost. Variable Chaos, Mana, Maya, and Aether compose the inner workings of your soul. Their coalescence in one body created Seer, an energy seeking to uncover the nature of the world around it. You can control all aspects that make up your core. Exerting your will over Seer controls Mana, Maya, and Aether. You can use tools from any of the energies that make up your core. You will briefly dominate Mana, Maya, and Aether outside your body and use ambient energies for your arcane machinations. I have been through so much pain. All of my life, I was an outcast, and she's just giving up after one setback? How could she? I bled, I struggled, I fought for everything. The Cernunno's eyes glowed with a golden light as her gaze sharpened. The magical imbalance in the room started affecting Loki, who grunted as he struggled to correct the rapidly destabilizing ambient mana around his unfinished portal. If he failed, it wouldn't just cause the portal to disappear. No, with the amount of mana he had poured into the spell over days, destabilizing now meant an eruption. It was likely that the compressed darkness magic would quickly destroy this wing of the Fort Palace. Tanisha didn't care. She could barely see anything beyond the poor excuse for a mother in front of her. She had to force herself to step back from the former noblewoman. "You don't get to give up," Tanisha said, her voice trembling with anger. "You don't get to take the easy way out. You get to live with everything you lost. Your name, nobility, status, marriage when Ulfr learns about this debacle." Ingrid looked up with dull, lifeless eyes. "I know. If you were seeking to make me plead for my life, you won't get any satisfaction." Tanisha took another step back as the room grew ever so slightly wobblier. Her tail flicked back and forth in agitation. The woman before her was not the influential, unyielding figure she had always known. Ingrid was stripped of everything and reduced to a shell of her former self. Tanisha wanted to hate her and see her suffer, but the first princess had already stolen that pleasure. Tanisha's voice was soft, but as cold as a winter's gravestone. "And you call me a failure. I pray you have a short life. And for your sake, we never meet again." Ingrid looked up at Tanisha, her eyes widening as she recalled the last time she heard those words. Tanisha knew she would. It was the last thing her father said to her when they left her for dead. Ingrid just watched and did nothing to help as her daughter was bleeding out on the ground. When Tanisha cursed her family, she wished every unspeakable evil upon them. "Freja?" Ingrid asked. Tanisha was gone before Ingrid even finished saying her name. She activated her arcane shift and teleported to the hallway outside the room. Then twice more down 2 floors of the Fort Palace for good measure. After the last arcane shift, she collapsed, punched the ground, and screamed. The wooden floor splintered, and the stone beneath cracked. Luckily, no one was around, as she failed to compose herself and punched 3 more times. The walkway was all but wrecked by the time she was done. The floor glowed, and a magic circle flashed for a split second where the damaged section of the floor was. Tanisha could feel the ambient mana get sucked into the magic circle, and after a few seconds, the damage was gone as if it had never happened. Tanisha stood, and tears came to her eyes. She tried to hold them back, but they just kept coming. She leaned against the wall, then slid down to her, but she curled up with her knees drawn into her chest and cried. Tanisha felt better the next day after being confirmed that Ingrid and Loki were officially gone. She was in the banquet hall, and she and Bjorn were both eating some of the most delicious steak she had ever tasted. Bjorn seemed kind of out of it, too. His emotions were probably as frazzled as hers, so she decided it would be a good time to do something away from the palace. "Tanisha." Tyr's voice caught her attention. Tyr was holding Lif, his baby sister, trying to get the little girl to stop fussing so he could feed her. He looked like he was struggling, so Tanisha came to his rescue. She had little experience with babies, but knew how to hold and feed them well enough. Lif seemed to like her, and Tyr had been bringing her to Tanisha when he couldn't get her to stop crying. After a few seconds, she finally rocked the little girl into a comfortable enough rhythm for her to take her bottle. "Thank the Forest Father," Tyr said exasperatedly. "I've been trying to get her to eat all day." "You were holding her wrong," Tanisha said while showing him the right way. "Where is Ides? Is she still not getting out of bed?" "I have tried, but ever since the funeral Tyr paused, deciding on a different line of conversation. Are you and Yuhia still leaving? Yeah, after everything the first princess promised me as a reward, Tanisha responded. Yuhia doesn't want to get drawn into another conflict, and I agree. You all are going to Misha? Tyr worded it like a question. That is the plan. I have a human friend from there, too. You could stay here, though. I can pay you for your services as an alchemist. And as I rebuild the ISI, his voice trailed off. Look, you are just as much a part of us as anyone. Everyone would be dead if you, Yuhia, Helena, and Owen weren't there for us. Even as a vassal of First Princess Sigrun, I would rather have you here, too. Vassala? You took her up on her offer, Tanisha said with a genuine smile. That's good. I was worried you wouldn't. It would have been a bad idea not to. When Her Majesty becomes queen, I am guaranteed nobility. It is what my father and grandfather always wanted for us. For the ISI to gain nobility through our ability and dedication to Yuhia. I wish it were so simple for me, Tanisha said with a longing smile. But if what Yuhia said about things coming after me and Bjorn is true, I can't stay here. I would only draw more and more problems to you and the ISI. Tanisha looked down at Lif in her arms. The toddler had quickly fallen asleep. Yuhia is going to train me to be stronger, but I have a long way to go to even be on Thyra's level. Tanisha handed the sleeping Lif back to Tyr. It's not like I will be gone forever, a decade or two. Then I will be back. I'll hold you to it, Tyr said. You better. Oh, and Bjorn and I are going into town. You want to come? Tanisha asked. Let me get her to bed and get one of the maids to watch her. And sure, Tyr responded, then squinted his eyes in suspicion. Wait, are you going to the herbal shop again? It was on the list, yes, Tanisha said sheepishly. But there are other places too. Last time I went with you there, we were there all day, and you got me roped into helping you and Drew with a potion. By the time we were done, we just happened not to have enough time to go to the other locations on this list, Tyr said with air quotes on the word list. No, there are others, Tanisha swore with a salesman's smile. And you already said you would help? I mean, come with me. Tyr sighed. Fine, but we are going to the other places first. 10 final days, things around the palace were hectic for those in charge, as the new administration had to reorganize how the city and domain would be run. Tanisha wasn't a part of any of those meetings or decisions, but the maids and servants loved to gossip. The Tajuli family would split, and the heir and his wife would start a new noble lineage. Soon, the domain would be the Jewel Domain under the brand new Jewel Noble House. I heard that the city will be turned into a free economic zone, a maid said. I never heard of that before, but it sounds fancy, another maid whispered. Tanisha decided her time would be better spent preparing for her trip to the Misha. The trip would take about a month, not counting the towns they would stop in to sell goods. The young woman didn't take long to slip into a new routine. She spent more time than she should have in Drew's herbal emporium. She had to reintroduce herself as Sif since, like everyone else, he thought she was a different person. After that, she justified the hours she spent there because, of course, she needed to learn as much as possible if she was going to be a traveling alchemist. Not to mention, with the gold she got from the princess, she could probably buy everything in his shop besides some truly legendary and practically one-of-a-kind drafts he had. Physical training never stopped, even when they were in hiding. Training, breathing, flexibility, combat, and magic was a routine. The days in the palace stretched on as she began to learn the next form of the way of the Rakshasa. She was still a novice of the third form, Agnikavach, the fire armor, but Yuhia explained that mastery came from seeing the weaknesses of each form and filling that gap with the other forms. One of the biggest problems with Agnikavach was the lack of offensive options, which she desperately needed when she fought Thyra. The second form, Vritravidra, the Thunder Dragon, would fill in some of that gap. They were both defensive forms, but where Agnikavach was about taking damage and pushing through it with unbeatable defense, Vritravidra was about redirecting that damage back at the opponent, using the enemy's momentum, movements, and magic against them. The second form was more free-flowing than the restrictive and tight movements of the third form. Yuhia was trying to teach her to do the opposite of what she had been learning. On top of that, Tanisha found a new problem. Her center of balance had changed since she was taller, and apparently, her tiara was more extensive and, therefore, heavier. Now, when she was learning forms, she also had to follow Yuhia's intricate tail movements without thinking about it. The ground became Tanisha's best, but unwanted friend during each combat training session. Ouch! Tanisha exclaimed as she hit the ground hard. Bjorn fell beside her a moment later. The two had been tossed nearly half the length of the training field. Your teamwork has improved, Yuhia said as Red Maya slowly disappeared from around him. Why doesn't it seem like it? Tanisha complained as she picked herself off the ground and rubbed her aching back. We haven't been able to hit you once. And yet you managed to defeat a hand I would have had trouble with, Yuhia said matter-of-factly. That was more luck than anything. Well, let's see if we can replicate that luck. Are there any changes to your numbers on your mental projection magic? I don't know. I haven't checked it in a while. 1 second. Let me do that, Tanisha said as she opened her status menu. Status menu name: Tanisha Scalebound Species. Cernuno's level: 32 Vitality, 50 Restoration, 45 Constitution, 100 Willpower, 130 Strength, 55 Dexterity, 80 Stamina, 48 Seer, for 70 Seer Regeneration. 35 plus 200 is equal to 235, plus 100 from Bond. Page 1 of 3 Skills Analysis. Delta Familiar Contract. You are bonded with a Delta-class familiar. You gain plus 100 to Seer Regeneration. Your bond has grown, allowing you to convey emotions through your bond. Your bond is resilient against outside influences and cannot be forcibly severed by outside parties. Your familiar's life expectancy is extended by 5 years. Hard air constructs. Seer cost: variable I, low cost 2 Seer. Speak the words of power and create Seer air constructs. Form air constructs into any shape, interacting with the world, acting out the caster's will. 2 medium cost 6 Seer. Air constructs with darker aspects of Seer to burn any that oppose you. 3 high cost 16 Seer. Constructs will become invisible and silent. Reincarnated Sage Core. Seer cost: variable chaos, mana, Maya, and Aether compose the inner workings of your soul. Their coalescence in one body created Seer, an energy seeking to uncover the nature of the world around it. You can control all aspects that make up your core. Exerting your will over Seer controls mana, Maya, and Aether. You can use tools from any of the energies that make up your core. Your will can dominate mana, Maya, and Aether outside your body for a short distance, and you can use ambient energies for your arcane machinations. Chainbreaker's Mantle. Seer cost: variable I, low Seer cost per minute. Seer will inundate your muscles and bones with the power to increase your physical attributes temporarily. 2 medium Seer cost per minute. The marks of Seer greatly enhance unarmed strikes. Unarmed punches and kicks will produce a Seer shockwave, increasing the range of unarmed strikes a short distance. 3 high Seer cost per minute. The energies within you grant the ability of Arcane Shift to teleport up to 5 yards. Sage Soul Forge. Seer cost: variable I. Use Seer to alter and twist existing spell forms connected to your Singularity core. 2 unknown. Unknown. 3 unknown. 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 Divination Hydromancy. Seer cost: variable I. Create Seer constructs with liquid attributes or condense water from the atmosphere, and control water from a water source. Exerting control over water allows you to change its state and temperature with ease. 2 alter the properties of water to cause it to glow. Only those you choose can see the light produced. 3 water in any state will condense into a blast of highly pressurized water. You maintain control of water even after it is fired, allowing it to change trajectory and home in on enemies. Venomous Fang. You have felt the venom of your familiar. It now courses through your veins. Your saliva carries a necrotic venom. As this is a shared natural ability, you cannot level this ability by any means but through communing with your familiar. This ability is tied to your familiar. Should your familiar die or reject your bond, you will lose this ability. Poison Breath. Commune with your familiar to unlock. Hydra Fire. Commune with your familiar to unlock. Poison Infusion. Commune with your familiar to unlock. Queen of Reptiles. Commune with your familiar to unlock. Page 2 of 3. Her stats hadn't changed since she killed Thyra, and she gained 10 levels after that battle. When Bjorn bit her, it counted as communing with him, although that was not typically how communing worked. Communing was supposed to be some familiar magic ritual she would have to perform. The problem was, since he wasn't an iota familiar, the magic wouldn't work. She was alone when finding out what would count as communing with him. Tanisha sighed. Bjorn, you ready? Bjorn wrote on the ground with his paw. Ready. Tanisha smiled since he had been improving with writing, although it was still pretty rudimentary. She got into her fighting stance with the second form, low to the ground with her arms spread apart. Her seer flowed from her mouth as she activated Chain Breaker's mantle. Owen was out of his room for the first time since the funeral. He never thought he would have to say goodbye to his wife. Tanisha came by every chance she got to talk with him or spend time with Wyatt and Caleb, but he found it hard to get out of bed in the morning. He was going to give it his best shot. Joha and Tanisha were leaving, and she wanted them to see her off. He rubbed his tired eyes and stood up. His body felt heavy, and he wanted nothing more than just to sit back down and say, fuck it, but Helena wouldn't let him be that lazy, and he knew that. Up. He grunted as his feet touched the ground. Let's see our little firebug off. Bjorn watched as Tanisha said goodbye to everyone outside of the Fort Palace. He was surprised that even the first princess and the hands attended their send-off. The ISI showed en masse members who were not in the inner city during the attack. Friends and family of those that were killed. Even town guards that would have been under suspicion had the first prince and Salstars won the city. The princess presented Tanisha with a bracelet and did the same for Joha. There were some storage devices given to magic that Bjorn could taste in the air, similar to Tanisha's necklace from the ISI. Are you sure, Your Majesty? You have already given us so much, Tanisha questioned. I am. Please be safe on your journey, Sigrun said. You both are friends of my faction. If you travel to any domain with nobles loyal to my ascension to the throne, show them these, and they will treat you as honored guests. Tanisha and Joha thanked her, and she quickly left to take care of other matters. It was also so everyone could relax. She knew her presence would only make things formal when this moment was emotional for many people. Most of them had come to see Joha and Bjorn off, as many people did not know that Sif was Tanisha. They thought she was another demon and Joha's partner, which helped keep the fact that she was an evolved greater Wendigo a secret. Tyr was one of the few people who knew Sif was Tanisha, and the two hugged before it was finally time to go. A brand new wagon and horses were ready for the trip. Bjorn tasted a scent he hadn't in a few days when he flicked his tongue. Owen, Caleb, and Wyatt all walked through the crowd. The two boys instantly ran up to Bjorn and hugged him first, only because he was the closest, then Tanisha, and finally Joha, who picked them up. Glad I caught you before you left, Owen said with a smile. Owen, I am glad you made it too, Tanisha responded teary-eyed. Well, bend down so I can give you a proper hug, Owen said while motioning with one hand for Tanisha to get closer. You have gotten too tall. Tanisha smiled and happily bent down and, for the first time, could return the goblin's gesture of closeness by wrapping her tail around him as Helena had done for her so many times. She could hear the goblin sniffle, so she nuzzled him a bit, which was the Wendigo's expression of closeness. Bjorn decided to join in and nuzzled them both. Owen eventually broke out of the emotional support soup and quickly wiped his face. He coughed and blinked a few times to clear his eyes as he walked to Joha, who was setting down the boys. Joha, take care of yourself and that little troublemaker, Owen said, as he reached out his hand for Joha to grasp and nudged his head toward Tanisha. Hey, she said with mock hurt. Joha took the open palm in a firm shake. I will, friend, and you take care of yourself too. So, this is your new wagon? Owen asked. Looks pretty good, although it is a little low for you, Tanisha. Oh, that is not my wagon, Tanisha said. I am keeping my old one that just had it repaired and repainted. A box appeared in Tanisha's hand. That is yours. I know your old one was destroyed in the raid, so I wanted to ensure that my favorite goblin merchant had a replacement and that he and his family were taken care of. Tanisha handed Owen the box but stopped him from opening it by placing her hand over his. I want you to know, Owen, that whatever is in that box is yours. Don't try to give it back. Owen opened the box and nearly dropped it as his hands shook. Tanisha, I can't. Yes, you can, Tanisha said firmly with a wink. She closed the small box before Bjorn could see what was inside. The two hugged again, this time for longer. As they walked around Owen's new wagon, Tanisha's repaired merchant wagon and Joha's 4-in-1 were both on the other side. Joha could store the whole wagon in his Maya, and he had it the entire time. He was given a new horse, as he couldn't store living things, and his old one had either run off or died during the attack. Everyone waved as Joha led the way out of the fort palace. Tanisha turned to Bjorn, who was curled up on the box seat. She modified it so he could sit up there with her until he grew to his larger size again. She petted him as her emotions were all over the place, to the point he couldn't read them through the bond, so he just nuzzled her a bit. Together, they said their goodbyes to the fort city of Labby. WM11, the coming of the greater Wendigo Thorfinn, didn't attend the going-away party for the demons. He was busy cataloging the events of the battle with his magic. There was a limit to how far back in time he could see before the past became fuzzy for lack of a better word. He was running himself magically ragged, trying to make sure he recorded everything that happened and journaled it appropriately for the first Princess Review. After successfully chronicling the battle at the gatehouse, he worked his way backward. The Patriarch was the focus of his investigation, so he followed them backward through time to the point where Tyr and his disciples and the survivors from the estate planned their assault on the gatehouse. There used to be an escape tunnel that they used to get quite a few of their people out before collapsing it. The odd thing wasn't that, though. It was the size of the Chimera familiar. It was massive, easily large enough to carry a wagon, and after he saw further back in time, it did pull a wagon. What in the infernal plains? Thorfinn questioned as he rubbed his chin. He saw the original owner of the familiar, a wooden-tail Wendigo girl. If he hadn't already been informed that she was the shy daughter of the Salstar house, he would never have guessed she was a wizard. He could tell she was an arcanist from her fighting style, but she used water magic with decent efficacy. Something about her caught his attention, especially after she had pulled Joha to the side. This form of divination magic was his creation. It allowed him to see into the past, but not hear anything. However, when he saw the familiar write the word Aether on the ground, he knew he had to start reading lips. The visions he projected, especially with it being a few weeks in the past, were cloudy, so to speak. He could make people out, but not with the level of detail that would allow him to read lips without focusing his magic entirely on the small group instead of the entire clearing. What were you three talking about? Thorfinn said to himself as the magic disengaged. He had to stop and restart the spell anytime he wanted to move it to cover a new space. It is what made chronicling the battles such a difficult thing to do. The magic wasn't simple, and he doubted anyone else could do it. At times like this, when he just needed to focus the spell, he wished he had an apprentice. Then, all he would need to do is stabilize the new zone. Well, in theory anyway, he grumbled. He replayed the conversation, positioning the crystals to form a triangle in the right spot so that only the three figures were in the divination magic. They came through as clearly as if he were standing next to them. He nearly dropped his notes when he started reading Freja's lips. She mentioned that she was the Sage of the Infernal and explained how she was granted the ability to become a greater Wendigo. She had mental projection magic and skill sheets more commonly associated with cultivators. None of it made any sense. Why would the Salstars perform a Shiagaunt on the only Wendigo Sage for over 2,000 years? That is not possible, Thorfinn whispered in disbelief. But how would she know about the Hern Hunter? I'm not even supposed to know about that. He stopped and rewound the conversation as many times as needed to ensure he transcribed every word. This was something he had to tell Sigrun about immediately. Freja was supposedly dead, or at least that's what was said to them by the demon woman. Wait, he had only ever seen the demon woman during the battle at the gatehouse, not before. He didn't even see her in the clearing during the battle here, before he shrunk the zone. The Demoness Sif had some features of the Wendigo, namely the antlers, but she didn't feel like a Wendigo to his or Sigrun's magical senses. Her Maya didn't quite feel like Maya either, which to him was like a blank space in the ambient mana around everyone else. Magic casters couldn't sense the enigmatic energy in the same way arcanists and demons couldn't sense mana. However, now that he thought about it, he had seen Sif cast spells with vocalizations, something that arcanists didn't do. I won't be able to chronicle the battle at the ISI estate and follow this lead, Thorfinn said to himself. I can't let this one go. He looked at the frozen image of Freyja. What are you? Thorfinn burst into the meeting room with a journal tightly clutched. Everyone turned to the commotion. First, Princess Sigrun, the new lord of the domain Eric Jewel, and his father Vidar Tajuli were in the middle of a discussion. He walked up to the first princess and bowed his head. He did not know or frankly care what they were talking about. What he had to tell the princess was the priority. What is it, left hand? Sigrun said, seeing the urgency in his actions and body language. Your Majesty, I need to speak with you alone, Thorfinn stated dutifully, but with enough edge that she knew it was something that could not wait. Vidar cut in. We were in the middle of, Sigrun raised her hand, and he fell silent. I apologize, gentlemen, but we will have to reschedule this meeting until after I have spoken with my hand. Does this have something to do with the domain? Eric questioned. Pardon me, Your Majesty, but I will have every right to know if that is the case. This is a private matter for only the ears of the first princess, Thorfinn stated coldly. Watch yourself, Eric. That is enough. Vidar Eric, we will continue our conversation later, Sigrun stated, with no room for them to rebut. After the father and son pair left the room, the princess offered Thorfinn a seat. They were more aggressive than normal, Thorfinn said, thumbing back towards the door. Sigrun smiled knowingly. Eric is just nervous about his new responsibilities. He will be in charge of one of the wealthiest domains in the kingdom. Of course, I will be here for who knows how long. I am considering making this our home base. That is a conversation for another day. What news did you bring me? We need to find Johja and Freyja, Thorfinn said with a grave tone, handing Sigrun his journal, his eyes never leaving her face. Freyja the Shy? Wasn't she killed, according to Sif? Sigrun asked, her voice tinged with curiosity as she began to read through the report. I don't see why finding her body would. Her eyes widened as she reached the part Thorfinn had been waiting for. What is this? Sigrun was quiet for a long time as her eyes darted across page after page with increased urgency. Thorfinn was sure not to disturb her as she flipped through the pages again. On the fourth read, she set down the document and tapped her temple with her right hand, a telltale sign that she was deep in thought. Have you shown this to anyone? Sigrun asked. No, of course not. The notebook abruptly caught fire and burned to ash in less than a second. Then, even the ash faded into oblivion. Thorfinn's eyes widened in surprise, but before he could react, Sigrun started to laugh. At first, it was a soft, disbelieving chuckle, but it grew louder and more hysterical. She leaned back in her chair and wiped a tear from her eye. I can't believe it. The coming of the greater Wendigo Sage, and she just sat in front of us and let me call her a demon, Sigrun said through residual giggles, shaking her head. The Solstar's greatest achievement, and they just threw her away. If they had known what she was, forget taking Lavi, she could have taken the throne. What should we do? Thorfinn asked. They have only been gone for a few days. Send word to the border to stop any demons that match her and Johja's description, Sigrun commanded, her tone sharp and decisive. I will make her the crown jewel of my ascension to the throne of Yuhia before my brothers or sisters find out what she is. Wouldn't that essentially make her a prisoner of the throne? Prisoner is a harsh way of putting it. Thorfinn, I will give her a title befitting a greater Wendigo, land, and have her marry my son. She will work with me to improve all Wendigo. She said she was a Cernunnos. I have not heard of that species, but the Forest Father has blessed us all. Let's make sure that blessing does not slip through our fingers. Thorfinn knew the first princess would do whatever it took to secure her place on the throne of Yuhia. She was willing to fight for Lavi despite the death it would have wrought. One girl's freedom was a much smaller price to pay. Of course, Siggy, Thorfinn said while he nodded along. I will send word immediately. Good. And you know what? Send Signet to the border and have her secure it for my arrival, Sigrun stated, her sorcery magic pulsing with her heart. growing brighter and more intense. Freyja should come willingly, since she has already helped our cause. Still, it will be better for me to convince her personally. We cannot lose her. Thorfinn stood up, bowed deeply, and walked to the door. As you wish. WM 12 A Hunting Excursion. The journey had been slow as the past few days were spent traveling the countryside. There were a few small villages they had to pass through, but most of the journey was spent on the road. Bjorn decided, since he could always sense where Tanisha was at all times, he would go hunting during the day while they traveled in the slow-moving convoy. They would need the meat for the journey, and it would help him stay active and sharpen his hunting skill. More importantly, it would keep his mind off the fact that he still needed to relive more of his previous life's memories. He didn't want to think about the last thing he saw, but sitting with nothing left him with a lot of time for his mind to wander. Be back before sunset, Tanisha called after him. Bring back something good, Yuhia yelled. Bjorn hissed loudly in response as he trotted off into the forest. It didn't take long before the sound of the wagons faded into the distance. He was left in the serene calm of practically untouched wilderness. He would be traveling vaguely in the direction of Tanisha, so he wouldn't have to run too far to get back to her if she needed him, or if he caught something significant. So, are we going to try to catch one of those horn things again? Failsafe asked. Yep, but we'll be quieter this time, Bjorn responded. Bjorn and Failsafe had no idea what the creatures they were after were called. It looked almost like a deer, but at the same time, it had two sets of horns instead of antlers. Bjorn tried to hunt them twice now, but both times he came up empty-handed. He quickly found that he was too used to stomping around the city and lost every bit of stealth he had. The horned creatures would hear him coming long before he could hunt them. Chasing them was not possible because they were fast. After the first poor excuse for a hunt, Bjorn knew they were quicker than a normal animal should be, but it was Failsafe that noticed when they ran their forwardmost horns glowed. They concluded that it was some animal magic shenanigan at play. Regardless, the animals seemed plentiful in their area now, so it wasn't difficult to find them, especially since Bjorn could recognize the scent. He was trying to hunt them without using his breath attacks or letting Failsafe control one of the heads, as it seemed like it would be against the spirit of the challenge of his hunt. He needed to master slow and precise movement, utilizing all of his senses, which, since he had 3 heads, he could see, hear, and smell better than most creatures. There are some up ahead, Failsafe whispered despite being in Bjorn's head. I know, Bjorn replied with a thought. Go slowly. Bjorn was low to the ground as he slowly snaked around a tree. Heads focused on different things since Bjorn wanted to practice splitting his attention. His left head navigated the dense forest and ensured he wasn't about to step on any particularly crunchy sticks. The middle head watched the horned deer things grazing in the small meadow. Finally, his right head was in charge of scents and looking out for other things of interest. Bjorn knew he wasn't the only predator in the forest and would prefer not to be caught off guard. I know, Bjorn said. We can probably fit around that bush up there. It would be a good ambush spot. Bjorn frustratedly responded. I know that is where we... Failsafe cut him off. Oh, watch out for your antlers. Bjorn was so distracted that he failed to notice when his left head's antlers scraped against a bush and got partially tangled in the branches. The whole bush shook loudly, which announced his presence, as every one of the horned deer turned to face the noise. Bjorn had to decide right then and there, so he leaped at the closest one with all his might. It didn't matter, though, as his jaws snapped shut on empty air, and the deer ran off with impossible speed. And we were so close that time, Failsafe said in frustration. Bjorn watched the last shadows of the horned deer vanish into the brush with frustration. He growled as he forced Failsafe into his right head to have something physical he could direct his anger towards. Failsafe bobbed up and down happily once he realized he had control of a head, only to shrink back once he saw Bjorn's other 2 heads glaring at him. I had that one. I didn't need the step-by-step narration. Bjorn mentally projected his voice as his head both growled and hissed. Failsafe shrunk even more. I was just trying to help. I didn't need it, Bjorn growled. Okay, sorry. Bjorn regained control of the head, feeling like he had gotten the point across. The construct was silent, and he could focus on his next target. His tongue tasted the air, and he quickly found something else he could hunt in the direction he needed to go. As he turned, he tasted blood in the air from a fresh kill and some magic he had not tasted before. He was curious to see what had happened, but it wasn't like the Wendigo and other predators didn't hunt either. He could take out a predator, but didn't want the trouble of startling a Wendigo hunting party. So he turned away and started tracking his next prey. It was several hours of skulking around before Bjorn could find another target close enough to Tanisha to make it back before sundown. He wasn't sure what it was by scent, but it was close. He could see most of it from behind a tree when he passed through one final thicket. It had the back end of one of the horned deer, but it looked like the rest of its body was obscured, so he wasn't sure what it was doing. Okay, second try. Bjorn got as low to the ground as he could as he slowly snaked around the foliage and anything else that could give away his position. His tongues flicked out, and he was so close he could taste the creature's emotions. He knew that it was alert, but unaware of his presence. Bjorn wanted to strike the creature's neck, so he wouldn't have to use his venom. Then, something changed, and the beast seemed spooked. Bjorn could taste blood in the air again, and he could tell that the creature was getting ready to run. It's now or never. Identify name, none species. Unknown, horned deer. Level, 7 vocation. Forest Traffic Director Bjorn nearly stopped when he saw the vocation of the horned deer, but he quickly disregarded it as a joke from Failsafe. He sprang forward and could see the exact moment the creature saw him. It nearly stumbled and tried to run away. It wasn't fast enough, even as its front horns lit up with animal magic. Bjorn grabbed on with his claws and quickly tore into its hide as he tackled the buck-horned deer to the ground. The creature was no problem after that. Bjorn was easily stronger, and it was over once he had it pinned. Finally, I got one, Bjorn said mentally. Failsafe had no response, but Bjorn was too glad to notice. He bounced around in excitement at his first successful hunt of these creatures. He felt better that he didn't have to use his venom. All that was left now was somehow getting it back to Tanisha. The beast was larger than Bjorn, but with his strength and constitution, it was more about figuring out how to carry it than if he could. Do you think I should just drag it with my tail? Bjorn asked, and this time, he waited for a response. Hello, Failsafe? Bjorn could feel the magic construct within his core. What's gotten into him? Regardless, Bjorn decided on a course of action after several more attempts to get Failsafe to respond. He used his long tail to slide the creature onto his back like a large and warm backpack. He trudged along at a moderate pace, but had to stop a few times to readjust the buck. It wasn't long before Bjorn could hear Tanisha and Yuhia setting up camp for the night. They had traveled much further than he thought they would over the day, but the road was stone and quite large, so there weren't any obstacles for the horse-drawn carriages. So, we'll be in the next town tomorrow morning? Tanisha's voice carried in the still night air. How can you tell where we are? Everything looks the same, and it's all flat and confusing. Not to mention, we are in the middle of a forest. It can be tricky, so let's start with the basics. Yuhia's voice was warm, but deep as always. Look here. Do you see the road we are on? It is marked here in gray. Yes, I see it, Tanisha said with hesitation. But how can you tell where we are on the road? Or that you are holding it upright? I don't know if you remember that stone marker we passed a few miles back. It had a symbol on it if you looked at it. It matches this one here. These represent landmarks. Yuhia pointed to a series of symbols on the map. So that is right here. We traveled at a pretty consistent pace after that, so that places us right around here. Tanisha groaned, but nodded her head slowly. I think I get it. But what about distances? How do you know we'll make it to the next village tomorrow? That's a good question. Yuhia smiled as he readily jumped into an explanation. This map has a scale. See this line here? It shows the distance. We estimate how far we've traveled by comparing the landmarks we've passed to this scale. With practice, you'll get better at judging distances. Bjorn rustled through the last of the flora before he entered the camp. The horses looked at him but were unimpressed and went back to grazing. He found Yuhia and Tanisha shortly after. They were sitting around a campfire and waiting for him. I hope I get it soon, but something about maps just doesn't make sense to me. She stood up once she saw Bjorn, and her face lit up. Big man, what did you catch? That looks like a Luminera horned buck. They are tricky to hunt. Good job. Joa said. That means venison tonight. Tanisha said happily. Did you use your venom or poison? Bjorn shook his head. No. And Tanisha beamed. So, Joha, can you prepare the Luminara? I'll watch how it is done after I wash our hunter. He is covered in blood. Sounds good to me. 13 knives are not wands. How about this? I will do a bundle just for you. Tanisha said with an award-winning smile. Since you need the draft of strength too, I will do it all for 2.5 silver. You won't get that deal anywhere else. 2.25. A night-hand Wendigo man said. Tanisha had been haggling with this man for a while. He was trying to be a tough sell, but this was reasonably relaxed compared to the people in Lavi, who were always in a hurry. In Lavi, hundreds of other merchants sold similar products if someone didn't like her prices. Here, she was the only alchemist, as the town only had an herbalist and an apothecary. The fact she had 5 platinum coins and over 50 gold also helped to settle her nerves. Tanisha said with a clap, 2 silver 45, lowest I'll go. You should see what the town herbalist can do if you need anything else. Although I am sure Bottle was here a few minutes ago and was looking for ingredients, I doubt she has anything. So, do we have a deal? The man tried to haggle a bit more, but buckled and paid when Tanisha went up on the price instead of down. Thank you for your business, Tanisha said. Tanisha and Bjorn were in the town of Birch Grove. It was a larger settlement than they had been expecting, but the fact it was on a through road to get to Lavi, it should have been expected. The town was well defended with a stone wall that had some slight enchantments. It was definitely to keep out monsters and beasts, not for a prolonged assault from wizards or especially mages. The town also had the distinct architectural design closer to that of humans than Wendigo. Structures were colorful and needlessly complex, at least much more so than was expected in a Wendigo town. Tanisha and Joha had to get permits to set up in the town, and the process took a day, so to make up for the registration cost and the day they lost, they decided to be there for the next week. So far, Tanisha and Joha had great business and couldn't complain. On the other hand, Bjorn looked bored out of his 3 heads. He would help with setting up and then sit around and watch. Tanisha was loading her unsold potions back into their proper cases. Joha, do you think there is something Bjorn can do around town? Joha rubbed his chin. I'm not sure, no. Is something wrong? No, I just kind of feel bad. He just sits around and watches all day. I'm sure he would rather not have to lay around me at a stand. He can hunt, Joha said with some more contemplation. Although I have noticed that Wendigo don't seem to mind him walking around even alone. It was the same in Lavi when he was larger. Are Wendigo just fine with large animals wandering around unattended? Sometimes I forget that you can't sense mana. People can sense a familiar and at what stage of their familiar bond they are. Anyone that has any sensitivity to mana should be able to tell the difference between a wild animal and a familiar. Then he can run errands and hunt when you don't need anything. We can pick up some paper, so if you send him to buy something, he can take the list with him. That would work for most things, but I would still have to go to the herbalist myself. Tanisha turned to Bjorn. How does that sound, big man? Bjorn hissed his agreement and wrote out, "Great," in the dirt at his feet. Tanisha smiled. He was getting better with his spelling. She corrected him a little and nuzzled him to encourage him to continue trying. She couldn't believe how fast he was improving and resolved to continue teaching him how to read and write Valish. He could do simple sentences in dirt, but his hands weren't designed to hold a writing utensil. The inn Tanisha and Joha were staying at was quaint and cozy. The proprietor was an old human, and his wife was a wooden-tail Wendigo. It was unusual that a Wendigo and human would be together, but not unheard of. The biggest challenge came with a large difference in lifespan. There was also the issue that humans and Wendigo can't have children together. The inn was nice, but not the nicest in the town by a long shot. Despite the windfall and funds they received from the princess, Joha firmly believed in not spending more than they made in a day. Especially when a bed is a bed, no matter where they slept. Tanisha couldn't help but agree. She would be fine sleeping outside on a rock, thanks to her constitution. Tanisha sat cross-legged on the floor of her room and leaned back onto Bjorn's side. He was curled around her as she read and showed him the corresponding words. She only had one of her textbooks from the academy that wasn't specifically on alchemy. This was a general overview of magical implements and brief histories of their creations. It ranged from spellcraft to alchemy equipment and everything in between if mana was somehow involved. Tanisha read, wands are an essential magical implement that acts as a medium to control and alter spell forms. They allow mana to be more easily controlled through a series of movements, adding a physical element to a magical effect that splits the load of magical strain on the mind. SJO found that to create a medium, a material that is conductive to mana must be properly prepared before saturation, and the representation of a mage's core must be carved onto the item. The more directly the mage can carve the wand themselves with their mana, the closer their connection with the medium. In this way, it is similar to prana and how they must bind a part of their essence to their weapon. Tanisha stopped reading, which caused Bjorn's 3 heads to look at her in confusion. She pet him and smiled as she contemplated a little longer. I didn't know about this part, Tanisha said to the curious Bjorn. I thought wands could be generally used after they were properly inscribed to make them mana conductive. Staffs too, although those are usually for amplifying magical effects. Staffs can have a certain amount of spells resonated into its structure, so a mage can activate them without the need to vocalize the spell. She stopped her explanation for a moment. Ragnar has a staff. I wonder what spells he has in it. Anyway, staff are less versatile, but far greater at channeling magic. Oh, I wonder. She opened her hand before her, and one of her twin daggers appeared. She looked over the blade at the runes in the spine. From what she knew, they seemed pretty standard for spellcasting implements. They weren't specialized to her core or anything like that. These aren't real wands, though. The one I had before was a training wand from when I was little. She ran her seer through the weapon, and the runes lit up, but now that she was paying attention to it, she could tell that the blades were a poor conduit for her new power. Most of the seer slid by the blade without amplification or using it as a medium. It was better than casting by hand, but not by much. Tanisha pressed her lips in frustration, then looked at Bjorn, who had shifted to get a better look. It said in the book that a mage can carve the wand themselves with their mana. Do you think I should try with my seer? Bjorn hissed affirmatively. Yeah, I thought you would. Tanisha read a few more paragraphs in the section, although there wasn't anything on how the process worked since the book was mainly a general overview. She sighed at her lack of information and decided to give it a shot. She channeled her seer, which this time appeared closer to that of a silver-gold mana. She slowly forced her power into the weapon without letting any of it spill out. She assumed saturation in the book meant this. The weapon started to glow brighter from the infused power. She observed the blade for any changes, but nothing seemed to be happening. She pushed in a little more, and the glow intensified. Suddenly, Bjorn swatted the weapon from her hands, where it slid across the floor. What was that for? Tanisha asked frustratedly as she was about to stand up to get the weapon when Bjorn stopped her. Is everything all right? The blade exploded with a loud bang. Most of the shrapnel went flying into the far wall. Residual seer unraveled violently into its base components of mana, maya, and ether, all of which vanished quickly. Tanisha rubbed her ears, which rang after the explosion. What in the infernal planes? Tanisha groaned as she pulled a metal shard from her arm. Are you okay, big man? After checking on Bjorn and then herself, Joa entered her room and was already on high alert. He saw the black mark on the floor and half the blade of her dagger sticking through the wall. Joa raised an eyebrow and questioned, is everything okay? Tanisha, after she saw the mess her little experiment caused, blushed. Yes, just a little magical accident. We are fine, and I will have to pay for the damages to the room, though. I see that, Joa said while inspecting the glowing knife fragments from the doorway. What happened? I found out that knives are not wands. Joa looked out of the room when he heard footsteps. Looks like the owners are coming right now. I would put on your best merchant's face if I were you. WM-14. Help when needed. There was a small monster hunting group in the town. They would clear monsters in the area and sell the carcasses. Monsters were uniquely different from normal animals, even magic beasts. Monsters were not natural. They came from the corrupted lands, places of such high ambient magic that the landscape was in constant flux. Yuhia had no corrupted land, but plenty was outside the kingdom's borders. Monsters that crossed the border were hunted down and killed. The monster hunters in the town weren't a permanent group, but human mercenaries. They had an exclusive contract with the city, so anyone who wanted to hunt monsters in the surrounding area had to have their approval. Bjorn and Tanisha were on their way to the mercenary outpost so they could register Bjorn and he could hunt in the area. The town was quiet this early in morning. The sun barely rose over the horizon, and even the morning birds were waking up. Failsafe, are you still ignoring me? Bjorn asked. Failsafe whispered, you never apologized. Apologize for what? You were mad about the hunting thing? Bjorn said in disbelief. I was just trying to help. Bjorn breathed out his frustration from all of his noses. You know what, you're right. I was being unfair. In the future, though, how about this? If we are hunting, let me do it on my own so I can learn. You keep a lookout for threats to us, deal? That was a terrible apology. Okay, I agree, but with my metaphysical arms crossed. Great to hear, buddy. Not the arms thing. There it is, I think, Tanisha said as she pointed to a building near the town's wall. That is where the innkeeper said it would be. Tanisha was far less confident. The building looked terrible, as if it had been knocked down several times and rebuilt with whatever scraps remained. There wasn't even a door, just an open frame that led into darkness. A man stood outside the door with a boar spear and watched as Bjorn and Tanisha approached. They miss. Watch your step, the man said with a smirk. Good morning, thanks, Tanisha said as she passed the man. The inside of the decrepit-looking building was surprisingly lovely. So much so that Bjorn wanted to walk back outside to see if they had entered a different building. He nearly tripped when the first step was a step down, which he had not expected. He caught himself, but not before Tanisha noticed him freak out for a second and giggled to herself. He said, watch your step, big man. Tanisha covered her mouth poorly, hiding her laughter. Ah, guess this early? That is a surprise. A man said from behind a desk. Welcome, I am Robert Smith, the official registrar of the Jackrabbits. Identify name, Robert Smith species. Human level, 70 vocation. Chakra pugilist, retired. Robert was all silver up top, but his beard retained some of its red color. From what Bjorn could tell, he was in his late 60s and seemed friendly enough. The room was well furnished with file cabinets, a refreshments and waiting area, and even a chandelier. This room looked to be the only place they renovated, however, as Bjorn could see into one of the adjacent rooms, and it was as destroyed as the outside appeared. Jackrabbits? Tanisha questioned as her eyes looked around. The name of our monster hunting company. Don't worry about the state of the building, Robert said preemptively. We only needed one room for my office inside the town per our agreement with the town hall. If you're looking for the monster hunters hired by the city, you found us. How can I help you today? So they did this to be as cheap as possible? Bjorn thought. Okay. Tanisha was also thrown off by the information, but quickly righted herself. I want my familiar to be able to hunt in the area. I was told I needed to come here first. Yes, of course, we can do that. Will you be joining him on the hunts as well? Robert asked. Tanisha nodded. Yes, but just for today to see the process. He is intelligent and can do it on his own after that. Robert looked at Bjorn for a moment. A Hydra? Looks like he's a mixed breed between the Britax plain Hydra and an aquatic northern blue Hydra. 3 heads that young? You both must have been through a lot. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully as both Bjorn and Tanisha tensed up. I'm surprised you have one. They aren't common in the region. He's the only one I've seen for a long time. The antlers are new. Is that from the bond with a Wendy? You're not a Wendigo, are you? Tanisha responded promptly. No, my species just happens to look similar. You've seen other Hydras? Ah, yes, Robert responded with a chuckle. There isn't a magical beast on this continent I haven't at least heard about. Hydras and dragons are among the few that we run from. We figured it was better to retreat than to get burned to a crisp or poisoned and die slowly over a few hours. Your Hydra is still a pup. He'll get much bigger and probably grow a few more heads. I've seen some with only 3 heads, but that's rare, especially with him being a mixed breed. You're okay with him being a Hydra? Tanisha asked. Yes, of course. He's a powerful familiar. I wish I could form familial bonds. Infernal Plains, I would gladly take a Hydra or 2. I heard that there's a noble family here where every member has a dragon familiar. That's crazy. Obviously not true. But could you imagine? Tanisha looked away at that. Nope. Sounds far-fetched. Anyway, you said you wanted to hunt. Have you ever hunted monsters before? We killed a steel wolf, his pack, and a troll. Those are magic beasts. The troll is closer to monsters, though. Robert's demeanor turned all business. The registration fee is 2 silver, non-negotiable. Since this is your first hunt, I can get you an escort. His name is Alfred. The escort gets 50% of any monster corpse payout. If you don't find anything today, you'll pay him 3 silver for his instruction. I'll hold his 3 silver here. So if any, he paused to find the right word, unfortunate accidents were to happen, and you can't pay, he still gets the money. Or if he runs off and leaves me, I get a refund, Tanisha added, and Robert nodded. That's fair. She handed the man 5 silver. The registrar placed the money on his desk and pulled out a document. He and Tanisha signed it, and she was given directions to the mercenary camp, along with a sealed letter. They were set up outside the town to respond quickly to monsters entering the area. Tanisha thanked him, and the duo left the small faux office building. Well, at least we know you'll be getting more heads sooner or later, Tanisha said. Bjorn had already figured as much. After all, he had already seen his mother. She was the queen of 1,000 heads, not the queen of 3 noggins. He wondered what would happen if he met a wild lesser Hydra. Would they also be afraid of him? Or would his king of reptile skill do something else to them? Maybe he could control them, or they would see him as an alpha or something. He really wanted to find out, but that was an experiment for another day. The jackrabbit camp was a mile from the town, and Bjorn could smell it long before they arrived. The camp smelled of blood and decay, along with the tang of fires and ironworking. The camp was far more impressive than the little collapsed building they had in town. Wooden walls and guard towers surrounded the burgeoning settlement, and a notable amount of goods looked to be coming and going. Bjorn and Tanisha weren't stopped from entering the front gate. They saw permanent structures erected inside, making it into a small village. Monster hunters, leather workers, smiths, healers, and even inns and restaurants were all inside the camp, which by all definitions should be called a village by this point. The establishments looked to be run by members of the town and the jackrabbits. Most of the people here were human, but not all. There was a good number of Wendigo and a smattering of elves and goblins. Unlike the town, which was still sleepy at this point, the jackrabbits' camp was full of life. Tanisha led Bjorn to the building Robert had described. Before Tanisha could touch the door, a man was suddenly thrown out and hit the ground on his back at her feet. The two jumped out of the way as the man rolled over to his side. Identify name: Kevin Horner species. Human level: 18 vocation, Prana Bowman. Kevin looked young, early 20s at most. He was thin, but had a good build meant for combat. His face was red with anger as he punched the ground and stared daggers at the doorway. I told you, if you're going to work here, you listen to what the fuck I say, a second man said as he lowered his foot from a blatant kick and stepped out the door. Get the fuck out of here before you get yourself or a squad killed. I don't want to see you around here again. Identify name: Alfred Quarter species. Human level: 50 vocation. Prana Iron Netcaster. Alfred was far better put together than the young man, but he reeked of alcohol. He was in casual clothing, a tunic and harem pants. His long raven hair almost completely covered his eyes. Someone handed him something, and he pulled back his hair and quickly tied it into a ponytail. You're going to pay for that, Alfred, Kevin said as he stood up and held out his hand. You don't have the fucking right to kick me out. Alfred stepped to the side as a longbow flew through the air from the building and into Kevin's open hand. He rose to one knee and knocked an arrow in a smooth motion. You sure you want to do that, Kevin? Alfred asked with a smirk. We can go there if you want. If you could shoot worth a damn, maybe I wouldn't be kicking your sorry ass out. The man lowered the bow when he saw more people crowd around to see what was happening. He clenched his jaw as he stood up. Fuck you. It's not like you're even worth it. You washed-up jackrabbits are all bark and no bite, Kevin growled. What the fuck you looking at? He turned and pushed someone out of the way as he stomped off. The crowd slowly dispersed, seeing there wouldn't be a fight, which disappointed everyone. Alfred shook his head and walked back into the building. Well, we found Alfred at least, Tanisha said quietly. Come on, big man, let's talk to him. WM. 15 good time to be alive. Tanisha led the way inside the building. Eyes of a dozen people followed her and Bjorn as she took in the atmosphere. It looked more like a bar than a headquarters for jackrabbits, as she had been told. She quickly looked around for Alfred, but someone stepped out in front of her. "Anything I can help you with, sweetheart?" a gruff man said. "I would be more than happy to take a request for you." Tanisha was about the same height as the guy, which was impressive since she was over 6 feet tall. He had a smirk on his face and alcohol on his breath. He leaned closer to Tanisha to block her path, so she would have to talk to him. Identify name: Thaddeus Maxwell, species human level, 35 vocation. Prana Spearman. Tanisha wasn't worried about the man and continued to look around for Alfred, but when he stepped in her way again, she had no choice but to acknowledge him. "The name's Thaddeus Maxwell, and yes, I'm that Thaddeus Maxwell who killed the golden boar that rampaged the area a week ago," he said with an arrogant voice. "I'd love to tell you about it. How about I get you a drink?" Tanisha said sharply. "I'm looking for Alfred. Robert sent me. Can you point me to him?" "Alfred? Alfred. Thaddeus rubbed his chin in mock contemplation. It's not ringing any bells, but if you need a hunter, baby, me and my boys can help you out. I'll even give you a discount." Tanisha felt Bjorn's anger rising through their bond, and she was now afraid he was going to kill the man. Well, not that he would kill him. He wouldn't do that unless she was in danger. But even without venom, Bjorn was deadly. Crippling a member of the Jackrabbits was probably not going to be an excellent first impression to whoever was in charge. Tanisha took a step around the man. "No, thank you. I'll be on my way if you can't take me to Alfred." "Come on, Bjorn." A hand grabbed her, and she turned to see that Thaddeus had grabbed her wrist. That was when all bets were off. Tanisha knew human customs were odd, but she felt strongly that you don't just grab somebody in any culture. The tattoos across her body flared to life as her anger rose. The office was full of smoke from his cigar, and not that pansy ass he got from the last trader, but the good stuff from Misha. Alfred didn't know how they got it through the border, and quite frankly, he didn't care. He picked back up the cigar he had to leave burning at his desk when he had to kick out that rat bastard Kevin. The idiot almost killed his whole team when he decided it would be a good idea to fire an arrow at an armored chrysalis during a recon mission. He sat in his velvet chair and picked up his glass of whiskey in one hand and the cigar in the other. He would get to a mountain of paperwork on his desk after breakfast. Then he heard a crash downstairs and people yelling, "Fight, fight, fight," he sighed loudly. What's the chance they'll tire themselves out? And I can ignore this one. As if to answer his question, another crash, followed by screaming about grabbing a chair, immediately got him to his feet. He ran out of his office and crashed into his assistant, who looked like she was just about to open his office door. She clattered to the ground, and he worriedly bent down to check on her. "Shit, sorry, Ashley, are you okay?" Alfred said as he helped the young woman up to her feet. The young woman dusted herself off. "I'm fine, but there's another fight," Ashley said with a deep Meshian drawl. "Don't you worry about me?" Without another word, he nodded and ran down the stairs, honestly confused as to what was going on. A large crowd had gathered to watch an incredibly one-sided fight. Thaddeus was getting thrown halfway across the bar by a Wendigo, or maybe Demoness, with glowing marks all over her body. No one had weapons out, which was good. At least they followed that rule. The crowd grew as more people filed into the bar for a better look. The Demoness looked to be handling her own well enough, dodging and weaving attacks, and only taking hits if doing so left an opening on her opponent, which she took advantage of with decent efficacy. Thaddeus had no chance, but the big man looked like he was enjoying himself. Alfred knew he would have to talk to him about his bias towards stronger women. Alfred could tell the woman was holding back, but she was getting angry. She would get serious if he didn't stop whatever was happening soon, and blood would spill. However, he wanted to see how it would end if he let it go on just a little longer. She was not trying to kill, and Thaddeus getting humbled wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Ever since he took out that golden boar, he and his team had been insufferable smug. "Alfred, do somente." "You can't just stand around and watch," Ashley yelled. Yeah, Alfred responded. Alfred leaped into the air over the heads of everyone who had, by this point, become a mosh pit. He landed between the two fighters. He grabbed Thaddeus' final punch and moved him out the way of the Demoness' final kick that would have taken his head. Thaddeus was panting heavily and barely on his feet, and both eyes were slowly swelling. He was covered in what looked to be his blood. There also seemed to be a three-headed Hydra pup, which he didn't see until he was in the middle of everything. Thaddeus' teammates were all backed into a corner while the Hydra prevented them from moving to help. The familiar also didn't seem like it wanted to kill them, but did leave some bleeding scratches on the three men. The demoness looked untouched. The only blood on her was Thaddeus. She didn't even look tired from the exertion. Her breathing was in perfect control. The glowing tattoos slowly dimmed, and her fierce expression relaxed. The crowd booed at his interference in the fight, and he saw several people pass around some coins from bets. Yeah, be your fucking cells and get out of here. Bar's closed, you lazy sacks of shit, Alfred said. Oh, miss, I found Alfred for you, Thaddeus said. Then his eyes rolled back, and he dropped to the floor. And that's pretty much what happened. Tanisha finished telling her story. You could talk to your guy when he wakes up, but I'm pretty sure there were a few other witnesses you could scrape together. Tanisha had her Maya smoking pipe in her hands, breathing sparkly sear as she exhaled. Alfred's office was rather interesting. Taxidermied heads of magic beasts and monsters adorned the walls. Books and papers were stacked in piles on his desk, and a private bar held a myriad of liqueurs behind him. No, I believe you, Alfred responded. And as the representative here for the Jackrabbits, you have my apologies for that idiot. It looked like you had everything under control, and I thank you for not killing anyone. Especially with, Bjorn. I can't believe you have a Hydra as a familiar. That's probably the craziest thing I've seen in years. You should probably control your members better, Tanisha responded. Easier said than done. The Jackrabbits aren't one organization. We're contractors, too. We organize the monster hunters here and ensure they follow the town's rules. So, they don't work for us. We give them contracts from the town, and they carry them out. We have 24 hunters in the Jackrabbits, but most people here are like Thaddeus and Kevin, mercs and thrill seekers testing their skills against monsters for fame and glory. But you kick someone out? You saw that? Alfred questioned with a swig of his drink. We can make it so people that break the rules don't get work. We also own this land so that we can kick them out. Now what can I do for you? Tanisha explained her plan about going on a hunt with Bjorn today with an escort, so he can do it on his own from tomorrow on. She needs someone who can show them the ropes and the rules. I know someone who can help you with that, Alfred stated. His name is... Tanisha pulled out the letter she got from Robert. I think I hired you. Alfred took the letter with a bemused expression. Hired me? That's... His words stopped in his throat. Completely correct. What is that old jackass thinking? I have paperwork to do. Ashley. His assistant opened the door promptly. You called, Alfred? What's on my schedule for today? Alfred asked. Ashley's eyes wandered to Bjorn, and she took a nervous step back. Nothing anymore. Robert sent someone to relieve you. He left someone to handle all this? Alfred stated while motioning towards the stacks of papers. Ashley didn't even look up and raised her notepad, so she couldn't see Bjorn. Yes, he's already here, but I left him downstairs. Shall I go get him? He freed me for a day? Alfred said as a smile crossed his face. No taking it back, old man. Ashley, you can get him and tell him the fort is all his. If he needs anything, tell him to ask Gramps. Tanisha, Bjorn, let's go right now, before whoever the poor sucker Gramps got to take my job today finds out about this shit show. I know the perfect contract, and it's still available since I haven't posted it yet. Alfred took a paper from the stack on his desk, stood up, and opened the window behind him. He gave Ashley a few more instructions, then motioned for Tanisha and Bjorn to follow him. Alfred jumped out without hesitation and called up for Tanisha and Bjorn. They walked to the window, and Tanisha looked down, then to Ashley, who looked mortified. They were only on the second floor, so Tanisha shrugged and jumped. When she landed beside Alfred, Tanisha caught Bjorn and asked, Why don't we just jump out of there? Because I would feel bad if I knew who Gramps gave my job to today, Alfred said with a smile. Well, not our problem anymore. He stretched his arms wide. It's a good day to be alive. First, let's get you some proper protection. I can't take you into the woods like that. Luckily, we have a good blacksmith here, too. WM-16, why does everyone know? Alfred led Tanisha and Bjorn through the camp, the man walking with a jovial pep to his step. It was far livelier now, as people were preparing for hunts. A A large group of monster hunters gathered at the gate for a joint raid. "What's going on over there?" Tanisha asked. Alfred spun around to look at what she was talking about. Oh, that there was an armored chrysalis spotted nearby. So they're putting together a subjugation party to take it down. When Tanisha didn't seem to know what he was talking about, he continued. You know, armored chrysalis? It's a monster that absorbs ambient mana to harden itself and has many arms and teeth. Now that I think of it, how much do you know about monsters? Tanisha raised her hands in a full-body shrug. Stories. I've heard of Ripper Jaws before and Orklidgers, but not much else. Oh, this is going to take a while. Which is perfect, Alfred said with a twinkle in his eye. Let's see if we can stretch this out for 2 days. I'll even waive your instructor cost. Tanisha waved off the idea. 1 day is fine. Your loss. Well, monsters aren't born in the same way as you or me, or even Bjorn there. Alfred's tone grew more serious. Instead, they're formed through chaotic ambient magic. Some more superstitious believe it's the divines testing us, but I don't think so. If the conditions are right and the concentration of ambient mana is correct, you'll have a monster manifestation. It's as simple as that. Yuhia has very neutral ambient mana, so monsters don't usually manifest in the country. Even the monsters we fight here aren't ones that manifested here. They just managed to cross the border. Most of them aren't strong, as the lack of ambient mana sources causes them to starve, for lack of a better word. Then they have to start looking for sources of mana to feed on. And I'm sure you can guess why they attack people. They're trying to eat people's magic core? Tanisha asked. Righto, and the closer they get to starving, the more feral they become. Some monsters in highly chaotic ambient mana areas are completely docile, but as soon as they leave, they become savage in a few weeks. I don't want to give you the wrong impression. Most monsters will attack you no matter what. You're like a magical buffet for any monster. Tanisha thought about it for a minute. So they're like the undead? Shambling undead, I suppose, yeah, Alfred said. After we get you all the equipment you'll need, it would be a shame only to do this 1 day. How about we schedule you in for another hunt with me tomorrow to ensure your lessons today sink in? Tanisha shook her head at the man's insistence on using her to get out of work. I have to get back to my stall tomorrow. Stall? Are you a merchant? Alfred asked. Yes, I'm an alchemist. Alfred stopped in his tracks. An alchemist? Can you make health, stamina, and mana potions and the like? Yes, of course, up to greater quality, but probably higher if I get the ingredients, Tanisha said. Alfred had a twinkle in his eye. Do you know where you are? We normally have to order potions from Lavi, and shipments stopped after some civil war or attack or something. We're nearly out of healing potions. You were selling your stuff in town. Come out here, and you'll be sold out in a day. I have half a mind to offer you a contract to stay here with the jackrabbits. He started walking again. But first, let's ensure you and your familiar can survive. Alfred motioned to the open door of a blacksmith shop. Here we are. Tanisha walked in first. The beating of metal and the smell of charcoal permeated the air. The displays of light armor and weapons were on stands and shelves. The temperature inside was hot despite the forges being in another room. There were several other people already there getting orders or looking at gear. Pretty impressive, right? Alfred said as he walked up behind her. Right now, we just need to get you some better protection. Cloth will only get you so far. Is that Alfred? What brought camp administrator out of his Kavia tower to mingle with us lowly workers? A gruff voice called from the counter with a mocking tone on the camp administrator part. Ah, Joel, you're working the counter today. I thought your master liked to sell things, but I guess if he has your ugly mug out here, he must be trying to keep his armors, Alfred said just as mockingly as he walked over and leaned against the countertop. The armorer was a dwarf, uncommon in Yuhia, as they rarely left the dwarven kingdoms. The hardy people were renowned spellcrafters and runesmiths. They are masters of spellcraft to the point that it is rumored that they draw life from working with their hands. And as long as a dwarf can craft, they will live. Tanisha had only ever seen one other dwarf. Matt despised a professor named Dineus, who didn't like Matt's spellcraft specialty, which was an invocation. The professor and the man in front of her were so similar in appearance that Tanisha could confuse them for brothers. The main difference was that the professor's black beard looked to have a fire going at the ends, and Joel's beard had beads that sparked with electricity. "You old son of a bitch," Joel said with a smile stretched across his face. "Robert finally freed you up to hunt some monsters again? Are you going with the team to take out that armored chrysalis?" "I am free today, but not for that." He motioned towards Tanisha, who walked up to the counter. "I'm here to help this new girl and her familiar." "Nice to meet ya. My name's Ironjaw Stonecrusher, but most people call me Joel." He held out his hand, which Tanisha shook. "Tanisha's scalebound, and this is—" Joel jumped onto the counter, his eyes so wide that Tanisha thought they would pop out of his head. "Is that a fucking Hydra?" Joel yelled with amazement. "What in the Great Forge is one of those doing here?" He hopped down and walked around Bjorn, looking over every detail of the familiar. Tanisha looked to Alfred, who smiled at a joke she didn't get. "His name is Bjorn," Tanisha said. "Hydra pup, and he's strong too." Joel whistled. "I thought these guys were untamable. Too many types of magic interfere with bonding with them. He looks almost like a Bremax playing Hydra, but not quite. A hybrid maybe?" Tanisha shook her head and threw her hands up. Okay. Why does everyone here know what Bjorn is? I've had to tell most people that he's a chimera. Even I didn't know what he was for a while." Joel rubbed his beard. "I reckon no Wendigo and Yuhia today has ever seen a Hydra. They aren't from anywhere near here. I can assure you that. The Bremax plane is over 2,000 miles away, and Wendigo don't travel very often, if ever. Not to mention, Hydra are quite withdrawn, much like dragons. I'm from Bremax, and so are the jackrabbits." Joel walked back around the counter and cleared his throat. "Now, sorry about that, young lady. What can I do for you?" "Just need to get the lady fitted up with some basic gear," Alfred said. Tanisha pulled a small bag from her necklace inventory and placed it on the table. "I also have a request. I overloaded it, but it's a keepsake from a friend. I wanted to know if there was any way of repairing it." Tanisha said. Joel opened the bag and whistled when he saw the shards of charred metal that used to be a blade and a beautifully crafted dagger handle that looked practically untouched. Tanisha then took out the twin of the broken dagger from her inventory and placed it next to the bag. Joel inspected both for a moment while muttering to himself. "Looks like you ran some power through it that the runes were not made to handle. The blade of the complete one is beautiful. The runes are clean, although they are an older script. Repair is impossible, but if you leave the weapons with me, I can reforge the broken one to match its companion." "What were you trying to channel through the weapon, Maya?" "Something like that. And please fix it exactly like the other one," Tanisha said, pushing the conversation along. They talked for a while longer and haggled on the price before agreeing. Tanisha was so happy that her dagger would be fixed that she almost forgot why they were there until Alfred reminded them they needed equipment. Tanisha was fitted and found that they had several things that would fit her and not be restrictive to her fighting style. She settled on a brown gambeson with a blue steel, short breastplate, and pauldrons. Her boots were sturdy leather with blue steel shin guards. She asked if they had a bardiche for sale, since she had destroyed her old one during the battle at the gatehouse in Lavi. She did get a replacement from the first princess as a reward, but it was too fancy, and she didn't trust the monster hunters to see her with it. Joel would have to forge one for her, and she agreed to have one made. For the time being, she bought a steel valge after she found the weapon to be the most like what she lost. On the way out of the camp, Alfred explained that they would be hunting monsters called crawling stalkers. They were small humanoids without any face except a mouth full of fangs. They crawled on all fours and were quiet. It was a relatively simple hunt that they sent newer hunters after. The monsters were the most common to cross the border because they were small, and there were just so many. For most people, they are primarily a nuisance. However, recently, more significant numbers than usual have gotten into the territory, so they have become a problem. "We are going to treat this like a hunting party," Alfred said as they left the camp gate. "I will act as the party leader, but when we engage the monsters, I will hold back and give instructions. I want to see you and Bjorn fight together, and since Bjorn will be going alone soon, I need to see him by himself as well. If you both pass, I will let you two take missions alone. Does that sound fair?" "Sounds good," Tanisha said as Bjorn hissed his agreement. WM-17, A Forest Jaunt. It was about midday before Bjorn noticed an unusual smell in the air. It smelled like mana, but also wrong. He didn't have the words to describe the feeling other than a wound in the mana of the world. The iron tang of blood soon followed, and he could tell they were coming up on something. Bjorn and the rest of them were upwind of whatever was ahead of them, so he didn't sense the creatures until they were practically on top of them. Alfred made them all get down low to the ground as they crept closer. The forest was dense in this area, but Bjorn got a good look at the monster pack. They were exactly as he had described. Small humanoid creatures, but only humanoid in the sense they had 2 legs and 2 arms. They were the size of children, but their anatomy was wrong with too many joints and an extended spine that caused their stomachs to droop down. 5 of them crunching on bone and flesh in a horrifyingly violent feeding frenzy on something that could no longer be identified. Identify name: None species. Crawling stalker level. 12 vocation. Hunger, 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 hunger. The creatures had a head-like stalk between its shoulders, but instead of a skull with eyes, nose, and ears, it only opened into a ring of lamprey teeth. The most disturbing thing about the creatures was the complete silence despite the brutality displayed. Alfred had warned them that the creatures were known as crawling stalkers because they had the unique magic of silence. They were able to make themselves and anything in a short range completely silent. Alfred waited back as he pointed to a good position for Bjorn and Tanisha. He wouldn't be helping unless it was absolutely necessary. Bjorn was able to snake his way to the right spot without issue. His use of his 3 heads to monitor surroundings, watch his step, and navigate made him confident in his skill. The fact that everything was completely quiet also seemed to be a downside to the monsters as well. Bjorn wondered how they hunted and knew where anything around them was. All right. He said they are ambush hunters and use vibrations to see. That's why we have to strike from outside of their vibration range. Bjorn got into position on the opposite side of Tanisha and the feeding frenzy. He felt her signal through the bond. She was ready. Bjorn breathed from his right head, slowly letting poison clouds seep into the area without alerting the monsters. Poison cloud ether cost 5 with your right head. You can mix venom into the air using magic, creating a large area of poisonous gas. This gas will rapidly reduce the health of those inside. Allies within your poison cloud are unaffected. Gain control over the spread and density of the poison cloud. The cloud swam with etheric energy which, despite Bjorn's effort, immediately caused all of them to turn towards him as they sensed the new source of power. Bjorn flooded the monsters with the toxic gas, seeing as they already knew he was there. He had to carefully watch the 5 of them as they darted towards him on legs and arms that bent and twisted unnatural ways to get them to him as quickly as possible. Another big difference between monsters and animals was the instincts for self-preservation. Animals would size up an opponent or disengage if it was a fight they didn't think they would win. Monsters, at least those at that level, attacked relentlessly no matter what was in front of them or how much damage they endured. It was that lack of hesitation and restless charge that caused new monster hunters a moment of vacillation, a moment they rarely had before they were torn apart. Bjorn was not one to hesitate even while facing the odd creatures. Instead, he knew to follow the plan that Alfred told them. When it came to fighting monsters, it was important not to treat them like fighting animals or even real biological creatures. They were essentially masses of corrupted, congealed mana, and the more damage they took, the more aggressive they became. They are getting awfully close, Bjorn. Failsafe yelled in his head. Bjorn jumped over the maw of the leading monster and sank his claws into the adjacent tree. He snaked his long body around the trunk and climbed as the monsters crashed into one another. The toxin in the air did not seem to have any effect on the monsters as they righted themselves and surrounded the tree. They felt the vibrations Bjorn was making and attacked the tree with sharp claws and teeth. It took only a few strikes for them to realize the vibration was not the tree, but something that was climbing it. The first signs of the toxin working presented itself when one of the monsters vomited before it could start climbing after Bjorn. Bjorn checked, and it was the one with the lowest level. It also seemed to have become more feral, lashing out at everything including its own kind. It was the first to start climbing the tree after Bjorn, and it only seemed to be getting faster. Bjorn was not worried about the creature, and he had not climbed too high. As soon as it was in range, he swatted it with his tail. If not for the silence in the area, There would have been a cracking sound as his tail struck with the speed of a whip. The monster was nearly torn in half by the thagomizer at the end of his tail, which shredded the mass of faux flesh in a red mist. As soon as all of the monsters were on the tree climbing up after him, Tanisha appeared, the glowing tattoos shifting around her body as her teleportation power activated. In her hand was her new weapon, the steel valge. She swung the polearm at the unprotected and unsuspecting back of one of the crawling stalkers. The weapon easily cut the creature in half. Bjorn hit a second with his tail as Tanisha finished the rest. Well, that was easy. You or Tanisha could have handled that alone, Failsafe said. I don't think this was supposed to be hard, Bjorn said. It was supposed to expose us to monsters and let us see how they act and how we can attack them in the most advantageous way. If Alfred didn't tell us they are bad at climbing, and that severing the spine is the best way to kill them, I would have gone for the neck or the weird neck mouth thing. They also have resistance to poison. Only the lowest level one was seriously affected. Yeah, and it went berserk. Okay, I see your point. Weird little creatures, though. Are you sure you want to hunt these things? It will give us experience, and something flashed through his bond, grabbing his attention. Tanisha. Bjorn jumped down from the tree and landed next to Tanisha, who was grasping onto the body of one of the monsters. She was opening and closing her jaw as if she was going to bite into the creature, but she was holding herself back. Bjorn could feel something through the bond, as if she was being compulsively drawn to devouring the creature. I wouldn't do that, Alfred said as he grabbed the monster and ripped it out of Tanisha's hand. If you're hungry, corrupted monster meat is a fast track to corrupting your mana core. Actually, you're some kind of demoness, right? You might be able to eat it. Don't think it can affect Maya or whatever. I'd recommend cooking it first at the very least. Tanisha shook her head as if coming out of a daze. How what? Yeah, okay. Well, I was getting ready to compliment you on a job well done, but now I am concerned. You good? Do you zone out like that all the time? Tanisha looked around at the bodies of the monsters, then back up at Alfred. No, it won't happen again. What's next? Do we need to do something with the bodies, or? Let's hope it doesn't happen in the middle of a fight. Some monsters can survive being bisected, and if you're going to freeze up like that, just while you're on a hunt, it is not over until you get back home. Keep your mind sharp. I got it. It won't happen again. As for these creatures, you cut off the right hand and bring it back to the jackrabbit camp as proof of subjugations. Different monsters have different values for their materials. These divine damn creatures are not worth anything, and the mana that made them is so weak that the bodies will dissipate back in ambient mana eventually. What about animals eating them, or undead, or something? Monsters can't become undead, and animals don't eat them. Watch your familiar. Bjorn was minding his own business standing beside Tanisha, but at the mention of his name, he looked at the monster bodies. They did have a quality about them that was unappetizing. He knew he could eat them, but the mana he could taste in the air from them was disgusting. Something about them seemed off, or even dangerous. Alfred pulled a knife from thin air, which Bjorn assumed came from the man's personal inventory item. He then showed Tanisha the easiest way to cut the hands free. After they successfully harvested everything they needed, they left the bloody mess to dissipate as Alfred instructed. They went over more tactics as they looked for a second group of monsters as the contract was for 10. This time, Bjorn would fight alone so Alfred could see his capabilities firsthand. Some monsters you can actually eat, Alfred said. The crawlers are just trash made from the most corrupted mana. Stronger beasts like the chrysalis, for example, are made from far more stable ambient mana. That mana is even purified in their bodies, acting as a power source of sorts. The meat is a delicacy in some places. Don't they dissipate? Tanisha asked. No. Once monsters reach a certain threshold, they don't dissipate. We take those monster parts and use them for all sorts of things. It is strange, but I noticed that Wendigo don't utilize monster parts for some reason and burn everything. Absolute insanity. They will utilize magic beast body parts, but not monsters. Tanisha was silent after that, and they just kept walking for a while. Wendigo believe monsters are unnatural and an affront to the Forest Father, Tanisha said. Forest Fa? Ah, yes, the divine that created them. I have heard them say something or another like that. It doesn't matter, though. Most of them will never see a monster since the kingdom's mana is so stable. However, for us monster hunters, you're gonna W. Alfred suddenly stopped talking and looked around, then finally pointed up ahead. There, Bjorn, you're up. Bjorn continued forward cautiously and could taste the moment the monster's magic started to affect him as all sound cut out. They were nearly perfectly hidden upwind from them again. Bjorn wasted no time in jumping into action. This was going to be his hunt, so his head swiveled around until he identified 9 of them and confirmed the number with the scent in the air. "Look for a suitable tree for me," Bjorn said in his head as he relinquished control of his right head to Failsafe. "Got it," Failsafe said. Bjorn ran out to get distance from his group. Failsafe used Poison Cloud with the right head, which instantly filled the area and alerted all of the crawlers to their location. Bjorn already knew that they could somehow track magical effects to the source from his last encounter and was counting on them coming to him. He jumped onto the tree trunk once Failsafe chose a suitable one, and he confirmed all of the monsters were after him. This time when Bjorn jumped, he flipped in the air, so he would be hanging upside down. His tail wrapped around the trunk, so he could hang without his claws. His nails began to sizzle with a white gold ether and a sickly sweet smell. Poison Claws Ether cost. 2. You can infuse your claws with neurotoxic venom, making even small scratches fatal. Venom has resistance to cleansing effects. Allies are unaffected by your venom. The monsters were more feral than the other, but no more durable. A few of them started showing symptoms of the poison much faster and unexpectedly started attacking and cannibalizing their own in a desperate bid to gain mana. The few that had the strength to climb were slashed by Bjorn's claws or ripped off of the tree by his powerful jaws. Bjorn found that the venom from his bites seemed to be the most effective method of afflicting them with the neurotoxin. Those he bit would start rapidly losing bodily control and vomit up whatever they had instead of blood. Bjorn, after biting a few of them, he knew that whatever was in their veins, while it looked like blood, tasted like concentrated ozone and tingled like static electricity. He did his best not to swallow any of the substance. His poison claws were also effective, but slightly less so than the bites. He purposely bit one and flung it from the tree at the same time he slashed another with his claws to see the results. They both died, but the one with just the slash was definitely able to survive longer. The entire engagement only took 3 minutes before they were all dead. The silence ended, and everyone could finally hear again, but what they heard in the distance were screams that echoed through the forest. "Well, that doesn't sound good," Alfred said. "Gather the hands quickly." "Was that what I think it was?" Tanisha asked. "Fuck. What is a skinwalker doing out here? We don't want to be here any longer than we have to be. Hurry up. If there is a skinwalker out here, we should put them out of their misery," Tanisha said. Skinwalkers were the lesser Wendigo, but they were not natural entities. They were what happened when Wendigo lost their mind to their magic when they were near death. Wendigo saw it as a tragic rejection of the will of the Forest Father. It was what happened when someone rejected death, and through that refusal became an apex predator that all Wendigo fear. Not all skinwalkers were the same. There are some that are mindless, and there is little difference between them and monsters. Although weaker, even these skinwalkers pose a serious threat. So, when one is found, they are killed as soon as possible because they are at their most vulnerable within a day or 2 of their transformation when their body is still transitioning. What everyone fears are the self-realized skinwalkers. They are far more powerful, usually the result of a mage becoming one. Worse still, they are intelligent. They lose most of their magic, and it is replaced with agility, strength, durability far beyond anything a Wendigo can match. Worse still is they are cannibal monsters that steal the form and some of the memories of those they cannibalize. They will integrate into a settlement and hunt the citizens from the shadows. "No, we report it. That wasn't just one we heard. If there were more of us, yeah, I would say we take it down, but with skinwalkers, we never go with as few people. Priority is safety. That's how you live out here. A skinwalker is strong and fast. We go after it and it kills us and takes our form. What kind of damage could it do? Let's say fight it, but monsters hear the battle or feel our magic or prana. Now we are pinned in a fight with unknown numbers. So what? We run?" Alfred looked Tanisha in the eyes, and somehow showed years of experience watching monster hunters go out and die from recklessness. He was in his early 40s, but for the briefest of moments appeared old and regretful. The next words that came out of his mouth were slow and deliberate. Yes, as monster hunters, it is important that we know what we are fighting and prepare appropriately. Of course, you can't prepare for everything, but it is important to know your limits. That's how you make it back alive. We can't save anyone if we are dead. But if we get back to the jackrabbits, we can get a force together that can put this thing down clean. Consider your test complete. Collect the hands and let's go quickly. WM 18 Return to your lodging. The bar was closed, but people came in and went on official business since it was also the administration building. Ashley was in the middle of updating the monster hunting contract board, which had grown sparse over the past few weeks. The scarcity of good contracts was the reason so many people joined the subjugation party of the Armored Chrysalis. A small crowd had formed while she was tacking up the new contracts, although people gave her time to finish her job before rushing the board. It was an unspoken rule amongst the jackrabbits that you don't rush the person with the contracts. Ashley herself was no pushover and was not afraid of getting in someone's face if they tried. People were always excited on days the board was updated. New monsters meant more profit and potentially the first crack at a lucrative hunt. As she posted the last contract and stepped back, the floodgates opened and the hunters who had been patiently waiting surged forward. A few fights for some of the higher-paying contracts ensued almost immediately. I saw that one first. Besides, what are you going to do against a madness warp? Poke it with your little stick, someone said. Little stick? That's not what your mother said, someone else replied. Ashley sighed and walked away as the men became more irate. She did her job, and if they wanted to fight over contracts, she couldn't do anything about it even if she wanted to, and she didn't. Whoever ends up getting the contract will have to come to her office anyway, and she would have to sign off on it. It was how they tracked who was hunting what, and if they went missing where they could start looking. Ashley, a voice called out to her. If you have a contract you would like to take, please follow me, Ashley said without turning around. I finished my contract, but I have a message from Alfred. Ashley spun on her heels to see the woman that was there earlier with her Hydra familiar. The demon woman was tall, her eyes a golden hue that seemed to faintly glow. In her armor, she looked like a real monster huntress with a faint smattering of monster blood to boot. She had a regal calmness about her that isn't present in the monster hunters she is used to dealing with. She backed up a step when she saw the Hydra trailing behind the demoness. Yes, Ashley stuttered out. The demoness saw Ashley was uncomfortable and told her familiar to wait while she talked to her. Ashley was relieved and guided the woman upstairs to her office. Once they were settled in the corner office, she sat down and prepared herself mentally. Tanisha looked around the office space. It was significantly neater than Alfred's. Ashley herself was a fair-skinned woman, and Tanisha guessed she was a young adult, although human ages were difficult for her to tell. She was thin and had angular features. Tanisha left Bjorn downstairs since she also seemed to be afraid of him. Tanisha understood that not all people would appreciate his handsome charm, so it didn't bother her. Tanisha reintroduced herself, as the woman didn't seem to know her name. She then recounted the events on the hunt and the sound they heard. Ashley's face blanched with horror at the mention of potentially multiple skinwalker sightings. Are you sure? Ashley said. Alfred was pretty sure, yes, Tanisha said. Divines, where is he? Is he okay? He continued to the town to inform Robert and the city council. That is all he told me. He said I should come here to tell you. The city council? Yeah, I am sure they're going to issue a state of emergency until we are sure they're all dead. Does this happen often out here? Skinwalkers? No, thank the divine. Ghouls are far more common, though. It is to be expected with how many monster hunters don't come back. Ghoul? Tanisha questioned. Les humans. It's similar to what happens to Wendigo. Ghouls aren't as intelligent or strong and act more like standard monsters. The issue with them is that any human they kill will also become a ghoul. I am told they are much easier to deal with. However, it's difficult to put down a creature that has the face of your friend. Wait here a moment, I need to tell Will about this. The woman stood up from her desk and quickly left the room. She came back a few minutes later, and Tanisha was able to complete the contract for the crawling stalkers. She gave Ashley the hands as proof, and each of them disappeared into some unseen storage item. The contract was for 10 of the monsters, but they killed 14, so she got an additional 13 copper per monster over the contract amount. Ashley gave her half of the reward, since the other half would be going to her instructor, which gave her a total of 2 silver and 36 copper. Until we hear back from Robert or Alfred, I can't give out any more contracts. The last thing we need is people going out and running into the skinwalkers. Thanks for reporting it to me, and come back tomorrow. I am sure there will be more work. Actually, about that, I am an alchemist. Alfred said something about me selling my health, stamina, and mana potions in the camp. Currently, I am selling my wares in town, but there is a cost to setting up there. Would the Jackrabbits be interested in having me set up shop here for a few days? You're an alchemist too? Ashley asked. Girl, you're a lifesaver. We are running low on potions, and most of the guys are going out without any at all. You can set up today if you want. I will show you where you can right now, if, it's just us. She said the last part sheepishly. Tanisha smiled knowingly. Bjorn is sweet if you get to know him, but I can leave him here while you show me. Oh, didn't mean any offense or anything. None taken. I'll follow you. There was a cool breeze in the air that flowed between buildings. The full moon illuminated the streets of Birch Grove. There were street lights that used ambient mana to glow, which gave excellent visibility. Even with all of that, Herschel was feeling nervous about his guard duty. It hadn't been more than a few hours since the council had declared a curfew in response to skinwalker sightings. He cursed that it had to happen the night he was on guard duty. Herschel was one of the few humans that worked as a town guard. So far, there hadn't been any issue, and he had enjoyed his 6 years in Yuhia and 4 as a guard. Like most of the humans in town, he was from Misha and shared the fair skin and red hair, like most Mishians. Despite being armed with a halberd, short sword, and buckler, he felt on edge. There had been a skinwalker sighting a year before he joined the guard, and it was terrifying then too. He heard that the Jackrabbits lost a few members taking it down. That was also the year Robert retired from monster hunting and became an official for the group. The more Herschel thought about it, the more he wanted the night to be over. This is the last night shift I take until they kill that divine damn thing. He walked past an alley, and the eerie silence of the night made his boots sound like he was stomping. Then heard a crash and rustling behind him, which immediately caused him to spin around, halberd pointed and chakra gathering in his weapon. After a few tense moments in the darkness, a cat darted out of the alley and quickly out of sight. Divines above! Herschel exhaled, his heart pounding in his chest. Shaking his head, he reassured himself. Of course, there wouldn't be any skinwalkers in the town. They just spotted them out in the forest today, and the Jackrabbits would take care of them before they got close. He raised his halberd and was getting ready to continue his patrol when he saw movement in the alley, followed by the sound of footsteps. "Excuse me, sir," a young voice called out to him. "Have you seen my cat? His name is Fluffy. I thought I saw him go this way." The figure was still in the darkness of the alleyway, but Herschel could make out the silhouette of a young woman. She didn't have antlers, which meant she was likely human, although he couldn't tell in the low light. "Yeah, I might have spooked him," Herschel said. "We are on curfew, though, so I'm going to have to ask you to return to your lodging for the night. Can you help me find him? I just don't want her to get lost." "Which way did Puffy go?" He went that way." Herschel turned from the woman and pointed. "Wait, Puffy. I thought you said his name was Flu." Before he could finish, something tackled him to the ground with bone-crushing force. They tried to fight back, but his attacker was far stronger. She broke his wrist the moment she latched on. In a second, she had him by the throat and was dragging him back into the alley. In a desperate bid to escape, he managed to glimpse the creature he thought was a woman. Her, or rather its eyes, were sunken hollow orbs. The skin on its face was sagging and loose, as if it were a grotesque mask of flesh. Its mouth was stretched impossibly wide with a grin filled with razor-sharp teeth. It wore a green dress adorned with floral patterns, a sickening contrast to its monstrous form. "Wait, Puffy. I've spooked him." The creature mimicked Herschel's voice with disturbing accuracy. He went that way." "Curfew. We are on a curfew. Lodging. Return to your lodging." As the creature dragged him deeper into the suffocating darkness, Herschel's mind filled with a singular, paralyzing terror. The skinwalker had found its way into Birch Grove. The last thing he saw before being pulled into the abyss was the creature's horrid, distorted grin. WM 19 here to sell. Ison's life shattered around him as he saw his mother's body collapse to the ground. White flames engulfed what remained of the woman, the etheric heat reducing her to ash in mere moments. Bazoth didn't look at Ison, even though he called out his name. Instead, the angel turned to face the other angels high in the sky and kneeled. "It is done as you have asked, Grand General," Bazoth said. "I have only worked for the betterment of the chorus and our people. I care not for the slave race, only for the will of the Ivory King." "Very well, Bazoth. We will see how your little experiment worked," the Grand General said. His voice thrummed with power. "Oh my, so we get new toys?" The angel woman that looked to be made from white marble said. "Grand General, are you sure? This is outrageous," Manuel protested. "Bazoth should be executed and these defective slaves recycled." "Peliel, what say you?" the Grand General asked. The metal angel gazed down at the humans below. "I say we take them, split them between us, and cut them off from Bazoth. If what he said about them being able to travel into corrupted land is true, recycling them would be a waste." "You too?" Manuel questioned. "Nuriel, you have to be on my side." "While normally I would, but I can't lie, I'm intrigued," the white marble angel said with a devious smile gracing her face. "The slave race may actually be useful, and it is not like we have a lot of time. If we are splitting them up, I will take the young boys. Bazoth, you will be sent to Facility 17. Wait there for more orders," the Grand General said. Ison and every one of the humans fell to the ground if they weren't already on their hands and knees. Most of them threw up in pain as the ether tore open a rift in space and timed directly beside Bazoth. The power was so intense that people started blacking out. Ison only remained conscious by sheer force of will. His eyes were locked onto his father. Confusion and fear were replaced with sadness and unbridled rage as his father disappeared in the swelling power. The angels continued to talk amongst themselves, deciding how the humans would be split up. Ison didn't hear a word of it. The only thing he heard was the beating of his own heart in his ears, the sound of his breath as he struggled and failed to keep in control of his breathing. The world was cascaded into colorlessness as Ison's world shattered around him. The morning began as it normally does, breakfast followed by breathing and stretching training with Yuhia and a few errands to fully prepare for the day. Bjorn had been out of sorts after the revelation that his father killed his mother. Him being upset just made Tanisha more affectionate towards him in her attempts to cheer him up. She had no idea why he was so down in the dumps, but that didn't stop her from the near-constant pets and nuzzles. He really wanted to go out and hunt something to take his mind off of things. She could apparently feel his anxiety too, and so she sped up with her errands so they could go to the Jackrabbits camp and set up there. Yuhia was going to stay back. He was having no problem selling his spices in town, and he doubted he would do better with monster hunters than with the townspeople. "I don't think you should get involved in the hunt for the Skinwalker," Yuhia said, as he was setting out his spices on his stall. "We are here to sell goods, and I am sure the Jackrabbits and town guards are more than capable." Tanisha let out a breath as she leaned against the stand. "So, are we going to let them suffer as one of those things?" "Not every problem is your problem, Tanisha. The Jackrabbits handled these types of things before us, and they will do so after we leave. Why are you so eager to go after this thing?" He tosses her a small glass container. "Place that over there for me." "I know. It's just, what if it were me? I was close to becoming one of those things if this didn't happen." She pointed at herself. "I would not want to lose my mind and become one of those monsters. It's not you. I won't stop you if you decide to pursue the creature, but I won't recommend doing so either. I think your time could be better spent finding out why there are so few healing potions here, creating as many as you can, and selling to the Jackrabbits and apothecary office." "Yeah, I was going to go see the apothecary before heading to the Jackrabbits camp. Maybe they could use some help with brewing some potions. I have plenty of ingredients I could sell too." She set the spice she had been holding on the table. "Maybe you are right, though. Ever since the show of power, I have been on edge, especially after I talked with Ingrid. Only a few more days, and we are saying goodbye to Yuhia for a couple of decades. I think that is what I need." There was a big difference between an alchemist and an apothecary. For one, apothecaries specialized in healing techniques that required specialist attention. While both alchemists and apothecaries could make general healing potions, it was the apothecary that regularly created specific recovery drafts, ointments, and long-term rehabilitation plans. Alchemists, on the other hand, were just as much researchers and pioneers of alchemical arts as they were healers. Between the two, the alchemist would be the most rounded in their knowledge, but the apothecary would be the better choice for an injured person. The last stop Tanisha had before going to the Jackrabbits was the apothecary office. She was curious as to why the town was running so low on potions if they had a resident apothecary. The disruption to trade because of the show of power should be resolved by now. Not to mention there were no signs of bandits stealing cargo, so something else was disrupting trade. "I guess they are closed," Tanisha said as she looked in one of the windows of the shop. Bjorn tasted some unusual magic in the air around the shop. There was also the taste of death, but that could be because there is a butchery across the street selling fresh meat. Tanisha knocked on the door and waited for a while. Then a man opened the door, although he was not what they expected. He was a human town guard dressed in his full uniform. He appeared to be sick with dark bags under his eyes and pale skin, which made sense. He was at the apothecary. Identify name: Herschel Callahan. Species: human. Level: vocation. Well, that is different. I can't see his vocation. Failsafe, what is going on with the vocation? Bjorn asked mentally. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't see himself as having one, Failsafe responded. Identify works by scanning their core, which is what they believe themselves to be. So, if he is in the middle of some identity crisis, depressed, or finding himself, that could be why. Touching him would tell us everything, though. Bjorn couldn't see or sense anything off besides his sickly appearance. But something in him told him to be on high alert. Something's not right, Bjorn said to Failsafe. Herschel swept over the two with an assessing gaze. Sorry, the office is closed today. Oh, did something happen? Tanisha asked. I'm an alchemist. I just wanted to see if the apith. No, the office is closed today, Herschel said. Then he shut the door. Bjorn and Tanisha looked at each other for a moment. Tanisha shrugged. Well, I guess off to the Jackrabbits. Let's go get the wagon. The Jackrabbit Bar and Administration Office was as packed as ever with people drinking and at least one fight causing bets to rapidly be placed. The fight started over someone spilling their beer and escalated to the point where a tired Alfred had to show up and close the bar again. Everyone booed as the bartender started cleaning up and bets were paid out. Tanisha and Bjorn were at the contract board near the door, which had all available contracts. There was a notice that due to the presence of skinwalkers, no solo hunting parties were permitted. Familiars or hunting animals could go out on their own, since skinwalkers didn't hunt animals. The exception looked to have been written last minute, as an afterthought probably by Alfred specifically for Bjorn. I'm going to be staying in the camp today. Are you going to be all right on your own, big man? Tanisha asked. Bjorn nodded, not seeing any reason he wouldn't be. Not to mention he needed to get stronger, and whether or not Tanisha joined him thanks to the familiar bond, she would still get experience from him killing monsters. It was a win-win for both of them. He got to take his mind off of the terrible memories by hunting evil, and she would get more money and levels. Well, if it isn't my favorite newbie, Alfred said as he walked up with a yawn. Bjorn is going out by himself today, right? I suggest you get him a hunter animal storage item. That's a thing? Tanisha asked. Of course, it is. Head over to the hunting supply shop in the camp before he leaves. He will still need to bring back proof of subjugation for you to get paid. I also wanted to give you this, on the house. He handed her a small, leather-bound book. Tanisha opened the book. A monster bestiary? Wow! Thank you. We have to look after each other when we can. Anyway, back to paperwork for me, unless you need an instructor again today. Tanisha patted Alfred's shoulder. You will be missed. Alfred made a few more suggestions on the contract Bjorn should take, and they settled on more of the crawling stalkers. The proof of subjugation was smaller since it was just their right hand, and it would get him used to hunting in the area. The crawling stalkers were also in the opposite direction of the skinwalker's sighting and away from the armored chrysalis hunt. He was sure to throw in a few more attempts to accompany Bjorn, but Tanisha shot him down, which caused him to pitifully slump back up to his office. WM 20 Werewolves. The forest was alive with various bird songs. Not much had happened so far on Bjorn's solo hunting trip. The Hydra had a brand new carrying harness which he very much liked. It had some metal plates which offered limited protection to his belly, which was by far his most vulnerable area, As the scales, they were the thinnest and most flexible. The harness was primarily used for its storage. It had 2 tactical compartments on either side of his body, which had a storage space powered by ambient mana. Each one held up to 60 pounds and would reduce the weight of whatever was inside by 70%. Bjorn could easily place things inside, but taking things out would require more dexterous hands than he possessed. Something about having pockets cheered him up, though, and made him feel more human, or in his case, more Nephilim. He kept control of all 3 of his heads despite Failsafe's insistence on helping with the search. He wanted control of all of his senses for the hunt. During the inevitable battle with the crawlers he would, but he wanted to get better at tracking. Now that he had hunted the crawlers, once he could recognize their scent and magic. After a few hours of travel, he finally picked up the taste of crawler magic in the air. Now that we are away from everyone, it is a good opportunity to see what your etheric breath does, Failsafe said. The breath attack that replaced his Maya was one that neither he nor Failsafe knew what it did. The Maya version strengthened his scales and gave him a boost to his attacks. For all they knew, the etheric version would do the same. However, there was a chance that it would do something totally different and unexpected. Given the fact they are in a potentially monster-infested area, and those monsters could track them, if they used too much magic at once, he was against trying a power he didn't understand. If it comes to it, we can. I don't want to attract more than we can handle, Bjorn said. Monsters are drawn to magic, and the crawlers can track us quite accurately when we use Poison Cloud. What if it acts as a beacon and brings who knows what our way? Fair enough. Just thought I would suggest something. It is a good idea. I should know what my abilities are, and having a huge blank spot on potentially a new attack or defense as powerful as the Hellmouth is foolish. Can you bring up both the Hellmouth ability I lost and this new one really quick? Sure. Hellmouth excised ability. Your middle head can exhale all the Maya stored in your body. This Maya can be breathed in by your other heads to use Maya-infused breath attacks. It can also enhance the durability of your scales and potency of your venom. Etheric Breath Ether cost 15. I have no idea what this is or how it works. It replaced Maya Breath, but until you use it, I don't know what it will do. I recommend trying it when no one is around. Can you figure out anything else about the Etheric Breath ability before I use it? Bjorn asked. No. I can analyze it after the effect is used once. Although the use of other ether abilities might give me more insight into it if you are adamant in not using it. Studying the effects you experienced in your memories as Ison helps too. Although you didn't use ether much back then from what we have seen so far, aside from studying it with your etheric sight. The way the angels used ether seemed almost as though it was just an inherent magic to them, almost like animal magic to you now. Bjorn was silent for a while as he trudged along the forest. He was careful to make as little noise as possible, and his predatory instincts, as well as his 6 eyes across 3 heads, meant his spatial awareness was extremely high. Failsafe didn't rush him to respond, which Bjorn was thankful for. He didn't really want to talk about the angels or anything to do with his past life. The memories of the death of his mother were fresh, and he felt all of the emotions his past life felt when he saw it happen. Bjorn wanted to distance himself from those feelings and tell himself that he is a new being now. Despite being reincarnated, he is still Ison, and he has 17 years of memories as his previous self with all of the implications, emotions, and anxieties those memories entailed. For all intents and purposes, he had watched his mother die, and it felt as fresh and visceral as if he had seen it for the first time. Bjorn paused, not only his thoughts, but also physically moving. I think we should continue going through the memories later. We are at a point where I'd rather not have to relive all at once. Noted. I can still talk about the important parts of what I discovered in terms of your magic, right? Yeah, that's fine. I still haven't picked up any sense of the crawlers yet. Tanisha was finishing the brew process with more herbal health potions. The inside of her wagon served as a mobile alchemy lab. She had plenty of equipment and ingredients neatly stored away in special storage boxes that had far more space inside. It was thanks to the first princess that she had such an impressive setup. The bottleneck in her production now was the lack of space. That was something she could only remedy if she got a bigger wagon or purchased a store, which she was not going to do just yet. She corked the last bottle and took a tray of 12 new potions outside to a waiting man. He not only ordered all of them, but also waited outside for nearly 2 hours while she brewed the still-hot potions. He promptly paid for all 12 and left without even haggling for a better price. The demand for potions was primarily due to the lack of shipments of the supplies from Lavi and the apothecary's office, which had been closed. Throughout the day, Tanisha was not only approached by people needing recovery potions and drafts, but also craftspeople who needed specialty material and oils. Potions was only a small part of what an alchemist could do, and in fact was the most basic application of the magic alchemical process. Vital elixirs was the term that encompasses potions that enhance vitality, including buffs, healing, magic, and stamina recovery, as well as other endeavors beneficial to people or animals. Tanisha knew how to make those potions because it is a lucrative business, but she was not a healer. She was an alchemist. Studying and understanding materials, and even changing their states, qualities, or magical attunement for further refinement was a deeper part of alchemy that Tanisha also thoroughly enjoyed. When the blacksmiths found out an alchemist was in the camp, Joel brought her metal ingots they needed treated. The process of doing so was known as infusion metallurgy and was something Tanisha only understood the basic theory behind. Joel was insistent she tried despite her telling him she had never done it before. "Joel, are you sure you want me to try?" Tanisha asked as her nerves twisted inside of her, and her tail flicked behind her anxiously. "Like I told you, I know the process behind infusion, but only cold infusion, and if I make a mistake, it could ruin the metal." Joel was a stout dwarf, his body perfectly suited for the intense labor of blacksmithing and spellcraft enchanting. If not for the wide smile on his face, he would be intimidating despite being so much shorter than her. The man was not swayed in the least from Tanisha's admission of her skill. She understood why. While infusion metallurgy was not absolutely necessary for enchanting, it made the enchantments far easier to stabilize and could even add efficiency, additional effects, or a host of other benefits. It is like priming a wall before painting, not always required, but if done correctly, could increase the final product dramatically. There's a first time for everything. You know the process, don't ya? Joel said as he held up one of the 10 ingots he had in a small box. "I've seen what ya can do with these potions, but that's apothecary work. You're an alchemist. As one artisan to another, you gotta keep expanding ya skill set." Tanisha took the ingot in her hand and looked over the slightly blue-tinged metal. "Blue steel? I appreciate the confidence you have in my ability, but it's already known for its mana conductivity. It would make the process even more difficult having to account for the metal's natural mana frequency. Although cold infusion would be the best choice for this type of material." She placed the ingot on a clear spot on her stand. "Blue steel will be temperamental at best. The metal's natural mana frequency. Yes, that's true, isn't it?" Joel rubbed his beard in contemplation. "I also have the essences I want. Sterton powder and Dreamweaver blood." "Did you listen to what I said?" Tanisha asked. "Don't worry about it. If it doesn't turn out right, I'll just meld it down again and reforge it and you can try again. No harm done. So, where do you want me to leave these?" Tanisha just looked at the man for a moment, then nodded more to herself than to him. "All right, I'll do it. Place the box on the tailgate of the wagon." Tanisha pointed to a spot. "I'll need to prepare the infusion basin and catalyst stones. I'm going to go one at a time, so it's going to take a while." "Sure, no problem. How long do you need?" Let's be safe and say a day." "Fair enough. Oh, and before I forget, your knife will be repaired soon. The enchantments are taking a little longer than I originally thought." The original rune enchantment work was impressive, but required different techniques than what is common today. Shouldn't take too much longer. The two continued talking for a bit before the dwarf blacksmith was called back to his shop. Tanisha was eager to get started on the cold infusion, so after packing up her belongings into her wagon, she resolved herself to figure out how to properly infuse the ingots. She cleaned her workstation and all of her equipment. Her meticulous decontamination of her tools took an hour, as she did not rush such an important part of alchemy. There was a knock on the side of her wagon. "Hey, is anyone here?" The voice was female, but unknown. Tanisha placed the last of the equipment she wouldn't need in a storage box, then walked to the back of her wagon and jumped down. A young woman and a teenage boy about her age were standing outside her wagon, who she had never seen before. The young woman had tribal tattoos covering nearly every available surface of her skin. Her hair was in a mohawk. The boy didn't have nearly as many tattoos, and only half of his head was shaved. However, the long wolf-like ears and piercing amber eyes arrested Tanisha's attention. The two were in hide armors that looked to be too big for them. They didn't have any weapons, though. By their build, they looked to be warriors. The young woman looked Tanisha up and down and appeared to be somewhat surprised at her appearance. Her gaze rested on Tanisha's long tail, which swayed slowly for an uncomfortable amount of time. Tanisha took the awkward silence to identify them. Identify name: Fako Strider species, werewolf level, 37 vocation, Beastborn Thunder Wolf. Identify name: Adelheid Strider species, werewolf level, 70 vocation, Beastborn Berserker Werewolves. Tanisha said absently. Hello. How can I help you too? I'm all out of health potions, unfortunately, and won't have any until tomorrow. Oh, sorry. I think you were the wrong person, Adelheid said, as if she was just snapped back to reality. We were looking for a Wendigo girl who is also an alchemist. I think I am the only alchemist in the camp, and I am not a Wendigo, Tanisha responded. If you lost your friend, maybe a town guard could help you find them. Yeah, we will have to do that, Adelheid said. Sorry for interrupting. Come on, Fako. The two werewolves walked off without another word. Tanisha shrugged and jumped back into her wagon. She had a new alchemical process to start. A smile stretched across her face as he rearranged her workstation to begin. 21 bad vibes. There was a nearly electric excitement in the air as Tanisha opened the storage crate containing the items she would need to perform the cold infusion. First, and also the largest tool, was the infusion basin and its stand. The item would have cost her a small fortune, as it is usually purchased by alchemy companies, not a single traveling alchemist. Her infusion basin was smaller than an industrial one, but was a broad, shallow vessel, roughly 3 feet in diameter, with sides that gently slope inward to a flat base. It is made of a gleaming silvery metal called Vintmore Ice Silver, which is known for its durability and resistance to both heat and magical energies. The surface of the metal is intricately etched with arcane runes and sigils, each one meticulously inscribed to channel and focus magical energies during the infusion process. Wow, it is gorgeous. It looks more like it should be in a museum. I thought it would be years before I got something like this. I wonder how much it cost. The basin had to be mounted on a sturdy but elegantly designed tripod made from the same metal. The design wasn't merely decorative, but also extremely important to the functionality of the item. The intricate nature of the tripod came from the additional runes that covered nearly the entirety of each leg. There was a specific place in the middle of the wagon that it had to be secured to. The end of each leg had a hook designed to securely hold the basin to the ground during some of the most volatile infusion processes. The wagon had a female connector for those hooks, so she could do her work safely. That looks good, Tanisha said excitedly as she looked over the instruction manual again. Halfway there. Next, she attached delicate ice silver tubes to the drainage channels in the basin. The channels would, of course, direct any excess essence or reactant from the metal being treated. Not only that, but also separate the substances into containers for future use. Tanisha had to be careful to attach them properly, as spillage of reacting essences was not something she wanted dripping anywhere in the wagon or on herself. Once she had doubled and then triple-checked the connection, she summoned water with her divination hydromancy. She filled the basin and watched for any leaks. After a few tests, she dismissed the water, leaving her basin sparkly clean. Lastly was the catalyst stones, which are highly processed magic crystals that Tanisha could only dream of one day being able to make. They were made by large alchemy companies and were used by most professions that required infusing magic into an inanimate object. They could be substituted with magic crystals, but the end result was always less than using a catalyst stone. She placed the 6 egg-shaped catalyst stones in holders around the outer edge of the basin. There were small recesses designed to hold them securely. As she inserted them, there was a subtle but noticeable change in the ambient mana. The stones and the entirety of the basin and tripod glowed faintly as mana was drawn in and purified. A shimmer of light appeared over the open top of the basin, which had a gentle and almost rhythmic hum. This was a barrier that would prevent the basin from boiling over or dangerous gases and volatile magic from escaping. Equally as important, it prevented ambient mana from interfering with the reactions inside. Some infusions have tolerances so tight that without this barrier, just a person being in the same room, as it could cause an explosion, Tanisha said to herself as she talked her way through the process. The catalyst stones should direct the flow of magical energies into the metal evenly. It is going to be up to me to ensure it stays stable. Tanisha activates her Reincarnated Sage core ability, which allows her control over mana, Maya, and Aether. She further pushed the ambient mana that wasn't being used to power the basin out of the wagon, sterilizing the space of any possible interference. As she did, she took out the remaining tools she would need to get started. Luckily, with cold infusion, the only other thing she needed were the Ventmore ice silver tongs and the essences Joel had brought her. She reached for the bottle of monster blood, then stopped herself and walked over to another storage container and pulled out a mask. It was a smooth metal with an apparatus that supposedly cleaned the air she breathed in. Not entirely sure how it worked, it was secured on her face, better safe than sorry. Now, with more confidence, handling the container of blood wasn't an issue. Tanisha found that talking to herself helped calm her nervousness. The essence of a thing is kind of like its concept in reality. So, the ingredient is used to imprint what that thing means onto something else. The Dreamweaver blood was poured slowly into the basin. The basin separates the concept of a thing from the actual item, then binds that concept to something else. Once she emptied the Dreamweaver blood into the basin, she picked up the bag full of a powdery substance. She just as meticulously poured the black granules of Steridin into the mix. The only feedback was a slight bubbling and the basin glowing slightly brighter. Tanisha had to allow more ambient mana into the wagon to power the reaction. She waited for an hour, constantly adjusting the ambient mana she allowed into the basin. This went on as she wrote in her notebook different small reactions she noticed. Then she saw something almost like a trick of the eye. The bubbling brew appeared like it was both boiling and completely calm at the same time. Like two instances of the same event were layered on top of each other. "That's it," Tanisha said excitedly. "The essence and the physical substance have separated." Tanisha practically ran over to the ingots and used her tongs to lift the first one. She carefully lowered the blue steel into the basin. There was a slight resistance as the metal pressed into the barrier, but it slid through easily enough. She placed the ingot into the boiling and calm brew. The reaction was immediate and violent as the blue steel shot out of the basin, nearly hitting Tanisha in the face. "Whoa, what the?" Tanisha exclaimed. The metal hit the floor with a thunk, and the curious girl quickly went to observe the changes. She prodded the metal with her magical senses first. The blue steel was radiating magic, but not the magic of the essence. It was the residual magic that made up the barrier around the opening. "Blue steel is highly magically conductive, I know that." Tanisha face-palmed. It pulled in a small amount of the magic from the barrier. "I need to deactivate that before putting things inside." The ingot was too magically charged to be useful, so she moved it to the failure stack, which she hoped would stay one. She moved to a new ingot, and this time opened the barrier for a second instead of pushing the ingot through it. She quickly, but with control, submerged the ingot. There was an increased draw of mana that Tanisha had to stabilize with her skill. It felt like wrangling the wind, and soon the brew was inundated with too much and started to boil over. Thankfully, the drainage channels worked as intended, but the blue steel was ruined once she pulled it out. "Ugh, this is going to be harder than I thought," Tanisha said as she placed the second failure next to the first. "Is she still in there?" Falco asked. "Yeah, she has been doing some weird magic mumbo-jumbo for the past 6 hours. Adelheid yawned. The two werewolves lazed on the branches of a tree just outside of the camp. They were perfectly hidden from their target, although they weren't so cocky as to believe that the camp full of expertly trained monster hunters weren't aware of their presence. Most didn't care. They weren't doing anything wrong, but they did get a few glances every now and then from some of the more eagle-eyed hunters. "Are we sure that's even her?" Falco asked. "I thought Sabek said she was a Wendigo." "I don't know, but everyone said she is the one with a 3-headed familiar. She is an alchemist, and her name is Tanisha, And you saw her with the tiger demon, yeah? Of course, he is kind of hard to miss, Fako said. So, we will see what she does. Maybe Sebek was wrong about her race, since she looks a lot like the Wendigo. Her core is all over the place. I don't think she is a demoness either like everyone else seems to think. Regardless, she killed an entire gnoll pack. Including the pups. You saw the bodies. That is unforgivable to be so heartless. But you said he was lying about a lot of it. He was lying a lot. Yeah, but he didn't lie about the fact that her familiar killed all of them. We aren't doing this for that lying gnoll, but because Hydra are poison. They infect the land, sky, water, and the mind. Having one bonded to a person may turn it into a false Hydra, and trust me, you don't want to be around one of those. Do you even know what a false Hydra is? Fako asked. You probably just made it up on the spot. Adelheid was flustered by the question. Alaric said it is bad, so, while I haven't seen one before, doesn't mean anything. We are going to see if she does anything suspicious, while Alaric and the rest take care of the little Hydra pup. If she is corrupted, we kill her, and the world is all the better for it. We have to make sure it is away from the tiger demon. He gives me bad vibes. I still don't know if you were lying about the false Hydra. For someone who can tell if someone lies, you really suck at telling the truth. She sat up on her branch. Don't make me come over there. I am not lying. Sure you aren't. Yeah. Why are you so annoying? Ugh. Just wait until this hunt is over. Yeah. Falco waved off the threat. You always result to violence when you've been caught. WM. 22 Wendigo Nightmare. There was only a few more hours of sun as Tanisha submerged the 6th blue steel ingot into the basin. So far, she had not successfully infused any of the ingots, and her continuous failures were weighing on her. The problem came from her control of the ambient mana after she placed an ingot in the basin. She could hold the mana stable for a few minutes, but not the hour or so she would need. The mental strain was getting to her, and she knew that continuing would most likely lead to even more failures. Last one for today. Joel said he could just reforge them, so no harm in trying. Tanisha knew there was something she had to be doing wrong. Infusion was a higher level craft than potion making, while the skill level for entry was much higher. The two both required decades to become proficient and centuries to master to the highest level. Tanisha knew she was at the very beginning of her journey, but that didn't stop her from getting more and more frustrated at the continuous failures. She licked her lips as she lowered the ingot into the basin. Instantly, she felt the ambient mana be drawn into the reaction. She curtailed the flow of power with her Reincarnated Sage core, but the weight of the ambient mana seemed to only grow, straining her domination of the ambient flow. She was sweating profusely as the seconds moved slowly by, and she felt each and every one take its sweet time. A minute passed, then 2, then 10, as she struggled to the point she had both hands raised on opposite sides of her body, as if she were holding back 2 walls from crushing her. The mental and magical weight caused her to breathe ragged breaths as the buildup of ambient mana finally collapsed. In moments, it flooded into the infusion basin, ruining another blue steel ingot. What the infernal planes, really? Tanisha said between frustrated and labored breaths. What am I doing wrong? How is anyone supposed to do this? Tanisha carefully removed the ruined metal from the basin and began the draining process by manipulating the mana around the object. Once it was fully drained, she looked into the bottles of perfectly separated blood and powder. Tanisha was not sure how the basin could separate things so accurately, but she was too irritated to think too long about it. She conjured a liquid water construct, the element of her power that solidified mana in a way that acted and looked like water while at the same time being just her mana. It had advantages in combat over actual water in the fact an enemy mage couldn't seize control of it mid-fight and attack her with it. The drawback was the far steeper cost in mana and longer time it took to form. She wasn't using it for combat right now, of course, but it was also superior for cleaning. It would not rust metals, it was totally in her control and would dissipate into the ambient mana once she was done. After storing the blood and powder in her necklace storage, she disassembled the basin and put it away as well. Frustrated, she plucked her Maya pipe from the air and smoked the enigmatic energy. The Maya interacted with her differently now, as she no longer had the traditional Maya channels. The Maya acted almost as a miner digging new tunnels. Once those tunnels in her body were made sear, expanded them, moving into the new expanse while the Maya was assimilated. The progress was slow and the sensation oddly relaxing, which is exactly what Tanisha wanted. Tanisha looked at the now 7 ruined ingots that would have to be reforged to be useful. I don't want to have to tell Joel I messed up so many times, she grumbled. But maybe he has some insight he could share. Tomorrow. I am done for today. Tanisha pulled on her bond with Bjorn. She knew he had been in combat a few times thanks to the flare and intensity of his emotions several times throughout the day. She felt he was on the way back, which was good since it would be night soon. Hunter animals and familiars could be out past curfew, as some monsters were only active at night, and skinwalkers didn't usually target non-humanoids. She was not technically a hunter, and she was going to take Joa's advice about staying away from the skinwalker issue. Tanisha approached the gate of Birch Grove where town guards checked her and performed a test in which they had to shine lights into her eyes and mouth with a small device. The lights were magical and did something, although Tanisha didn't know what, but she could feel the magic. She was let through without issue, as many of them knew of her, since she was the only source of potions at the moment, and some of them had even bought from her. Go straight to your inn. The town will be under curfew in an hour, a Wendigo guard said. I will head there without delay, Tanisha said. The streets of the town were empty aside for guards and a few lamplighters, although the latter were notably hurrying through their jobs, lighting the lampposts to get home quickly. It was almost eerie to see the town so empty as the twilight set upon the settlement and the first of the stars twinkled high above. Tanisha took her wagon to storage outside a street away from her, in which also had a horse stable. She again felt her bond with Bjorn. He was closer and seemed to be in a good mood, so she expected to see him soon and with trophies of his hunt. As she closed the stable doors, she felt a presence behind her. She immediately spun around and saw a town guard watching her. It was hard to make him out in the low light, but he was definitely human due to the lack of antlers. We are on curfew. Why are you still outside of your lodging? The guard asked. Tanisha recognized the guard's voice. It was the same human she saw at the apothecary office. I was on my way, and I had to secure my horse first, Tanisha responded. Are you alone? We want everyone inside. I am alone, but the inn is not far. I will escort you to your lodging. It is dangerous at night. Tanisha nodded in agreement and walked over him. He was shorter than her, although most humans and Wendigo were shorter than her now. Although the shadows obscured his face, he had a rather large build. I am staying at the inn across the street, so it won't be a long while. Tanisha turned in the direction of Bjorn, and she felt distress and pain come from the bond. Something was happening to him, and she needed to get there now. Without even thinking, her chain breaker's mantle sprang to life as the tattoos on her body glowed and shifted. She took a step from the guard just for her to feel him tackle her and grab onto her wrists, squeezing hard and trying to overpower her. She assumed he thought she was trying to flee or attack him, so she needed to clarify her intention. I have to go. My familiar is in danger, Tanisha yelled. I have to go. My familiar is in danger, Herschel said in a perfect imitation of her voice. Tanisha turned back to him and could see he wasn't quite right. His eyes were black orbs, his mouth stretched unnaturally wide with needle-like teeth eager to bite into flesh. Tanisha's eyes opened wide at the realization that this was the Skinwalker. This was the monster even the Wendigo feared, that haunted the nightmares of children and shut down entire towns when one was spotted. Identify name: Herschel Callahan species. Human disguised, ascended Skinwalker level. 67 vocation. Eldritch Predator highest stat. Strength: 350. The Skinwalker was self-realized. It could speak and blend into society, which was bad. That meant that it was strong, and given the fact that Tanisha could not get out of its vice-like grip, it was physically stronger than her. Tanisha was only momentarily frozen with panic, a reaction to facing one of her nightmares head-on, coupled with the fact that Bjorn was also in trouble. She reminded herself she was not some helpless girl and spoke the words of power to summon her water. The two orbs appeared and shot out streams of compressed water capable of rending steel. The Skinwalker took both hits to its body and screamed in outrage and pain. It released one of Tanisha's wrists. She realized it was trying to break them, but couldn't because of her mantle. It immediately tried to grab her neck, but she shifted as more shots of water slammed into the creature. Unfortunately, the assault seemed to do only superficial damage. They tussled on the ground as the creature repeatedly tried to grab her neck or break the wrist it still had. The water orbs expended all of their water and reformed as Tanisha used a second spell in a desperate bid to free herself. She knew if the creature was able to get a good grasp on her, she was as good as dead. Luckily, the skinwalker didn't seem to have any combat experience, most likely just attacking a person's blind spot and using its ridiculous strength to kill them quickly. Hard air constructs, seer cost, variable, low cost, 2 seer. Speak the words of power and create seer air constructs. Form air constructs into any shape, interacting with the world, acting out the caster's will. 2 medium cost, 6 seer. Air constructs with darker aspects of seer to burn any that oppose you. 3. High cost, 16 seer. Constructs will become invisible and silent. Wind constructs made from the darker aspects of her power materialized as sparkly green hands. They both latched onto the creature, one on the face and the other on its neck. The smell of burning flesh was immediate as the creature felt the heat of Tanisha's magic. It didn't stop and only grew more desperate. It continuously smashed the hand it had grabbed against the ground until finally Tanisha's defenses failed and her forearm snapped. The pain was intense as it shifted its hand to the break in her arm and dug its nails and slowly peeling away flesh as it dug its way to the shattered bone. Tanisha had a slight hesitation due to the pain, and the creature managed to grab Tanisha's collarbone. The skinwalker's hand pierced her skin with talon-like claws and reached inside of her to grab the bone itself to get a firm grasp. Worse still, Tanisha could not tell if she was doing any damage to the monster with either the water or the hard air construct. "You are not killing me," Tanisha yelled. "You are not killing me." Herschel mimicked Tanisha's voice perfectly. The skinwalker copying her voice was unsettling. Tanisha was a mage now, although she was coming into her power. She was far enough along on that journey of power that it would take significant damage to take her out of a fight. She was in pain, but she was nowhere near down for the count. She grit her teeth and pushed through despite the creature's attempts to silence and pin her down. There was one final gambit, and Tanisha took it without second-guessing it. She bit the skinwalker's arm. Her sharp teeth tore into flesh, but not as deeply as she would have liked. The skinwalker reared his hand back as Tanisha finally broke its grip and had enough space to strike back with the force of the way of the Rakshasa. She punched the skinwalker and the neck seer exploded out from the impact, causing a wound to open, which finally forced the skinwalker to release her broken arm. Tanisha punched again, this time at the creature's side, which sent the skinwalker flying into the wall of a building. Tanisha staggered to her feet and took a lesser health potion from her inventory and drank it immediately. She winced as the bone in her broken arm reset and the skin healed. She watched the skinwalker as it rose to its feet from a crumpled mess. Tanisha looked at the arm she had bitten, and it was slowly turning black around the bite marks. The faux flesh it wore over its real form was already rotting away. Venomous Fong, you have felt the venom of your familiar. It now courses through your veins. Your saliva carries a necrotic venom. As this is a shared natural ability, you cannot level this ability by any means but through communing with your familiar. This ability is tied to your familiar. Should your familiar die or reject your bond, you will lose this ability. Venomous Fong was the only ability she got from Bjorn that she managed to unlock. She had no idea when she did it, but she suspected it when he had bit her during their fight with Thyra. She had run a test on her and Bjorn's venom and found that it was not the same. Bjorn's was far more potent than hers and seemed to attack the nervous system, while hers attacked the flesh. "Now," Tanisha said as she rolled her neck. "Payback." The sound of their battle had not gone unnoticed, and the patterning of metal boots against cobblestone streets was getting closer. Tanisha wasn't going to wait for rescue, however. She pulled her bardiche from her inventory, and the weapon immediately glowed as her magic flowed into it. The glow dimmed as the weapon was fully inundated with the power, and Tanisha readied herself. WM-23 Abomination. The skinwalker was confused. Never before had its prey been able to fight back before it was able to subdue them. Hunting was as much a game to it as it was a means to feed itself. Yet now it was hurt more than it had ever been, and its food and more importantly new skin was the cause. It was furious, but what little remained of its reason told it this was not a fight it wanted, especially with more people on the way. Tanisha didn't wait to see what the creature was waiting on and used her arcane shift to teleport to the right side of the creature. She swung her bardiche, which flashed through the air, hitting the skinwalker's arms as it moved to defend itself. Tanisha felt the weapon cleave into flesh, but stopped dead at the skinwalker's bones, like hitting iron rods. Even the bardiche I got from the princess is not strong enough to cut through it. I have to keep my distance then and focus on magic. Tanisha had to jump back to avoid the wild strikes it did in retaliation as it lunged at her. She directed the water orbs with the bardiche. The blade glowed for a brief moment as the orb shot its water this time with far more force. The stream of water blasted through the abdomen of the creature. The bardiche was designed as a perfect staff for Tanisha. She had requested from the princess for it to mesh well with hydromancy. The skinwalker was strong, durable, and even with the grievous neck and now stomach wounds, it was still a skinwalker. If they could be killed so easily, the Wendigo wouldn't fear them as much as they do. Tanisha saw why Alfred did not want to fight the one in the woods with just the three of them. Skinwalkers lost access to most of their magic, but not all. One of the magics they retained was the Wendigo's natural magic of bodily strengthening called mana muscle saturation. The ability was what Tanisha's own chain breaker's mantle evolved from. Tanisha assumed that the skinwalker had already been using the mana muscle saturation until she felt it in the aura of the creature. The skin it had been wearing lost color, looking like hanging human leather over a horrifying skeletal visage. Whatever magic the skinwalker had been using to keep the skin alive was diverted to its bones, tendons, and muscles. The creature wearing the flesh of Herschel was just as surprised as Tanisha at its newfound magical strength. Shit, that is not good. Tanisha realized quickly she was about to be in well over her head. The creature was already several times stronger than her physically. Now its strength would rival or surpass Thyra's, and the only reason Tanisha survived her was Bjorn's poison. She needed to stay out of the skinwalker's grasp at all cost. There was again a turn in the fight, as Tanisha did not want to risk getting closer, and instead, she pelted the skinwalker with water missiles. She knew if the skinwalker grabbed her now, it would kill her, no question. The fight devolved into a deadly game of attrition in the street. Tanisha dodged wild, but deadly strikes, while shooting the creature with water missiles. The effectiveness of her magic diminished now that the creature was strengthening itself and would do little more than shallow gashes. Even the hard air constructs which had been latched on to the creature burning it constantly did nothing. She would have to slowly bleed the monster with 1,000 cuts if she wanted to survive. She was preparing to use arcane shift again to avoid a strike when the skinwalker's right arm fell off and hit the ground in a wet squelch. It was the arm Tanisha had bit. Her venom caused the arm to rot to the point that the ligaments holding it together snapped, leaving a blackened, decomposed arm to die, even while the creature itself fought. Black, sickly blood flowed from the torn muscle and veins as the creature recoiled and wailed in pain. Tanisha did not have time to think about what just happened as an arrow flew past her and stuck into the skinwalker's chest. Prana, chakra, and magic erupted all around her as the town guards finally made it into the battle. Tanisha teleported several times backwards to get out of the way of the guards, who overwhelmed the weakened creature. The amount of attacks they threw at it made retaliation nearly impossible, and while it was terrifyingly strong, it most certainly was not skilled. Tanisha stayed back, but used her magic to continue to pile on damage from her water missiles and constructs. It took an additional 10 minutes of hard-fought battle between the guards and Skinwalker for them to finally put the creature down. It seemed like the main reason it finally went down was because of Tanisha's venom more so than any other attack from the guardsmen or Tanisha. The creature was little more than a blackened, putrescent flesh pile by the time it finally died, but it went out kicking and screaming until its final breath. "What the fuck was that?" one of the guards exclaimed. Tanisha had not noticed just how many of them had shown up. There were at least a dozen, all of whom participated in the subjugation. In addition, there were at least 2 monster hunters, one of which was the one that fired the first arrow. The other was the man Tanisha remembered guarded Robert's office with the boar spear. Tanisha did not stick around to see what happened. Instead, she put the bardiche back in her inventory and used Arcane Shift in quick succession to get to Yuhia as fast as possible. She felt in the bond that Bjorn was still in danger. It felt like he was fighting his emotions all over the place. Tanisha knew that if it was another skinwalker, she would not be able to handle it on her own, although Yuhia likely could. As she reached the outside of the inn, she was again tackled. "Oh no, you don't, Tanisha," a female voice said as they rolled. "I can't have you alerting that tiger demon." "What, another one?" Tanisha said in surprise. "Let me go." Before Tanisha realized that she was in the air and landed on the top of a building. A person landed beside her when she realized she had been thrown. She quickly looked up at the person that landed beside her and aimed the water spheres in her direction. Before attacking, she identified the person. Identify name: Adelheid Strider species. Werewolf level. 70 vocation. Beastborn Berserker highest stat. Health regeneration. 272. "You're that whiff wolf from earlier." Tanisha said. "What do you want? Why are you keeping me from Yuhia?" "That was an impressive fight with the skinwalker," Adelheid said, completely ignoring the question. "If that thing grabbed hold of you again, you would be dead. I guess I shouldn't expect less from a Salstar, should I, Freja?" Tanisha looked at the woman for a long time. There wasn't any hostility in Adelheid's tone or demeanor. She simply sounded like she was stating a fact. Tanisha decided that if this person somehow knew her by name despite her appearance, there wasn't much reason in hiding her identity. "I don't go by that name anymore," Tanisha said as she stood up, her gaze sharp. "Did Ingrid send someone to kill me already?" "Ingrid? Your mother? Oh boy, noble families are so strange if they would go out of their way to kill one another." "No, I was not sent to kill you unless necessary, and I definitely wasn't sent by your mother." "Well, I don't have time." Adelheid Strider. "How do you know my nah?" She stopped herself. "Not important. How about you have a seat?" Adelheid motioned to chairs positioned not too far from them. "I think we need to talk." Tanisha pulled on her connection to Bjorn. He was still in trouble fighting something out there, and she was not going to be stuck here. She looked around, and she was again across the street from the inn. She was on the far side of the building, so there was no clear way to see Yuhia's room, but she could see her own. She was looking out for the other werewolf, as she distinctly remembered there being 2. "I don't think so," Tanisha said. "Don't do anything crazy. I would hate to have to kill you when things are finally about to be over." "Do you have anything to do with the skinwalkers?" Tanisha asked accusingly. "No. My clan would never do anything that would lead to one of your kind turning into one of those things. Honestly, I am just as surprised as you that it was in town. I am here for you. Let's be honest with each other for a little while," Adelheid said as she took a seat. "I am sure the name Sabek rings a bell." Tanisha continued to look around, as if the name meant nothing despite being thoroughly interested. Sabek was someone she once thought of as a friend, but he turned out to be a lying snake that would have sold her and Bjorn off to slavery. He and his clan, a band of Null war merchants, were scum that traded in blood and lives. They took Bjorn and tried to take her and kill the ISI family before they had arrived at Lavi. Bjorn killed everyone in that camp when he was consumed by the Maya. Tanisha always wondered what happened to Sabek. They found a lot of bodies at the Null camp, but none of them matched the traitor. Tanisha assumed he was one of the ones that were burned to death and was unidentifiable. "No point in trying to hide it," Adelheid said with a long breath. "We met him. He took us to the camp. We saw the bodies. The merciless killing of the old and the very young." She let the last word linger for a moment. "Did you do it? Did you walk into their nursery and kill them? Or did you have your familiar do it? Was murdering every other member of the pack not enough for you?" "They did it to themselves." Tanisha turned around, her voice sharp as she faced the whiff wolf. "Do you work for Sabek? Are you part of his slave hunter lot? Did he tell you what really happened? How he and his mate tried to kill an entire convoy of civilians escaping from a druid attack? Or how he kidnapped my familiar and placed a magic suppression collar on him that caused my familiar to go berserk and nearly kill himself to get back to me?" "Your familiar that killed a tent full of kids?" Adelheid said coldly. "Do pardon me if I don't weep for you. Tanisha knew the whiff wolf was trying to get a rise out of her, so she pushed the conversation along. So, he did send you? Tanisha's voice was reserved. Training in politics helped her not to show her emotion. Yes and no. He told us about you. He got a few details wrong, but your master is a shapeshifter, so I guess he taught you a few tricks of the trade. She crossed her legs. The old Knoll was a liar, so we parted ways. He is probably in town somewhere, but we don't really care. He does have it out for you, and honestly you probably deserve to die. Tanisha could all but taste the hostility in the air as she spoke. Why are you here? Simple. To kill the abomination you call a familiar. Greater dragons, greater Naga, and greater Hydra, these creatures cannot be allowed to. Tanisha rushed forward and in the blink of an eye as she was throwing a punch toward the whiff wolf. Before the strike could connect, something locked around her neck. The cold feeling of a metal collar settling as she is yanked backward and falls to her back. She felt her magic constructs disconnect as they faded away. The chain breaker's mantle also lost power as the magic suppression collar fully activated. Tanisha sat up confused as she followed the chain, connected her collar to the second werewolf she remembered from earlier. She reached up and touched the collar around her neck. She had been captured so easily they planned for the whole conversation to get her riled up and off guard. She turned back to the forest where she felt Bjorn's bond as he fought some unknown foe. She failed him. WM 24 fire was still fire. Bjorn looked up at the sky, or at least what he could see between the dense canopy. It looked like it was about time to return to the city. There was the last of his hunt's hands to collect. He found and killed 13 of the crawling stalkers, which was more than enough to finally return home. This contract was only 10, so there should be some bonus that would surely make up for him showing up a little earlier than expected. Bjorn was in a good mood working and doing something besides sitting around and watching people really ease his mind. He felt like it was a distraction, sure, but having a job made him feel more human. He couldn't wait until he could actually speak, which was impossible for him now. However, whether through some learned magic or simply if he decides to continue being a familiar, he will gain the ability. The first prince and princess dragons assured him of that when they spoke. We're going back after we get the hands, Bjorn said mentally. Oh, we will finally be able to take a bath. Failsafe responded, this crawler's blood feels weird, like being dipped in static electricity. Bjorn walked over to the first down creature, easily bit off its hand, and placed it in the animal carrier on his side. Then moved on to the next. You know what, I was trying to place it, and that sounds exactly right, Bjorn said. It's like getting thousands of little zaps every second. Weird, I guess it is the mana holding the monsters together finally breaking down now that it is dead. Monsters are basically magic constructs. The more powerful ones are living creatures. But these are just faux lives made by dirty magic that clung together. They're practically the monster equivalent of mud. Good combat practice, though. How close until we level up? Bjorn asked. Oh, nowhere near that. And we aren't going from these little guys, Failsafe said. What? Why? Bjorn asked. The level of experience we get from them is too low. The highest level we have faced so far was 13, less than half your level. The lower the level of our enemies are to us, the less experience we gain. The higher they are relative to us, the more we gain. Why is that? Bjorn questions. Shouldn't lower-level creatures gain us the same level of experience? Yeah, and you can even say that they do. The problem lies in the quality of their mana and experience relative to you. The stronger a mage, or in your case, a magic beast, is, the more refined their mana becomes. It also changes their bodies, making them into a factory of some of the purest mana there is, especially when they are at the height of their power. You can almost say that extremely powerful mages and magical beasts are the same as monsters. At some point, we're going to pass a threshold in which the majority of our body is replaced with mana and faux flesh. What in the infernal planes? How do you know that? Bjorn questioned. I listen when Tanisha reads to us after you go to sleep, Failsafe said smugly. She usually reads for an hour or two after you doze off. So, I remember her talking about how mage bodies get more resistant to previously fatal injuries. Is that why? Yep. If you were to stab a mage at level 100 in the heart, it would hurt, yeah, but most likely not kill them unless their health regeneration was painfully low. Do the same to a level 200 if you can, and they will shun it off like a splinter. It is the reason you kill a mage by cutting off their head. You can overcome a mage's insane vitality by just piling on damage. Our venom does that quite effectively. I am sure Thyra would have been able to heal from anything, including decapitation, if we hadn't poisoned her first. She would have grown a new head. Bjorn asked. No, probably not, but maybe failsafe didn't sound too confident in that answer, so he moved on. More than likely, she would have just been able to reattach it, but our poison killed her brain, spine, and nervous system. Bjorn picked up the last hand and tugged on the connection to Tanisha. He could feel where she was and could also tell that she was extremely frustrated about something. Maybe a potion not going right or something to that effect. Bjorn had gotten quite adept at recognizing her emotions and wondered if it was the same for her with his emotions. She had been acting extremely affectionate today when he was in a bad mood. Maybe we can hunt another one of those horned deer really quickly as a gift for Tanisha. She really liked the venison, and I think she is having a hard day, Bjorn said. I am all for it. But aren't we supposed to be back before nightfall, or something like that? We don't have the same restriction. I can already pick out the scent of a deer nearby anyway, so we'll have plenty of time. Bjorn closed in on the Luminera horned deer. It was none the wiser of his presence. He wasn't going to risk it running off, so as soon as he was sure it was in range, he roared, infusing the ether into the sound. The deer froze in place, unable to move, as Bjorn darted in a sprint towards it and tackled the doe to the ground. Intimidation roar ether cost. One infuse ether into your roar to paralyze anyone who hears it. Your roar can paralyze humanoid magic constructs as long as they are connected to a magic caster. Paralysis duration depends on the distance and level disparity between you and the target. Those bound to you are immune to this effect. He killed the animal as quickly as he could without venom, and he was happy with his kill. They found a long time ago that people could eat things he used his venom on, but it did change the taste of the meat. The doe was smaller than the buck he managed to kill a few days ago, but that would make it easier to carry on his back. He felt his connection to Tanisha and was happy to see that the hunt actually brought him closer to the town. He guessed it would be at least an hour before he arrived. It was already sunset, but it didn't really matter. The curfew didn't affect animals, so he would be able to get in regardless. After some finagling, he was able to balance the dead deer on his back, and he started walking in the direction of the town. He and Failsafe were discussing a new system Failsafe should implement. Bjorn had thought of it after their last conversation about experience. You already can tell how close I am to the next level, and you know how much experience I get. So can you make it? Bjorn asked. It should be possible. It is going to take some time, though. Failsafe responded thoughtfully. Actually, if I add it to your current first page, adding numbers or a percentage to your next level should be easy. The numbers would get out of hand quickly. How so? Each level requires twice the experience of the previous level. It is what unlocks the threshold. It doesn't mean you are twice as strong. But if I start at 114 levels, going by the numbers, you will need 1,638,400, and it only goes up exponentially from there. Percentages then? Bjorn asked. Percentages then, Failsafe agreed. I will get to working on it after we get home. The forest went quiet as Bjorn continued on his solitary journey. It was dark, but because of his night vision, it was as clear as it had been during the day. Bjorn stopped walking and looked around, which confused Failsafe. Something wasn't quite right, though he didn't know why. His instincts were telling him to run, that there was something out here, and it was dangerous. He looked around, and each of his heads faced a different direction. In the briefest moment, he saw something, a figure to his right, covered head to toe in natural camouflage. It seemed to all happen in slow motion as he realized the figure was a person, and he just loosed an arrow charged with some type of power. He ducked his heads, but not fast enough, as arrows simultaneously took out 2 of his 3 heads while a 4th arrow slammed into his side. The heads that were stuck fell limp, and he crumpled to the ground. Bjorn realized that the only reason he wasn't dead was that the metal plates in the new harness helped absorb some of the impact from the arrow that would have struck his heart. There was pain and confusion as Bjorn felt more arrows pepper his body. He balled up, protecting his last head, which was his left one. As quickly as he could, he jumped out of the line of fire but couldn't run. He noticed that the hunters targeted his joints. Bjorn, are you okay? Failsafe yelled. Not now. Can you see anything? Bjorn asked as he limped. He pulled as much magic as he could from his core and unleashed a wave of white, hot plague fire that rushed out, torching trees and anything in its path. He focused the fire into a beam of heat and moved his head in any direction he saw the assailants. In its focused form, it not only scorched anything it touched but also cut through trees and the ground like a high-powered plasma beam. The forest in all directions was alight with the etheric blaze. Plague fire breath ether cost. 8 with your left head, you can breathe a plume of superheated toxin, which will ignite enemies and infect them with your neurotoxin. Flames retain toxicity until you release the spell. Plague fire will spread like normal fire. Bjorn had to pull the deer from his back. The sheer number of arrows pinned it to him, and he had to pull those out with it. He had ripped the arrows from his joints so he could run, though all he could muster at the moment would better be described as an enthusiastic hobble. He didn't see his assailants, but knew they were at the very edge of his range with his flames, as if they knew how far his attack would reach. When he was surrounded, the only place he hadn't seen anyone was directly behind him. He turned and moved as fast as he could. The raging inferno that the surrounding forest had become was giving him cover. Bjorn found out very quickly that while he had a higher tolerance to fire than a human or Wendigo, he was most certainly not immune to his flames. The toxin wouldn't affect him, of course, but fire was still fire. WM-25. He didn't get far. There was a cold breeze in the air in the town. The guards were on full patrol now that Skinwalker was confirmed to have infiltrated the settlement. Monster hunters were being called in from the Jackrabbits camp to bolster the patrols. From atop the roof of the building, guards down were muted. Tanisha felt the terror and fear Bjorn was going through and knew, without a shadow of a doubt, nothing would keep her from him. Now that you are collared, don't do anything regretful, Adelheid said, her tone and body language relaxed. We were told to kill you if your mind had already been poisoned, but you seem lucid. It should be over soon, and then you will never see us again. This was a boring hunt, Falco said as he held the chain to Tanisha's suppression collar. I thought she would at least put up a fight or something. The hunt is not always about fighting. If you do it right, you won't have to fight at all, Adelheid said. That makes it boring. Tanisha stopped listening to them as she tried to look inwardly towards her core, but found that she couldn't. All of her connection to her magic was cut. She felt vulnerable and powerless, but not at all broken. Feeling inadequate was how she felt most of her life. People with magic, influence, or strength were always dictating her life until very recently. So instead of focusing on what she couldn't do, she decided that above all else, she needed to get to Joha. What happens after you kill Bjorn? Are you all just going to leave? What about Sabek? Tanisha asked. Sabek is your problem. As for us, what does it matter? Adelheid said, we are monster hunters. We go where there are monsters that need killing. You are the first werewolves I have seen in Yuhia. What brought your people here? We aren't exactly known for our monsters. It was luck. Our pack travels all over, but we just so happened to be in the right place at the right time to find Sabek collapsed out in the wilderness. Our pack. I am the one that found him, Falco interjected. That is beside the point, Falco, Adelheid said. No, it's not. I am the one who found him, and I am stuck here with you when everyone else gets to hunt the Hydra. Falco walked around Tanisha to Adelheid's side, the chain dragging along the ground as he did. He was looking out into the dark forest beyond the wall. If only they let me join the hunt tonight, Falco added. And we'll let you get in the way. A puppy like you is not ready to face a Hydra, even if it is just a pup too, Adelheid said. I am not a puppy. He stopped a foot. So, let me guess. I am not ready, but you are? Of course I am. The only reason I am here is because someone has to look after you. I could have done this by myself, Falco said. The two started to argue, so Tanisha focused on her storage items. The bracelet and the necklace that she wore were both storage items. The necklace was given to her by the ISI family, and that was where she stored the majority of her personal potions as well as her weapons. The bracelet had a much larger storage capacity, but because of that, she needed her mana to take things out or put things in. The necklace used ambient mana, meaning she should be able to take things out at will, even with the suppression collar. While the two werewolves continued to argue, She stealthily took a copper coin from her inventory and put it back in before they saw it. The coin flicked in and out of existence in a flash. It worked, so she was pleased with herself. Only gonna have one chance at this. Tanisha took a deep breath to center herself. She pulled a draft of strength from her inventory. The potion was usually used by laborers to aid them in picking up heavier loads or working that much harder. It wouldn't increase her strength by much, nowhere near the boost she got from her mantle, but every little bit helped. In a single motion, she raised her hands, stepped on the chain so that it was taut, and summoned her bardiche. The weapon came down with all the strength she could muster. It cut through the chain and well through the roof of the building. The werewolves reacted instantly, both of them lunging towards Tanisha. To their surprise, the bardiche vanished back into her inventory, leaving her barehanded as she got into the stance of a second form, Hydra, the Thunder Dragon. Adelheid reached Tanisha first and attempted to grab and restrain her, only to find that Tanisha not only deflected her tackle somehow, but also moved in such a way that she was flipping uncontrollably through the air. Fako followed, only to be met with the same, and in an instant, both werewolves were on their backs with no idea how. Tanisha moved so gracefully that it was almost as if it were a dance. "Don't make us have to kill you, Tanisha," Adelheid said as she flipped over on her feet. "That damn Hydra is a poison to our world." Tanisha did not wait around to see how the werewolves would react. She immediately jumped off of the roof and rolled into a sprint once she landed. She did not turn around to see if they were following. The only thing that mattered was getting to Yuhia. With the number of guards and new enforcement in the town, there was no way they would attack her again, especially if she made a scene. "Help!" Tanisha screamed. "I was being attacked." She ran to the door, which was locked, but she didn't let that stop her as he nearly ripped it from its hinges when she ran into it. Inside, the owner and his wife were startled, both of them being in the lobby, looking out of the blinds because of all of the commotion outside. "What in the divine's name?" the elderly human owner said. "Sorry," Tanisha responded but didn't stop running. "I will pay for that." As she ran to the stairs, she heard glass breaking on the second floor. She didn't slow down as she made it to the floor, but she scrambled to a stop as soon as she saw two werewolves in their beast forms waiting for her. Werewolves were a unique race. They were one of the few that could transform into their lesser form at will. For them, it was where the wolf came from in their name. They were both humanoid wolf monsters, both now taller than her with significantly more muscle. Of the two, Adelheid was larger. Her fur was brown and silver. Her hands were now claws, ready to rind flesh, and her wolf-like face was in a growling snarl. Fako was only slightly smaller. His fur was dark gray, but also popped with electricity. "Yuhia!" Tanisha yelled. "Help!" "You could have made this easy, Tanisha," Adelheid snarled. "You didn't have to die." "I am sorry." "Who is dying?" A deep voice bellowed as red mist filled the hallway. "Fako, run now!" Adelheid panicked as she turned around to face the voice. In a blur of motion, Yuhia appeared in front of Tanisha. He was in his combat form, which was tall and sleek with black fur and younger looking. The Maya slowly shifted from red to black as soon as he saw the collar around Tanisha's neck. Tanisha felt relief as she saw the tiger demon. "Are you okay?" Yuhia asked as he popped the metal suppression collar off of her, as if it were made from paper. As soon as Yuhia appeared, Tanisha felt anxiety, disbelief, and rage. "Yes, but they're trying to kill Bjorn. He is hurt. They set up a trap for him, and It's all right. I am here, Tanisha," Yuhia said softly, with a hand on her shoulder. "We will save Bjorn, but first I need to deal with them." He turned around and faced the werewolves. His Maya changed from black to something far darker. Abyssal Maya flowed from Joha's mouth like a waterfall. The dark energy is a representation of the deepest connection to the infernal planes. The world itself grew heavy as reality struggled to process the invasion of a higher power so deep and twisted. Fako fled through one of the rooms in the hallway as he was instructed, which left the shaking Adelheid alone. She looked mortified as if she was already dead and just waiting for the executioner to drop the axe. Yuhia took a step towards the cowering girl, and she took a step back. She turned to flee, but found that the Maya itself wrapped around her body, solidifying into chains with barbs that dug into her flesh. They even gagged her, so she could not speak. She fell to the ground in a bloody cocoon of black chains. It was Tanisha's first time witnessing the first form of the way of the Rakshasa Maya Mundra, illusionary seals. It looked so different than how she had imagined it. It was a pure manipulation of Maya in a way that was unlike anything she had ever seen Yuhia use before. She had seen him use Maya constructs during their training, but this was something different. Something that required intimate knowledge of the dark depths of the infernal power. "Now let's find Bjorn," Yuhia said. "She's alive?" Tanisha asked. "What about the other one?" "We won't get answers from corpses. As for the other one, he didn't get far," Yuhia said as the Maya pulled a second mass of chains into the hallway from the room Falco tried to escape from. "They won't be able to escape." Tanisha knew that if they hurt Bjorn there wouldn't be any questions when they got back. She was so pissed off that she wished Yuhia had just killed them now. She knew for a fact she was going to find Sebek and put him down too, but she didn't say that to Yuhia. For now, finding Bjorn was the priority. Tanisha set in as neutral a tone as she could manage in her absolute fury. "Okay, we have to go before some tea." Tanisha stopped talking, breathing, moving as she felt something in the bond her entire body seized up. The connection weakened. She felt his emotions stop and the flow of mana between them halted. She couldn't draw in any breath as her legs gave out and she collapsed to her knees. The connection between a master and their familiar could be severed, but not without extreme circumstances. What she felt was not the work of an enemy mage breaking the bond, but one end-losing connection. Even if Tanisha had never felt this particular feeling before, it was unmistakable. It was death. Bjorn was dead? Tanisha turned to the werewolves, tears rolling down her face, as she went from complete disbelief to unbridled rage. "Those motherfuckers killed Bjorn and think they will get to breathe a single breath more? No. Tanisha only saw red as she screamed, and her bardiche appeared in her hands. Her tattoos blazed to life as she focused her magic into the weapon. She had something to let out all of her fury as she teleported to the closest of the two. Adelheid was in complete shock as Tanisha appeared over her with the bardiche already swinging down. Adelheid screamed as she closed her eyes and winced. "Stop, please." The weapon stopped at the nape of her neck. Tanisha looked off into the distance and felt the connection to Bjorn reconnect. He was alive. He had to be alive. Her mouth hung open for a moment before in hopeful shock. The bardiche vanished as she ran towards the stairs to get out of the building without saying a word. Yuhia followed behind her until he realized he could run faster than her and picked her up off her feet and ran as fast as he could in the direction she pointed. WM 26 Deranged Howlings. Bjorn, duck. Failsafe yelled. Bjorn dove to the ground as arrows flew through where he had been a moment before. The arrows tore through trees and detonated anything they hit on impact. It wasn't from an explosive, but the sheer force behind each arrow. Bjorn wasn't still for long as he had to keep moving. He couldn't run. His body was full of wounds and burns, and he was bleeding profusely. The forest fire he started was spreading quickly, the ash in the air hiding most of his form as he limped along. "It went that way," he heard someone yell. Bjorn couldn't pinpoint the direction of the voice over the pain throbbing in his head. All he could do was drag himself as far away from them as possible. Then he tasted something in the air besides fire and smoke. It was a familiar and unsettling magic. "Druids?" Bjorn asked. The people that were chasing him weren't druids, as he knew what their magic felt like. This was a different group altogether. He made a decision and hoped that the druids weren't the friends of his pursuers. The magic put him at a diagonal from the path he was on. It also meant that he was giving up on a lead from them on a hunch. "I hope I am right about this," Bjorn said. The smell of smoke had everyone on the Skinwalker mission on heightened alert. It had been a quiet night otherwise, with everything going according to plan. The small fortification was built in the middle of the forest, away from monsters and hunting activities, to eliminate the possibility of detection. Druid architecture and fortifications were grown, not built. Illusionary magic hid them from sight, and runes grown directly into the flora hid their magic from all but the most sensitive scouring. Kara was the leader of the new operation. although she did not feel qualified for the position. Her last mission ended with every member of her team being brutally killed by a troll clan. She wasn't the commander of that squad that was killed, but the fact that she alone survived rocked her to her core. Not even her familiar managed to escape, which cut deeply. But she had a duty, and she would mourn once her mission was done. The failure of the past mission was carved into her light green body. Scars covered her body, though most were covered by combat robes aside from the claw marks across her face. Her antlers were broken, and she had a prosthetic left arm. She let the pain of losing so much fuel her. Even now, her men called her merciless, which she was to any of the cannibal savages or anyone who allied with them. The camp above ground was small enough to leave as little footprint on their operations as possible. A central tree opened up to an underground base that housed their barracks and most essential equipment and supplies. Being druids, they didn't need field rations. Any plant, leaf, or grass was food. The only thing they didn't bring into the underground bunker were the skinwalkers. They were kept above ground in cages that dampened the sound of their incessant screaming. Kara was in her underground office going through the latest mission report from scouts. They had successfully released an additional 6 skinwalkers around the town. A few weeks ago, they already had 2 of which were self-realized and intelligent. The new ones weren't, but the havoc they would cause before being found brought a smile to Kara's face. As soon as that scout left, a separate man entered. He was panicked and out of breath, which alerted Kara. Her smile was quickly replaced with a frown at the next report. "We believe that one of the self-realized skinwalkers was found and killed," the scout said. "Are you sure about that?" Kara asked. Her voice was sharp. There was a commotion within the settlement, which caused a convergence of a large portion of the guard forces to react. Monster hunters have also been called in from that human camp as well. All indications point to there being a confrontation. Kara rubbed her temple. "Well, how are the other skinwalkers coming along?" "We just captured an additional 2 Wendigo. We will start the process to convert them at once." The process of turning a Wendigo into a skinwalker was not a pleasant one, which made Kara all the happier. It involved torturing them as close to death without letting them slip through, ensuring it was as painful as possible until they either devolved or died. Kara saw the disgusting skinwalker as the true form of the cannibal savage. They were all just monsters pretending to wear the likeness of the forest father as false skin over their grotesque nature. "If they don't change, turn them into fertilizer for the forest," Kara said. "We are accelerating our plans here and leaving for the next location by the end of the week." "Accelerating?" the scout asked. Kara stood up and walked around her desk. "All of the skinwalkers we have need to be released over the next 5 days. All prisoners converted or killed. Then I want every possible trace that we're here to be destroyed." The scout saluted, and Kara dismissed him so she could get back to work. The conversation with the scouts would elevate their plan, but they had been there long enough. It was best that they move to another major town, especially now that the domain is in the middle of political changes. She rubbed her prosthetic arm, which was living wood grown into the remaining flesh of her arm by a healer. She couldn't feel anything through the prosthetic, but she could move it as if it were her organic appendage. Every now and then, she would have what druids called the echo of pain. She was tired of being in her office, so she left, finally feeling ready to prepare for bed. She locked her office door, and an alarm blared throughout the underground bunker. Something entered the illusion barrier. Had they been found out so soon? It didn't make any sense, so she ran to see what was going on. Stefan, her second-in-command, found her and ran alongside her. He was a stern, no-nonsense man, with the stereotypical sharpness of a tactician. He readjusted his glasses on his nose as he joined her. He was a man who she had come to rely on, a master of organization and logistics, which placed him well above her in either. As they ran, he was giving orders to everyone they saw. "Do you know what is going on?" Kara asked. "No, but we should find out soon," Stefan responded. A man ran down the stairwell they were approaching. He saluted and relayed a message that took Kara a few seconds to process. A heavily injured familiar was being chased into their camp by a pack of werewolf monster hunters. There was also a massive forest fire approaching with unusual flames that were brimming with some unknown magic. They couldn't just ignore it either. as the large spike of magic in the area was drawing monsters like literal moths to the flame. The intelligent and powerful monsters would stay away, but crawling stalkers and other weaker monsters were approaching the camp in droves. Kara was glad Stefan was there, because he immediately took in the information and started organizing the men without missing a beat. He dismissed the soldier, who reported to set up defenses. Even if werewolves aren't their enemy, they can't leave now that they have seen this place. On top of that, they had to prepare to defend themselves against an encroaching monster wave. "Commander, we may need you in the fight," Stefan said. "I suggest getting your armor and staff. I will handle things here." "Yes, you were right," Kara agreed. Bjorn didn't see anything in front of him aside from the all-encompassing dark forest. However, when he squeezed through some particularly thick bushes, suddenly the world shifted. He tasted and felt the instant change in ambient mana. What he thought was just more forest was actually a brightly lit dirt clearing. The ground looked like it had been churned into fresh earth, or like all of the trees that used to be in the area uprooted themselves and moved only to replant themselves further away. He looked around, and there was only one tree in the distance, but as he watched, druids in combat robes and armor and familiars filed out of it like ants from a mound. Roots exploded from the ground around the tree, creating an instant barricade for the druids to defend from all angles. Then more roots shot forward, creating spikes to further dismay anyone from approaching. That wasn't what disturbed Bjorn. What sickened him were the cages held in the air over the tree by the branches. Or rather, the cages were the tree's branches. "What the fuck?" Bjorn exclaimed. "I think we know where the skinwalkers came from," Failsafe said, just as shocked. "There were Wendigo up there, some alive but most unmoving. Then there were skinwalkers howling and trying to break free of their confinement. It looked like some sick macabre art piece created by deranged psychopaths." Bjorn didn't have the time, power, or wherewithal to do anything about what he was seeing. "Bjorn, we have to keep moving," Failsafe continued. "We can't do anything about them right now." He stuck to the perimeter of the barrier and hobbled as fast as he could around the grim structure. He saw some of the druid soldiers tracking him from the barricades, but none of them went on the attack. Bjorn assumed that, as long as he didn't go closer, they wouldn't. Bjorn had to force himself not to look up at the tree, and the morbid cries for help from the Wendigo intermingled with the deranged howlings of the skinwalkers. "WM-27, if we're lucky. They'll kill each other." Bjorn continued to follow the perimeter of the druid's barrier. The perimeter was marked with trees and bushes, and now that he was amongst them, he could make out the faintest hint of magic. From the outside of the barrier, everything inside was just more dark forest. From the inside, looking out, one could see the forest beyond as it was. Once he was a good enough distance from the point he entered, he laid down to finally get a good look at himself. He was covered in arrows and bleeding wounds. Some of the places where he had pulled out the arrows were healed, but there were just so many that his healing factor couldn't keep up. He looked at his other heads. He could move the necks, but his control wasn't nearly as good. The arrows that pierced each skull were different from all others, and were coated in something that prevented regeneration. The arrow itself looked odd. It was covered in black barbs that faced every possible direction. "This is going to suck," Bjorn said in his head. It actually didn't feel too bad, but to keep you from going into shock, your body cut a lot of your pain receptors. "I think it is a Hydra thing. Not many creatures have more than one brain. If they hit all three at the same time, would I have died?" Bjorn asked. "I don't think so, but it would have made us defenseless until they killed us." Bjorn positioned his middle head in a way that he could reach the arrow lodged in it. His hands weren't meant for fine motor control, and he could pull the arrow out with his mouth. The problem was that he needed to be careful not to get any of the substance coating the arrow in his mouth. Bjorn bit down on a stick and mentally counted to 3. There was a yank and a squelch as the arrow, bone, blood, and a bit of gray matter were pulled free. There was some pain, but not as much as Bjorn expected. He was more worried about bleeding out, so he quickly went to the second arrow and pulled that put one too. He was quickly feeling lightheaded and was unable to put together enough thought to activate his magic. Fear started to set in as he recognized the feeling of death creeping in. His mind went back to the last moments of his previous life. The final moments of Isen, the son of Bazoth, the king of chains. The memory was so lucid and tangible that it was as if everything else was pushed aside. All he saw around him was fire. Ison stood above the chaos, looking out over the city from some type of control room. The kingdom before him was a delicate mix of etheric technology and ancient magics far older. Buildings once crafted from gleaming metal and enchanted stone crumbled under the assault of an unknown foe. Ison didn't know who dared to cross him now. He left no enemies behind. There was no great foe he had not buried in his rise. Yet there was a deep ache gnawing at his soul with something he had not known since he was a child: fear. His suit blared with incoming calls from his generals and his soldiers. He saw the icons of their faces dim as they fell in combat one after the other. He stood from his throne and walked to the open, floor-to-ceiling window. He could feel the heat from the explosions and sense the ether quake in agony as untold thousands perished. Their cries echoed throughout the city. Regret and terror surged through him, a potent cocktail that threatened to break his resolve. He realized too late the true cost of his actions and the depth of his failures. The kingdom, once a beacon of hope and innovation, would be brought to ruin because of him, and he was powerless to stop it. No, not like this, he said to himself as he removed the visor over his face. The ether recognized him. He was its master, and with his command, it moved. He spoke the words of power. The incantation was forged, and the world shook and stuttered with each syllable. Power like nothing the lower planes had ever felt was congregating high above it all. A spell circle formed in the sky, large enough to encompass a nation. He needed only 3 more words when he felt it. A sword pierced him from behind, bypassing all of his defenses, both magical and physical. It should have been impossible, but there it was, slicing through flesh. He saw the blade and recognized it. He wouldn't forget it because he made it. Power tore through him as the sword activated. An etheric lightning fried him from the inside out. His arms dropped, and the ether released its grasp of the world as the spell lost direction. "Edita," Ison said in disbelief. "Why?" Bjorn snapped back, his mind foggy, and his heart raced. Failsafe was screaming something about the fact they died, but he couldn't focus on the words. Everything was quiet aside from the constant thumping of his heartbeat. It took an unknown amount of time for him to even be able to collect his thoughts. Then it was like a great jolt into lucidity and panic. "Failsafe, Hydra regeneration," Bjorn screamed mentally. "Hydra regeneration ether cost 15. So funny story. We grew another head. I have no idea why. We have enough ether to use this now. I still don't recommend decapitation, though. We can convert experience or ether into maturation. Healing major wounds, decapitation, or growing more heads. Let's not push our luck too much, though. Every time we do something, you almost get us killed as is." Bjorn wailed as arrows deep in his body were being pushed out. Wounds closed, but every one of them was painfully shut. Whatever ability Failsafe said was numbing, the majority of the pain stopped, and Bjorn felt every bit of agony he had missed. He felt the power of his regeneration fight against the unknown substance that coated the arrows he pulled from his heads. It took a full minute for the substance that had become a bubbling slurry to finally be eliminated, and his heads to finally heal. Bjorn quivered when it was over as his nervous system reconnected. It took a few seconds for him to open his eyes. Never before had he been so happy to see the world through 6 eyes. He didn't have long to revel in the fact he was still alive before the screams of the skinwalkers and captives over the druid defensive brought him back to reality. He quickly took stock of the situation. The druids had not moved from their position, and neither had his pursuers appeared. He thought this would be the best time for him to continue to escape. He stayed low as he moved along the edges of druid territory. Then all hell broke loose. Bjorn's pursuer finally crossed the barrier. 17 people, a species he had never seen before, entered the druids' land. They covered their eyes, all of them confused and blinded by the sudden bright light. When they could finally see, there was a tense silence as they realized the horror show before them. At the same time, a menagerie of monsters entered from the opposite side. The only ones Bjorn recognized were the crawling stalker, But there were dozens of different species of grotesque abomination rushing in and ripping up the plants that made up the illusion barrier and consuming them for the mana within. When they sensed the magic of the druids and Bjorn's pursuers, they quickly beelined it towards the more magically dense prey. None of the groups truly knew what was going on, but that didn't stop spells from flying. Bjorn got a good look at his pursuers for the first time, using his Identify on a couple of them. Identify name: Alaric Strider species. Werewolf level. Vocation: Beastborn Berserker. Identify name: Cashin Strider species. Werewolf level. Vocation: Beastborn Archer. Identify name: Leander Strider species. Werewolf level. Vocation: Beastborn Berserker. Identify name: Isolde Strider species. Werewolf level. Vocation: Beastborn Ancestral Shaman. As he looked over the pack of, apparently, werewolves, a race he had never heard of before, he noted that although he couldn't see their levels, something about Alaric screamed danger. They were all in hide armors that looked too large for their frames. Every member was a living canvas of tribal tattoos that snaked across every inch of their skin. It made the presence of the pack even more menacing. It took only a few moments for them to recognize that they had just walked into something much larger than they had anticipated. The monsters continued to rip up and eat the plants that contained even the smallest amount of magic. The lights that flooded the clearing flickered. Everyone had seconds to decide what they were going to do before the druids opened fire with their magic. Roots erupted from the ground, impaling monsters and attempting to strike the agile werewolves. Spells flew through the air, their colorful arcs illuminating the chaos. The werewolves, however, moved with an unnatural grace, evading the attacks with ease. The monsters lunged at anything that moved, their grotesque features twisted in rage. Things rapidly devolved into a three-way battle that none of the groups were particularly happy to be a part of, while the monsters didn't seem to mind. Then something Bjorn did not expect at all happened. The werewolves started to turn into hulking humanoid wolfmen. The name of their species and two large clothing suddenly made a lot more sense. But any decision that would have led Bjorn to jump into the fray to try to save the Wendigo stopped dead. He saw them tear into the growing horde of monsters and the druid front line with a primal ferocity that, at his current level, would leave him little more than a nuisance. The druids were not getting slaughtered wholesale, but their weaker members stood little chance. A druid woman, their commander by the look of her, had eyes glowing with green lightning and stood as an immovable pillar. She shot bolts of energy across the field, each striking a deadly dance of destruction. One bolt pierced a wolf's chest, creating a hole that continued into the forest, frying several more monsters and starting another forest fire. "We need to get back to Tanisha." "Fuck this," Bjorn said. "What about the Wendigo that are trapped up there?" Failsafe asked. "We can't do anything about that right now," Bjorn said as he carefully snuck out of the quickly collapsing illusion barrier. "If we are lucky, the druids and werewolves will kill each other, but I have a feeling that if those werewolves see me again, they will chase us down first." Bjorn's eyes flicked at the arrows he had pulled from his other skulls. They were covered in his blood, but also coated with a substance that slowed his regeneration. He placed both arrows in his carrier satchels and then made himself scarce. He kept himself low to the ground as the sound of battle behind him only intensified. Once he was sure he was far enough away, he sprinted through the forest, his three heads swiveling to watch for any signs of pursuit. Confident in his speed, he pushed himself even harder, not knowing the full extent of what werewolves were capable of. He redoubled his pace until he was a blur amongst the foliage, his heart pounding with elation from his escape. But for now, he focused on getting back to Tanisha and planning their next move. WM-28, Snake in the Grass. Bjorn had to run as fast as he could around the raging forest fire that started because of his plague fire breath. He could put the fire out, but it was all or nothing. The white flames that coursed with etheric energy was the reason that the monsters were flooding the druid camp. It just so happened that the camp was in the direct path to the flames. He didn't know how long he had run before he could finally see the town through the thick brush. Almost immediately after, Bjorn felt the bond getting closer to him at an accelerated rate. Between the time he felt Tanisha move and when she finally reached him was less than a minute. When he saw her riding on the back of a black tiger with horns, he knew how she moved so fast. He had to come to a sliding stop to keep from running into them. "Bjorn!" Tanisha and Yuhia yelled. Tanisha hopped off of Yuhia's back as they both surrounded him, looking out for any attackers. When they didn't see any Tanisha at all, but tackled Bjorn in a hug. She was shaking and her emotions were too all over the place for Bjorn to read. They stayed in a locked embrace for an unknown amount of time before Tanisha calmed down enough to finally speak. "Big man, are you okay?" Tanisha asked as she looked him over for injuries. Bjorn could feel Tanisha's anger rise once she found the missing scales that hadn't fully grown in from the many arrows that he pulled out. She was especially furious once she felt the missing scales on his heads. Her magic spiked as her aura started to absorb the ambient mana around them to further empower her. Bjorn took the time to write furiously on the ground the few words he knew to explain quickly. Due to his limited vocabulary, he didn't know the word for werewolf or skinwalker, so he improvised. Tanisha summoned an orb of water that shined a light only they would be able to see. "Wolf men hunted me to a druid base covered in fleshwalk man they created. All battle monsters at base." Tanisha read Bjorn's writing out loud. "Did you run into werewolves, skinwalkers, monsters, and druids?" Yuhia asked. Bjorn nodded his confirmation and circled the word base. It took 15 minutes of questions, nods, and poorly put-together sentences before they could more or less understand what Bjorn was trying to tell them. He was able to lay out the events and even the location of the base because of the massive forest fire he started, which was slowly crawling towards it thanks to the direction of the wind. Druids are making skinwalkers, and there are at least 17 werewolves out there fighting them. Tanisha said, "What do we do? I could care less about the werewolves." "No, that is a lie. I want to kill every one of them for what they were trying to do, but we have to save the Wendigo and put the skinwalkers out of their misery." "We go back to town and tell the guards," Yuhia said. "We came out here for Bjorn, and we got him. We go out there, and we will be caught in the middle of a three-way battle against unknown odds and numbers. For all we know, those druids have a battalion just out of sight. If the werewolves survive, they'll come to us." "Are you sure?" Tanisha asked. "Positive. We still have those other two, and I am sure at the very least they will want them back." Yuhia said, "We aren't giving them back," Tanisha said darkly as her gaze shifted to the remnants of battle that slowly healed across her familiar's body. "They tried to kill me and Bjorn. Oh, and Sabek set this up, by the way. He is in town somewhere, and we are going to find him and cut the head off the whole thing." "Sabek survived?" Yuhia asked with a puzzled expression. "Yes, I was going to tell you at the end, but then I felt the bond weaken." Tanisha said, "We are going to kill him. I think, Yuhia, you can't talk me out of it. You don't have a familiar, so you can't feel what I felt through the bond. Bjorn may look okay now, but I felt him die." Her voice quivered, the raw emotion seeping into each word. "I felt him die, Yuhia. He suffered alone, scared and hurt, and for what? He did nothing wrong. We did nothing wrong. They don't get to live after that. Not after hurting my family. I had to swallow my feelings with Loki and Ingrid after what they did to Helena because of the first princess, but not with this. Not again. I'm not going to let anyone take Bjorn or anyone else from me. I'm not going to let them just hurt people I love and walk away unscathed. They will pay for what they've done. Every single one of them." Yuhia was silent for a moment, but his expression was unreadable. "Very well. They came after you, and they'll get the consequences of that choice. First, we need to tell the town guard. If druids are out here creating skinwalkers, and they have a sizable force, there needs to be a major response. After that, we are staying away from this whole thing. The skinwalkers and the druids are this town's problem. We will deal with Sabek and the werewolves. The last thing we need is someone hunting Bjorn." The group returned to the town, but were stopped at the gate to enter. The guards were on high alert after the skinwalker sighting. The guard wizards used a magic light on their eyes and in their mouths at spear point before they were permitted to enter. "We need to speak to the guard captain," Yuhia said to the highest-ranked guard at the gate. "We discovered where the skinwalkers are coming from." "You did what?" the snowfallen Wendigo guard said with a raised eyebrow. "What do you mean you discovered where they're coming from?" They are skinwalkers, and they come from Wendigo that have betrayed their faith. There is more going on. Joas said, I know where another skinwalker in the city is most likely hiding. Tanisha interjected. The guard turned to her. You do. The apothecary is likely either a skinwalker or is dead. Tanisha said. She came to my stall once when I was selling potions. She was asking about ingredients that didn't quite make any sense, so she was probably just repeating things she heard. Her store had been closed for a while, so I went to check it out to see if she needed help, but the guard that turned out to be a skinwalker was at the apothecary office, and it turned me around. You're the one that was fighting that thing? The guard said. I am. Tanisha responded. I was there too after a while. It wouldn't go down until whatever you did to it finally killed it. The guard looked her up and down, then to the others in her party. Follow me. I will take you to the council meeting. Despite it being the middle of the night, the streets were full of patrolling guards and monster hunters. Every available person with the skills to fight were out in force, ensuring there weren't more of those monsters lurking in the alleyways. They were taken to the town hall, which was a bland brick square of a building reminiscent of the all-practical design that the Wendigo usually built. In this town where the buildings looked more human-centric, the clashing of style stuck out like an eyesore. They were made to wait in the lobby as the guard continued into the meeting room ahead. Bjorn, always sensitive to the subtle changes in the environment, noted the air was thick with concentrated reinforcement enchantments. The building, despite its sterile appearance, was fortified to withstand artillery magic. A makeshift bunker, no doubt. Given the wide, open spaces inside, it seemed clear that defense was a significant purpose of the structure. After a few minutes, a male elven secretary, dressed in traditional Wendigo robes, motioned them inside. The scene beyond the door was an odd juxtaposition of the old and the new. The only familiar face to Bjorn was Robert, the Jackrabbit's registrar. Yet, Robert's presence here spoke volumes. He was clearly more than a mere registrar. Everyone else were older Wendigo men and women, 5 in total. The room was, to put it nicely, depressing even for Wendigo design. It was bland and sterile to the point that it seemed the purpose was to make it as stark a contrast as possible to the town outside. This was the sanctum of Wendigo ideals, even while the world around it was being changed with the burgeoning ideas and cultures taking root. However, with Robert being here, even though it was going to change one day, Lavi was the start of something for the Wendigo. Sigrun understood this. Her push for alliances and innovation was a direct challenge to the old ways. Yuhia, for all its adherence to tradition, was at a crossroads. The room, with its forced austerity, symbolized an outdated worldview that was slowly being eroded by new thought and cooperation. The council members sat at an oval wooden table with the mayor at the head. There were enough seats for up to 10 people with additional seating along the wall. Alongside the council members was Robert, and an armored night-hand man whose stern expression and straight no-nonsense posture were a telltale sign of long military service. Although given the deep wrinkles and snow-white hair and beard those days were behind him, the council members themselves were all wealthy-looking wannabe, snow-fallen aristocrats. They all looked to be in different stages of annoyed and tired. It was the middle of the night, and they were dragged from their homes for an emergency meeting. Each of them in gaudy jewelry and flamboyant robes that Bjorn had never seen a Wendigo wear. The whole situation was like whiplash for Bjorn, as so many different cultures were clashing all at once. The Wendigo had a society that praised the strong above political acumen and even wealth. Although someone who is strong would have no problem gaining wealth, all members of the real nobility or royalty were incredibly powerful, and they had to maintain that power to retain their position. It was the lack of power that got Tanisha kicked from her family. It was that same magical weakness that led to the downfall of the Nazim, whom many Wendigo considered a fallen noble family long before they were declared traitors. Bjorn looked over the levels and names of the council members. They were the weakest people in the room. Even taking their age into account, which was definitely in the latter years for Wendigo, they were terribly weak. The strongest by level was Robert, who wasn't even a council member, but a representative from the Jackrabbits, followed by Trolls, who was also the guard captain. Excluding them, the highest level was 10, and Bjorn could tell they had never had a day of hard labor in their long lives. Which is where the whiplash stemmed. If they weren't anywhere near what the Wendigo considered a good leader, why did they go so far as to maintain the facade with the look of the building just to flaunt their individual wealth anyway? Identify name: Trolls Liverwit species. Wendigo level: 66 vocation. Fire Spear Forger, retired. Identify name: Gorm Trough species. Wendigo level: 8 vocation. Non-combatant. Identify name: Osmond Goldwig species. Wendigo level: 6 vocation. Non-combatant. Identify name: Care Germa species. Wendigo level: 10 vocation. Non-combatant. Identify name: Rhoda Trough species. Wendigo level: 5 vocation. Non-combatant. Tanisha, Robert said with a smile. It is good to see you. I wish it were under better circumstances, but when they said there were 2 demons that had to speak to us about skinwalker allegations, I was hoping it was you. You know her? Gorm said. Gorm was the eldest in the room by appearance. He looked annoyed that they had to talk to demons. His body language gave off the impression that he wanted to dismiss them outright. It was only Robert's friendly introduction, which he was certainly hamming up, that stopped the councilman from doing so. Yes, I do, and my grandson has told me good things about her, Robert said. She is the alchemist that was in town for the past few days. I believe she was set up at the Jackrabbits camp today. She is also the first one to encounter the skinwalker and survive. Trolls the man in the armor added. He sounded every bit like a military man that never left service. I got a report that a demon that looked almost like a Wendigo managed to fight it off before help arrived. She poisoned it with something that caused its body to rot while the guards attacked it. His gaze fell upon Tanisha, sharply scrutinizing her. I was then told you fled after it was killed, was later seen running and yelling for help, broke into an inn, and left to bleeding werewolves in black, chains no one has been able to break. Would you care to explain yourselves? Bjorn looked up to Tanisha when he heard that she fought a skinwalker while he was hunting. When he was getting attacked, he was so focused on escaping, he didn't have the mental faculties to also monitor the bond to know Tanisha was also in trouble. He felt bad not knowing that she could have been killed too. So, they're troublemakers then. Why are we listening to demons anyway? Rhoda said with a dismissive wave of her hand. She was the only councilwoman in the group. She probably found the skinwalker by accident, and once she realized there was no more fun to be had, she terrorized other people for Forest Father knows what reason. My thoughts exactly, Gorm said with a nod of his head. I suggest that you both pay for damages to the inn and release whomever you have captured. We will just fine them for disturbing the peace. And what are you talking about? Did you all not hear me state that this young woman was instrumental in finding and even killing a skinwalker that snuck into our town? Trolls said with a sharp exhale. A skinwalker that, mind you, even managed to kill one of our guards and paraded around with his face under our noses. I will also state that she is a registered monster hunter with the Jackrabbits, Robert said with a smirk. Bjorn picked up that demons did not have the best reputation with the council for some reason, but to dismiss them without at least listening to them was idiotic. Robert and Trolls seemed to be on their side. There was some political game being played that none of Bjorn's group was privy to, which could put them in a bad spot. What he did know was that Tanisha was a bundle of raw nerves right now, and the longer they spent there, the angrier she got at the charade in front of them. You were the one that brought up all of her crimes, Gorm stated. Are we not supposed to punish those that break the law in our fair city? Monster hunter or not, that does not make her or anyone else above common decency or the law. She is a merchant, so 6 gold will be fair. Trolls blinked in disbelief. Councilman Gorm, I reported only what I have been told. I sought clarification from the young woman for her actions. I assumed that the council would want to gain insight into why she acted the way she did after the encounter with the skinwalker. Rhoda opened her mouth to say something, but closed it when Tanisha spoke up. The apothecary is either dead or a skinwalker too, Tanisha said with a cold edge to her words. There is a druid base south of the city, capturing Wendigo and releasing skinwalkers to terrorize the domain. There was an audible gasp in the room, but Tanisha continued. I will pay for the damage caused to the inn, but those werewolves attacked me and my family and will not be released. If there is a problem with that, we will leave the town tonight to handle our business elsewhere. There's a what? Osmond, The roundest Wendigo Bjorn had ever seen said as he nearly fell back out of his seat. Tanisha continued as all eyes turned to her. There is also a monster horde out there, and 2 massive forest fires both caused by magical effects. With that, I believe we are done right. Joa? We told them. I think you were right about staying out of this, though. Yeah, what they do now is up to them. Joho agreed. We will pay our fines to the guard outside and make our leave. The group turned to walk out of the room. Wait, Care. The mayor and man at the head of the table spoke for the first time. Please, pardon the rudeness displayed by some members of this council. If what you are saying is true, we need more information. Are the werewolves involved with the druids? Trolls asked. Tanisha turned around. I will tell you everything only after any accusations or fines levied against myself or Joho are forgiven. I will pay the owners for the door, but will not be releasing the werewolves that attempted to kill me and my familiar. I think that is fair. Robert nodded. Agreed. Trolls said. You can't just withhold that information from the town. Rhoda said as she slammed her hand on the table. That would be a matter of national security. You would be endangering the lives of everyone in this domain. We will not negotiate with someone like you. You will tell us everything you know or, Rhoda, silence. Care said with enough force to quiet the room. Are you trying to frighten a demoness? You know that won't work. As mayor of his town, I accept your proposal. All fines are removed if you pay the owners for damages, and we will leave the confinement and judgment of those that attempted to kill you in your hands. In exchange, we want the information you have on the druids, skinwalkers, and monster horde.